Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 8. The Declaration. We find these acts of the English Parliament to oppose the freedom, safety, and well-being of this island. We, the present inhabitants of Barbados, with great danger to our persons, and with great charge and trouble, have settled this island in its condition, and inhabited the same. And shall we therefore be subjected to the will and command of those that stay at home? Shall we be bound to the government and lordship of a Parliament in which we have no representatives or persons chosen by us? It is alleged that the inhabitants of this island have, by cunning and force, usurped a power and formed an independent government. In truth, the government now used among us is the same that hath always been ratified, and doth every way agree with the first settlement and government in this place. Furthermore, by the above said act, all foreign nations are forbidden to hold any correspondency or traffic with the inhabitants of this island, although all the inhabitants know very well how greatly we have been obliged to the Dutch for our subsistence, and how difficult it would have been for us, without their assistance, ever to have inhabited these places in the Americas, or to have brought them into order. We are still daily aware what necessary comfort they bring us, and that they do sell their commodities a great deal cheaper than our own nation will do. But this comfort would be taken from us by those whose will would be a law unto us. However, we declare that we will never be so unthankful to the Netherlanders for their former help and assistance as to deny or forbid them, or any other nation, the freedom of our harbors, and the protection of our laws, by which they may continue, if they please, all freedom of commerce with us. Therefore, we declare that, whereas we would not be wanting to use all honest means for obtaining a continuance of commerce, trade, and good correspondence with our country, so we will not alienate ourselves from those old heroic virtues of true Englishmen, to prostitute our freedom and privileges, to which we are born, to the will and opinion of anyone. We cannot think that there are any amongst us who are so simple or so unworthily minded that they would not rather choose a noble death than forsake their liberties. The General Assembly of Barbados, Sir Edmund Calvert, studied the long scrolled document in the light of the swinging ship's lantern, stroking his goatee as he read and reread the bold ink script. Liberty or death? A memorable choice of words, though one he never recalled hearing before. Would the actions of these planters be as heroic as their rhetoric, or could the part about a noble death be an oblique reference to King Charles' bravery before the executioner's axe? It had impressed all England, but how could they have heard? The king had only just been beheaded, and word could scarcely have yet reached the Barbados Assembly. One thing was clear, however. Barbados Assembly had rebelled against the Commonwealth. It had rejected the authority of Parliament and chosen to defy the Navigation Act passed by that body to assert England's economic control of its settlements in the New World. Wearily he settled the paper onto the table and leaned back in his sea chair, passing his eyes around the timbered cabin and letting his gaze linger on a long painting of Oliver Cromwell hanging near the door. The visage had the intensity of a Puritan zealot, with pasty cheeks, heavy-lidded eyes, and the short, ragged hair that had earned him and all his followers the sobriquet of Roundhead. He had finally executed the king. England belonged to Cromwell and his Puritan Parliament now, every square inch. Calvert glanced back at the Declaration, now lying next to his sheathed sword and its eyed shoulder strap. England might belong to Parliament, he told himself, but the Americas clearly didn't. The tone of the document revealed a stripe of independence, of courage he could not help admiring. And now, to appease Cromwell, I've got to bludgeon them into submission. May God help me. The admiral of the fleet was a short, stocky Lincolnshire man, who wore the obligatory ensemble of England's new Puritan leadership. Black doublet with wide white collar and uffs. A trim line of gray hair circled his bald pate, and his face was dominated by a heavy nose too large for his sagging cheeks. In the dull light of the lantern, His thin goatee and mustache looked like a growth of pale foliage against his sallow skin. His father, George Calvert, had once held office in the court of King Charles, and for that reason he had himself, many years past, received a knighthood from the monarch. But Edmund Calvert had gone to sea early, had risen through merit, and had never supported the king. In fact, he was one of the few captains who kept his ship loyal to Parliament when the Navy defected to the side of Charles during the war. In recognition of that, he had been given charge of transporting Cromwell's army to Ireland to suppress the rebellion there, and he bore the unmistakably resigned air of a man weary of wars and fighting. The voyage out had been hard, for him as well as for the men, and already he longed to have its business over and done, to settle down to a table covered not with contentious proclamations, but spilling over with rabbit pies, blood puddings, honeyed ham. Alas, it would not soon be. Not from the sound of the island's declaration. He lowered the wick of the lantern, darkening the shadows across the center table of the great cabin, and carefully rolled the document back into a scroll. Then he rose and moved toward the shattered windows of the stern to catch a last look at the island before it was mantled in the quick tropical night. As he strode across the wide flooring planks of the cabin, he carefully avoided the remaining shards of glass, mingled with gilded splinters that lay strewn near the windows. Since all able-bodied seamen were still needed to man the pumps and patch the hull along the waterline, he had prudently postponed the repairs of his own quarters. As he looked about the cabin, he reminded himself how lucky he was to have been on the quarterdeck, away from the flying splinters when the shelling began. The first volley from the point had scored 5 direct hits along the port side. 1 English seaman had been killed outright, and 11 others wounded, some gravely. With time only for 1 answering round, he had exposed the Rainbow-S stern to a second volley from the breastwork on the point while bringing her about and making for open sea. That had slammed into the ship's gilded poop, destroying the ornate quarter gallery just aft of the great cabin, together with all the leaded glass windows. The island was considerably better prepared than he had been led to believe. Lord Cromwell, he found himself thinking, will not be pleased. He learns of the wanton damage Barbados rebels have wreaked on the finest frigate in the English Navy. Through the ragged opening, he could look out unobstructed onto the rising swells of the Caribbean. A storm was brewing out to sea to add to the political storm already underway on the island. High, dark thunderheads had risen up in the south, and already spatters of heavy tropical rain ricocheted off the shattered railing of the quarter gallery. The very air seemed to almost drip with wetness. He inhaled deeply and asked himself again why he had agreed to come out to the Americas. He might just as easily have retired his command and stayed home. He had earned the rest. Edmund Calvert had served the Puritan side the war faithfully for a decade, and over the past 5 years he had been at the forefront of the fighting. In reward, he had been granted the command of the boldest English military campaign in history. Oliver Cromwell was nothing if not audacious. Having executed the king, he had now conceived a grand assault on Spain's lands in the New World. The plan was still secret, code-named Western Design. Its purpose, nothing less than the seizure of Spain's richest holdings. Barbados, with its new sugar wealth, would someday be merely a small part of England's new empire in the Americas, envisioned by Cromwell as reaching from Massachusetts to Mexico to Brazil. But first, there was the small matter of bringing the existing settlements in the Americas back into step. He had never been sure he had the stomach for the task. Now, after realizing the difficulties that lay ahead in subduing this one small island, he questioned whether he wanted any part of it. He swabbed his brow, clammy in the sweltering heat, and wondered if all the islands of the Caribbee were like this, doubtless as bad or worse, he told himself in dismay. He had seen and experienced Barbados only for a day, but already he had concluded it was a place of fierce sun and half-tamed forest, hot and miserable, its very air almost a smoky green. There was little sign among the thatch-roof shacks along the shore of its reputed great wealth. Could it be the store His at home were gross exaggerations, or deliberate lies. It scarcely mattered now. Barbados had to be reclaimed. There was no option. On his left lay the green hills of the island, all but obscured in sudden sheets of rain on his right. The line of English warships he had ordered positioned about the perimeter of Carlisle Bay, cannons run out and primed. He had stationed them there in readiness at mid-morning. Then, the siege set, he had summoned his vice-admiral and the other commanders to a council on board the Rainbow. They had dined on the last remaining capons and drawn up the terms of surrender, to be sent ashore by longboat. The island was imprisoned and isolated. Its capitulation, they told each other, was merely a matter of time. Except that time would work against the fleet too, he reminded himself. Half those aboard were landsmen, a thrown-together infantry assembled by Cromwell, and the spaces below decks were already fetid, packed with men too sick and scurvy-ravished to stir. Every day more bodies were consigned to the sea. If the island could not be made to surrender in a fortnight, two at most, he might have few men left with the strength to fight. The Declar. Aishan told him he could forget his dream of an easy surrender. Yet he didn't have the men and arms for a frontal assault. He knew it, and he wondered how long it would take the islanders to suspect it as well. He had brought a force of some 800 men, but now half of them were sick and useless, while the island had a free population of over 20,000 and a militia said to be nearly 7,000. Worst of all, they appeared to have first-rate gunners manning their shore. Placements. Barbados could not be recovered by strength of arms. It could only be frightened or lured back into the hands of England. A knock sounded on the cabin door, and he gruffly called permission to enter. Moments later, the shadow moving toward him became James Powlett, the young vice-admiral of the fleet. "Your servant, sir." Powlett removed his hat and brushed at its white plume as he strode gingerly through the cabin, picking his way around the glass. He was tall, clean-shaven, with hard blue eyes that never quite concealed his ambition. From the start, he had made it no secret he judged Edmund Calvert too indecisive for the job at hand. "Has the reply come yet? I heard the rebels sent out." "A longboat with a packet." "Aye, they've replied. But I warrant the tune'll not be to your liking." Calvert gestured toward the declaration on the table as he studied Powlett, concerned how long he could restrain the vice-admiral's hot bull. With cool reason. They've chosen to defy the rule of Parliament, and they've denounced the Navigation Acts, claiming they refuse to halt their trade with the Dutchmen. Then we've no course but to show them how royalist rebels are treated. "Is that what you'd have us do?" The admiral turned back to the window and stared at the rain-swept bay. "And how many men do you think we could set ashore now?" 300. 4. That's all we'd be able to muster who are still strong in. Enough to lift a musket or a pike. Whilst the island's militia lies in wait for us, God knows how many thousand men used to this miserable heat and likely plump as partridges. Whatever we can muster, I'll warrant it'll be enough. They're raw planters, not soldiers." Powlett glanced at the declaration and decided to read it later. There were two kinds of men in the world, he often asserted, those who dallied and discussed, and those who acted. We should ready an operation for tomorrow morning, and have done with letters and declarations. All we need do is stage a diversion here in the harbor, then set men ashore up the coast at Jamestown. Calvert tugged at his wisp of a goatee and wondered momentarily how he could most diplomatically advise Powlett he was a het-headed fool. Then he decided to dispense with diplomacy. "Those raw planters, as you'd have them, managed to hold this flagship 5 times from their battery up there on the point. So, what makes you think they couldn't just as readily turn back an invasion? And if they did, what then, sir?" He watched Powlett's face harden, but he continued. "I can imagine no quicker way to jeopardize what little advantage we may have, and that advantage, sir, is they still don't know how weak we really are. We've got to conserve our strength and try to organize our support on the island. We need to make contact with any here who'd support Parliament and have them join with us when we land. The question now," he thought ruefully, "is how much support we actually have Sir Edmund Calvert. never having been convinced that beheading the lawful sovereign of England would be prudent, had opposed it. From the start, events appeared to have shown him right. Alive, King Charles had been reviled the length of the land for his arrogance and his papist sympathies. Dead, you'd think him a sovereign, the equal of Elizabeth, given the way people suddenly began eulogizing him that very same day. His execution had made him a martyr. And if royalist sentiment was swelling in England in the wake of his death, how much more might there be here in the Americas now flooded with refuge? She's loyal to the monarchy. He watched his second-in-command slowly redden with anger as he continued. I tell you we can only reclaim this island if it's divided. Our job now, sir, is to reason first, and only then resort to we have to make them see their interests lie with the future England can provide. Well, sir, if you choose that tack, then you can set it to the test quick enough. What about those men who have been swimming out to the ships all day, offering to be part of the invasion? I'd call that support. It gave me hope at first. Then I talked with some of them and learned they're mostly indentured servants. They claimed a rumors going round the island that we're here to set them free. For all they care, we could as well be Spaniards, Calvert sighed. I asked some of them about defenses on the island and learned nothing I didn't already know. So I sent them back ashore, one and all. What we need now are fresh provisions, not more mouths to feed. That's the biggest question, he told himself again. Who'll be starved out first? A blockaded island or a fleet of ships with scarcely enough victuals to last out another fortnight? He turned back to the table, reached for the declaration, and shoved it toward Powlett. I think you do well to peruse this, sir. There's a tone of defiance here that's unsettling. I don't know if it's genuine or a bluff. It's the unknowns that trouble me now. The damned uncertainties. Those uncertainties, he found himself thinking, went far beyond Barbados. According to the first steps of Cromwell's plan, after this centerpiece of the Caribbees had been subdued, part of the fleet was to continue to any other of the settlements that remained defiant. But Cromwell's advisers felt that would probably not be necessary. After Barbados acknowledged the Commonwealth, the rest of the colonies were expected to follow suit. Then the Western design could be set into motion, with Calvert's shipboard infantry augmented by fighting men from the island. The trouble with Cromwell's scheme, he now realized, was that it worked both ways. If Barbados succeeded in defying England's government, then Virginia, Bermuda, the other islands of the Caribbees, all might also disown the Commonwealth. There even was talk they might try attaching themselves to Holland. It would be the end of English taxes and trade anywhere. The Americas, except for that scrawny settlement of fanatic Puritans up in New England. There would surely be no hope for the Western design to succeed, and Edmund Calvert would be remembered as the man who lost England's richest lands. While Powlett studied the declaration, skepticism growing on his face, Calvert turned back to the window and stared at the rain-swept harbor, where a line of Dutch merchant flights bobbed at anchor. Good God, that's the answer. Maybe we can't. And infantry, but we most assuredly can go in and take those damned Dutchmen and their cargo. They're bound to have provisions aboard. It's our best hope for keeping up the blockade. And taking them will serve another purpose, too. It'll say the Commonwealth's message loud and clear to all Holland's merchants, that trade in English settlements is for England. There's presumption here, sir, that begs for a reply. The Vice Admiral tossed the declaration back onto the table. I still say the fittest answer is with powder and shot. There's been enough paper sent ashore already. I'm still in command, Mr. Powlett, whether you choose to approve or no. There'll be no more ordnance used till we're sure there's no other way. He walked back to the table and slumped wearily into his chair. Already waiting in front of him were paper and an inkwell. What, he asked himself, would he write? How could he describe the bright new future that awaited a full partnership between England and these American settlers? The colonies in the Caribbees and along the Atlantic seaboard were merely England's first foothold in the New World. Someday, they would be part of a vast empire stretching the length of the Americas. The hold Ings of Spain would fall soon, and after that England would likely declare war against Holland and take over Dutch holdings as well. There was already talk of that in London. The future was rich and wide and English. I just have to make see the future. A future of partnership, not defiance. One that'll bring wealth to England and prosperity to her colonies. They have to be made to understand that this declaration is the first and last that'll ever be penned in the Americ. As he turned and dismissed Powlett with a stiff nod. Then he listened a moment longer to the drumbeat of tropical rain on the deck above. It sounded wild now, uncontrollable, just like the spirits of nature he sensed lurking above the berth. Ooting land mass off his portside bow. Would this dark, lush island of the Caribbees hearken to reason? Or would it foolishly choose to destroy itself with war? He sighed in frustration, inked his quill, and leaned forward to write. The assemble. The room was crowded to capacity, its dense, humid air rank with sweating bodies. Above the roar of wind and rain against the shutters, arguments sounded the length of the long oak table. Seated down one side and around the end were the 22 members of the assembly. Across from them were the 12 members of the council. At the back of the room milled others who had been invited. Winston was there, along with Anthony Walrond and Catherine. Dalby Bedford was standing by the window, holding open the shutters and squinting through the rain-swept dusk as he studied the mast lights of the warships encircling the harbor. He wiped the rain and sweat from his face with a large handkerchief, then turned and walked back to his chair at the head of the table. Enough, gentlemen. We've all heard it already. He waved his hand for quiet. Let me try and sum up. Our declaration has been delivered, which means we've formally rejected all their terms as they now stand. The question before us tonight is whether we try and see if there's room for negotiation, or whether we refuse a compromise and finish preparing to meet an invasion. Catherine listened to the words and sensed his uneasiness. She knew what his real worries were. How long would it be before the awkward peace between the council and the assembly fell apart in squabbling? What terms could the admiral of the fleet offer that would split the island, giving enough of the planters an advantage that they would betray the rest? Who would be the first to waver? The opening terms sent ashore by Edmund Calvert had sent a shock wave across Barbados. Its standing assembly and council were both to be dissolved immediately. In future, England's world settlements would be governed through Parliament. A powerless new council would be appointed from London, and the assembly, equally impotent, would eventually be filled by new elections scheduled at the pleasure of Commons. Added to that were the new navigation acts, bringing high English prices and shipping fees. The suddenly ripening plum of the Americas would be plucked. Terms signed by the admiral had been ferried ashore by longboat and delivered directly to Dalby Bedford. The compound. Members of council and the assembly had already been gathering in the assembly room by then, anxious to hear the conditions read. Catherine remembered the worry on the governor's face as he had finished dressing to go down and read the flea. It's ultimatum. The first thing I have to do is get them to agree on something, anything. If they start quarreling again, we're good as lost. Then try to avoid the question of recognizing Parliament. She'd watched him search for his plumed hat and rose to fetch it from the corner stand by the door. I suspect most of the council would be tempted to give in and do that, on the idea it might postpone a fight and give them time to finish this year's sugar while they appeal to Parliament to soften the terms. The sugar's all they care about. That's why I think we best go at it backwards. He'd reached for his cane and tested it thoughtfully against the wide boards of the floor. I think I'll start by raising the business in the navigation acts about not letting the Dutchmen trade. Not a man in the room will agree to that, not even the council. I'll have them vote to reject those, then see if that'll bring us enough unity to proceed to the next step. Just as he had predicted, the council and the assembly had voted unanimously to defy the new navigation acts. They could never endure an English stranglehold on island commerce, regardless of the other consequences. They had immediately drafted their own reply to the admiral's terms, a declaration denouncing them and refusing to comply, and sent it back to the fleet. The question left unresolved to await this evening's session was whether they should agree to negotiate. With Parliament at all. I say there's nothing to negotiate. Benjamin Briggs rose to his feet and faced the candle-lit room. If we agreed to talk, it'd be the same as recognizing Parliament. Are you saying the council's decided? To oppose recognition. Bedford examined him in surprise. Perhaps the business about dissolving the council had finally made an impression after all. Unalterably, sir. We've talked it over, and we're beginning to think this idea of independence that came up a while back could have some merit. Briggs gazed around the room. I'll grant I was of a different mind before we heard the terms, but now I say we stand firm. If we bow to the rule of Parliament, where we've got no representation, we'll never be rid of these navigation acts, and that's the end of free trade, free markets. We'd as well be slaves ourselves. He pushed back his black hat, revealing a leathery brow furrowed by the strain. I'll wager, Verge. India will stand with us when their time comes. But the fleet's been sent here first, so for now we'll have to carry the burden of resistance ourselves, and so be it. Speaking for the council, you know we've already ordered our militia out. There, to stay mustered till this thing's finished. We'd have the rest of the island's militia called up now, those men controlled by the Assembly, and have them on the beaches by daybreak. Dalby Bedford looked down the line of faces and knew he had gained. The first step. The council was with him. But now he wondered suddenly, what about the Assembly? As an interim measure, 800 men had already been posted along the western and southern shorelines, militia from the regiments commanded by members of the council. The small freeholders had not yet mustered. Many of the men with 5-acre plots were already voicing reservations about entering an all-out war with England, especially when its main purpose seemed to be preserving free markets for the big plantation owners' sugar. I think it's time we talked about cavalry. Nicholas Whittington joined in, wiping his beard as he lifted his voice above the din of wind and rain. I'd say there's apt to be at least 400 horses on the island that we could pull together. He glared pointedly across the table at the assemblymen, brown-faced men in tattered waistcoats. That means every horse in every parish. We have to make a show of force if we're to negotiate from strength. I propose we make an accounting, parish by parish. Any man with a nag who fails to bring it up for muster should be hanged for treason. As she watched the members of the assembly start to mumble uneasily, Catherine realized that a horse represented a sizable investment for most small freeholders. How much use would they be anyway, she found herself wondering. The horses on the island were mostly for pulling plows, and the cavalry, riding them, would be farmers with rusty pikes. As the arguing in the room continued, she found herself thinking about Hugh Winston. The sight of him firing down on the English Navy through the mists of dawn had erased all her previous contempt. Never before had she seen a man so resolute. She remembered again the way he had taken her arm there at the last. Why had he done it? She turned to study him, his lined face still smeared with oily traces of powder smoke, and told her. They were a matched pair. She had determination, too. He'd soon realize that, even if he didn't now. At the moment, he was deep in a private conference with Johann Reiters, who had asked to be present to speak for Dutch trading interests. The two of them had worked together all day, through the sultry heat that always preceded a storm. Winston and his men had helped heave the heavy Dutch guns onto makeshift barges and ferry them ashore, to be moved up the coast with ox-drawn wagons. Now he looked bone-tired. She could almost feel the ache he must have in his back. As she stood studying Winston, her thoughts wandered again to Anthony. He had worked all day too, riding along the shore and reviewing the militia deployed to defend key points along the coast. What was this sudden ambivalence she felt toward him? He was tall, like Winston, and altogether quite handsome. More handsome by half than Hugh Winston, come to that. No, it was something about Winston's manner that excited her more than Anthony did. He was dangerous. She laughed to realize she could find that appealing. It violated all the common sense she'd so carefully cultivated over the years. Again, she found herself wondering what he'd be like as a lover. And, sir, what then? After we've offered up our horses and our muskets and servants for your militia. One of the members of the assembly suddenly rose and faced the council. It was John Russell, a tall, robined freeholder who held 15 acres on the north side. Who's to protect our wives and families after that? He paused nervously to clear his throat and peered down the table. To be frank, gentlemen, we're beginning to grow fearful of all these Africans that certain of you've bought and settled here now. With every white man on the island mustered and on the coast, together with all our horses and our muskets, we'll not have any way to defend our own if these slaves decide to stage a revolt. And don't say it can't happen. Remember that rising amongst the indentures 2 years ago. Though we promptly hanged a dozen of the instigators and brought an end to it, we've taught no such lesson to these blacks. If they were to start something, say in the hills up in mid-island, we'd be hard-pressed to stop them from slaughtering who they wished with those cane knives they use. He received supportive nods from several other assemblymen. It'd be leaving ourselves defenseless if we mustered every able-bodied man and horse down onto the shore. If that's all that's troubling you, then you can ease your minds. Briggs pushed back his hat and smiled. All the blacks have been confined to orders to the man for the duration. Besides, they're scattered over the island, so there's no way they can organize anything. There's no call for alarm, I give you my solemn word. They're unarmed now and docile as lambs. But what about those cane knives we see them carrying in the fields? Those have all been collected. The Africans have got no weapons. There's nothing they can do save beat on drums, which seems to keep them occupied more and more lately anyhow. Heel looked around the room, pleased to see that the reassuring tone in his voice was having the desired effect. I think we'd best put our heads to more pressing matters, such as the condition of the breastworks here and along the coasts. He turned to Ord Winston. You've not had much to say tonight, sir, concerning today's work. I, for one, would welcome a word on the condition of our ordnance. All eyes at the table shifted to Winston, now standing by the window and holding a shutter. Pried open to watch as the winds and rain bent the tops of the tall palms outside. Slowly he turned, his lanky form seeming to lengthen, and surveyed the room. His eyes told Catherine he was worried. She'd begun to know his moods. The ordnance lent by the Dutchman is in place now. He thumbed at Ryder's, for which I'd say a round of thanks is overdue. Here, here. The planters' voices chorused, and Ryder's nodded his acknowledgement. Then he whispered something quickly to Wynne, and disappeared out the door into the rain. The seaman waited, watching him go, then continued. You've got gunners, some my men and some yours assigned now at the point, as well as at Jamestown and over at Oyston's Bay. I figure there's nowhere else they can try a landing in force, though they always might try slipping a few men ashore with longboats somewhere along the coast. That's why you've got to keep the militia out and ready. But if they do try landing in some spot, or we've got no cannon, what then, sir? Briggs' voice projected above the howl of the storm. You've got ordnance in all the locations where they can safely put in with a frigate. Any other spot would mean a slow, dangerous approach. But if they try it, your militia should be able to meet them at the water's edge and turn them back. That is, if you can keep your men mustered. He straightened his pistols and pulled his cloak about him. Now, if it's all the same, I think I'll leave. You to your deliberations. I finished what it was I'd offered to do. One moment. Captain, if you please. Anthony Walron stepped in front of him as the crowd began to part. I think you've done considerably more than you proposed, unless it included basely betraying the island. Winston stopped and looked at him. I'm tired enough to let that pass. Are you indeed, sir? Walron turned toward the table. We haven't yet thanked Captain Winston for his other service, that being whilst he was making a show of helping deploy the Dutchman's ordnance. He ordered a good 50 of his new men, those Irish indentures he's taken, to swim out to the ships of the fleet and offer their services to the Roundheads. He earned to the room. It was base treachery, and reason enough for a hempen collar if more was required. You, sir, can go straight to hell. Winston turned and started pushing through the planters, angrily proceeding toward the door. Catherine stared at him, disbelieving. Before he could reach the exit, she elbowed her way through the crowd and confronted him. Is what he said true? He pushed back his hair and looked down at her. It's really not your concern, Miss Bedford. Then you've much to explain, if not to me, to the men in this room. I didn't come down here tonight to start explaining. He gestured toward the door. If you want to hear about it, then why not call in some of the men who swam out to the ship? They're back now and they're outside in the rain, or were. I'm sure they'll be pleased to confess the full details. I have no intention of responding to Master Walron's inquisition. Then we most certainly will call them in. She pushed her briskly to the doorway. Outside, a crowd of indentures stood huddled in the sheets of rain. Timothy Farrell, who had appointed himself leader, was by the door waiting for Winston. The planters watched as Catherine motioned him in. He stepped uncertainly through the doorway, bowing, and then he removed his straw hat deferentially. Can I be of service to your ladyship? You can explain yourself, sir. She seized his arm and escorted him to the head of the table. Is it true? Captain Winston ordered you and those men out there to swim out to the ships and offer to consort with their forces. We wasn't offering to consort, begging your ladyship's pardon. Not at all. That's not our inclination, as I'm a Chris. Chin, Farrell grinned. No, by the Holy Virgin, what we did was offer to help them. He glanced toward Winston, puzzling. And whilst they were mulling that over, we got a good look below decks. And like I reported to his worship, I'd say, they've not got provision left to last more'n a fortnight. And a good half the men sailin' with them are so rotted with scurvy, they'd be pressed to carry a half-pike across this room. Aye, between decks, they're all cursin' the Admiral and sayin', he's brought him out here to starve in the middle o' this plagued, sun-cooked wilderness. She turned slowly toward Winston. You sent these men out as spies? Who else were we going to send? He started again toward the door. Well, you would have told us, sir. So some of the Puritan sympathizers on this island could have swum out after them and seen to it that my men were shot or hanged from a yardarm. Pox on it. But this changes everything, Briggs interjected. His face flooding with pleasure. This man's saying the fleet's not got the force to try a landing. You only believe half of what you hear. Winston paused to look around the room. Even if it's true, it probably just means they'll have to attack. Sooner, before their supplies get lower and they lose even more men. He pushed on toward the door. Desperate men do desperate things. There'll be an attempt on the island, you can count on it, and you'll fight best if you're desperate too. Sud. Inly he stopped again and glanced back at Briggs. By the way, I don't know exactly who your speech on the docile slaves was intended to fool. Your Africans just may have some plans afoot. I doubt they care overmuch who wins this war. You or Cromwell, so look to it and good night. He turned and gestured for Farrell to follow as he walked out into the blowing night rain. Catherine watched him leave, recoiling once more against his insolence. Or maybe admiring him. Or it. She moved quickly through the milling crowd to the side of Dalby Bedford, bent over and whispered something to him, then turned and slipped out the door. The burst of rain struck her in the face, and the wind blew her hair across her eyes. What? Inston had already started off down the hill, the crowd of indentures trailing after. Like puppy dogs, she found herself thinking. He certainly has a way with his men. She caught up her long skirts and pushed through the crowd, their straw hat. And shoes now bedraggled by the downpour. Captain, I suppose we owe you an apology, and I've come to offer it. She finally reached his side. No one else thought of having some men swim out to spy on the fleet. Catherine, no one else, eh? There has thought of a lot of things. They're too busy arguing about who can spare a draft horse. What do you mean? She looked up. Thought of what? First, they should be offloading what's left of the food and supplies on those Dutch merchantmen. And blockaded in the bay. Ryder's agreed just now to put his men on it tonight, but I'm afraid it's too late. He stared through the rain toward the bay. Something tells me the fleet's likely to move in tomorrow and commandeer whatever ships they can get their hands on. It's exactly what any good commander would do. He continued bitterly. There are enough supplies on those merchantmen, flour and dried corn to feed the island for weeks, particularly on the ships that made port. The last few days and haven't finished unlading. Believe me, you're going to need it, unless you expect to start living on sugar cane and horse meat. But this island's too busy fighting with itself right now to listen to anybody. He turned and headed on through the cluster of indentures. I'm going down to try and offload my own supplies tonight before it's too late. She seized her skirts and pushed after him. Well, I still want to thank you, Hugh, for what you've done. And for us. He met her gaze, smiled through the rain, and raised his hand to stop her. Wait a minute. Before you go any further and maybe say something foolish, you'd better know I'm not doing it for your little island of Barbados. But you're helping us fight to stay a free state. If we can stand up to the fleet, then we can secure home rule, the first in the Americas. After us, maybe Virginia will do the same. Who knows, then some of the other settlements will probably. A free state, he seemed to snort. Free for who? These greedy planters. Nobody else here'll be free. He pulled his cloak tighter about him. Just so you'll understand, let me assure you I'm not fighting to help make Barbados anything. I'm just trying to make sure I keep my frigate. Besides, Barbados will never be free, to use that word you seem to like so much. The most that'll ever happen here is it'll change masters. Look around you. It's owing to be a settlement of slaves and slaveholders forever, owned and squeezed by a council or a parliament or a king or a somebody. From now on, you're wrong. Why did he try so hard to be infuriating? Home rule here is us to start. Someday there'll be no more indentures, and who knows, maybe one day they'll even decide to let the slaves be free. She wanted to grab him and shake him. He was so short-sighted. You just refuse to try and understand. And isn't there anything you care about? I care about living life my own way. It may not sound like much of a cause, but it's taken me long enough to get around to it. I've given up thinking that one day I'll go back home and work for the honor of the Winston name, or settle down and grow fat on some sugar plantation in the Caribbee. He turned on her, almost shouting against the storm. Let me tell you something. I'm through living by somebody else's rules, right? How I just want to get out to a place I'll make for myself. So if getting there means I first have to fight alongside the likes of Briggs and Walrond to escape Barbados, then that's what it'll be. And when I fight, make no mistake, I don't plan to lose. That's quite a speech. How long have you been practicing it? She seized his arm. And the point, I take it, is that you like to run away from difficulties? That's exactly right, and I wish you'd be good in to have a brief word with the admiral of the fleet out there about it. He was smiling again, his face almost impish in the rain. Tell him there's a well-known American smuggler who'd be pleased to sail out of here if he'd just open up a blockade for an hour or so. Well, why not ask him yourself? He might be relieved, if only to be rid of you and your gunners. She waited till a roll of thunder died away. And after you've sailed away, what then? I plan to make my own way. Just as I said, I'm heading west by northwest to maybe turn around a few things here in the Caribbean. But right now I've got more pressing matters, namely keeping my provisions, and those of the Dutchmen, out of the hands of the fleet. He turned and continued toward the shore, a dim expanse of sand shrouded in dark and rain. So you'd best go on back to the assembly room, Catherine, unless you plan to gather up those petticoats and lend me a hand. Perhaps. I just will. She caught up with him, matching his stride. What? Since you think I'm so useless, you might be surprised to know I can carry tubs of Hollander cheese as well as you can. She was holding her skirts out of the mud. Why? Shouldn't I? We both want the same thing, to starve the Roundheads. We just want it for different reasons. It's no place for a woman down here. You said that to me once before, when we were going out to Briggs Sugar Works. Frankly, I'm a little weary of hearing it, so why don't you find another excuse to try telling me what to do? He stopped and looked down again. Waves of rain battered against the creases in his face. All right, Catherine, or Katie, as I've heard. Your father call you. If you want help, then come on. But you've got to get into some breeches if you don't want to drown. His dour expression melted into a smile. I'll try and find you a pair on the Defiance. It'll be a long nap. It's work. You can tell everyone I'm one of your seamen, or one of the indentures. He looked down at her bodice and exploded with laughter. I don't think anybody's apt to mistake you for one of them, but hadn't you best tell somebody? "'D'ye where you'll be? What I do is my own business." She looked past him toward the shore. So be it. A long fork of lightning burst across the sky, illuminating the shoreline ahead of them. The muddy road was leveling out now as they eared the bay. The ruts, which ran like tiny rapids down the hill, had become placid streams curving their way seaward. Ahead, the mast lanterns of the Dutch merchantmen swayed arcs through the dark, and the silhouettes of Dutch seamen milled along. The shore, their voices muffled, ghost-like in the rain. Then she noticed the squat form of Johann Reiters trudging toward them. Pox on it, we can't unlade in this squall. And in the dark, besides. There's doubtless a storm brewing out there. Maybe even a hurricane from the looks of the swell. He paused to nod at Catherine. "Your servant, madam." Then he turned back at Winston. "There's little we can do now, on my honor." "Well, I'll tell you one thing you can do if you've got the brass." "And what might that be, sir?" "Just run all the ships aground here along the shore. That way they can't be taken, and then we can unlade after the storm runs its course." "Aye, that's a possibility I'd consider. In truth, I'm thinking I might give it a try. The Zealander's been aground before. Her keel's fine oak for all the barnacles." His voice was heavy with rue. "But I've asked around, and most of the other men don't want to run the risk." "Well, you're right, Ab. Out the squall. From the looks of the sea, I'd agree we can't work in this weather. So maybe I'll just go ahead and run the Defiance aground." He studied the ship, now rolling in the swell and straining at her anchor lines. "There'll never be at her time, with the bay up the way it is now. God's blood, it's a quandary." Reiters turned and peered toward the horizon. The mast lights of the fleet were all but lost in the sheets of rain. "I wish I knew what those bastards are thinking Rye now. But it's odds they'll try to move in and pilfer our provisions as soon as the sea lets up. Moreover, we'd be fools to try using any ordnance on them, bottled in the way we are. They've got us trapped, since they surely know the Attery up there on the point won't open fire on the bay while we're in it." He whirled on Winston. "You wouldn't, would you? And risk putting a round through the side of these ships here? Not a chance." "Aye, they'll reason that out by tomorrow, no doubt. So grounding these frigates may be the only way we can keep them out of English hands. Damn it all, I'd best go ahead and bring her up before the seas get any worse." He bowed toward Catherine. "You're most obedient, madam. You'll be good enough to grant me leave. Now don't try anything foolish." Winston was eyeing him. "What are you suggesting? Don't go thinking you'll make a run for it in the storm. You'll never steer past the reefs." I've given that passing thought as well. If I had a bit more ballast, I'd be tempted." He spat into the rain, then looked back. "And I'd take odds you've considered the same. But I've not got the ballast either, or that Spaniard of yours we agreed on. Don't forget our bargain. My word's always been my bond, sir, though I wonder if there'll ever be any sugar to ship. For that matter, you may be lucky ever to see open seas again yourself, just like the rest of us." Reiters sighed. "I, Ev. Re-Christian here tonight's wishing he'd never heard of Barbados." He nodded farewell and turned to wade toward a waiting longboat. In moments, he had disappeared into the rain. "Well, Miss Katie Bedford, unless the rest of the Dutchmen have the foresight Reiters has, those merchantmen out there and all their provisions will be in the fleet's hands by sundown tomorrow." He reached for her arm. "But not the Defiance. Come on and I'll get you a set of dry clothes, and maybe a tea anchored of sack to warm you up. We're about to go on a very short and very rough voyage." She watched as he walked to where the indentures were waiting. He seemed to be ordering them to find shelter and return in the morning. Timothy Farrell Spaw? Look, something in return. Winston paused a moment, shrugged and rummaged his pockets, then handed him a few coins. The Irishmen all saluted before heading off toward the cluster of taverns over next to the bridge. "Come on." He came trudging back. "The longboat's moored down here, if it hasn't been washed out to sea yet. Where are your men?" "My gunnery mates are at the batteries, and the rest of the lads are assigned to the militia. I ordered John and a few of the boys to stay on board to keep an eye on her, but the rest are gone." His face seemed drawn. "Have no fear. In this sea it'll be no trick to ground her. Once we weigh the anchor, the swell should do the rest." As he led her into the water, the surf splash Ing against her shins, she reflected that the salt would ruin her taffeta petticoats, then decided she didn't care. The thrill of the night and the sea were worth it. Directly ahead of them, a small longboat bobbed in the water. "Grab your skirts and I'll hoist you in." She had barely managed to seize the sides of her dress before a wave washed over them both. She was still sputtering, salt in her mouth, as he swept her up into his arms and settled her over the side. She gasped as the boat dipped crazily in the swell, pounded by the sheets of rain. He traced the mooring line back to the post at the shore where it had been tied and quickly loosened it. Then he shoved the boat out to sea and rolled over the side, as easily as... Oh, he were dropping into a hammock. The winds lashed rain against them as he strained at the oars, but slowly they made way toward the dark bulk of the Defiance. He rowed into the leeward side, and in moments John Muse was there, reaching for the line to draw them alongside. He examined Catherine with a puzzled expression as he gazed down at them. "'Tis quite a night, lady, by my life." He reached to take her hand as Winston hoisted her up. "Welcome aboard, no to. I'm for God-fearing folk to be at sea in a longboat, that I'll warrant. That it's not, John." Winston grasped a deadeye and drew himself over the side. "Call the lads to station, after I take Miss Bedford back to the cabin and find her. I change of clothes for her. We're going to weigh anchor and try beaching the ship." "Aye." Muse beamed as he squinted through the rain. "In truth, I've been thinking the same myself. The Fomacat and Roundheads'll be in the bay and aimin' to take prize as soon as the weather breaks." He headed toward the quarterdeck. "But they'll never get this beauty, God is my witness. Try hoisting the spritsail, John, and see if you can bring the bow about." He took Catherine's hand as he helped her duck under the shrouds. "This way, Katie. What do you have for me to wear?" She steadied herself against a railing as the slippery deck heaved in the waves, but Winston urged her forward. He was still gripping her hand as he led her into the companionway, a dark hallway beneath the quarterdeck, illuminated by a single lantern swaying in the gusts of wind. "You don't regularly sail with women in the crew." His words were almost lost in a clap of thunder as he shoved to open the door of the great cabin. "What would you say to some of my breeches and a doublet? What would you say to it?" He laughed and swept the dripping hair out of his eyes as he ushered her in. "I'd say I prefer seeing women in dresses, but we'll both have to make do." He walked to his locker, seeming not to notice the roll of the ship, and flipped open the lid. "Take your pick while I go topside." He gestured toward the sideboard. "And there's port and some tankards in the how'll I loosen my bodice?" "Send for your maid, as always." There was a scream of wind down the companionway as he wrenched open the door, then slammed it again behind him. She was still grasping the table, trying to steady herself against the roll of the ship, when she heard muffled shouts from the decks above, and then the rattle of a chain. She reached back and began to work at the knot in the long laces that secured her bodice. English fashions, which she found absurd in weltering Barbados, required all women of condition to wear this heavy corset, which laced all the way up the back, over their shift. This morning it had been 2 layers of whitest linen, with strips of whalebone sewn between and dainty uffed sleeves attached, but now it was soaked with salt water and brown from the sand and flotsam of the bay. She tugged and wriggled until it was loose enough to draw over her head. She drew a breath of relief as her breasts came free beneath her. A shift, and then she wadded the bodice into a soggy bundle and discarded it onto the floor of the cabin. Her wet shift still clung to her, and she looked down for a moment, taking pleasure in the full curve of her body. Next she began unpinning her skirt at the spot where it had been looped up stylishly to display her petticoat. The ship rolled again, and the lid of the locker dropped shut. As the floor tilted back to an even keel, she quickly stepped out of the soaking dress and petticoats, letting them collapse onto the planking in a dripping heap. In the light of the swinging lamp, the once blue taffeta looked a muddy gray. The ship suddenly pitched backward, followed by a low groan that sounded through the timbers as it shuddered to a dead stop. The floor of the cabin lay at a tilt, sloping down toward the stern. She stepped to the locker and pried the lid back open. Inside were several changes of canvas breeches, as well as a fine striped silk pair. She laughed as she pulled them out to inspect them in the flickering light. What would he say if I were to put these on, she wondered. They're doubtless part of his vain pride. Without hesitating, she shook out the legs and drew them on under her wet shift. There was no mirror, but as she tied the waist string, she felt their sensuous snugness about her thighs. The legs were short, intended to fit into hose or boots, and they revealed her fine turn of ankle. Next, she lifted out a velvet doublet, blue and embroidered, with gold buttons down the front. She admired it a moment, mildly surprised that he would own such a fine garment, then laid it on the table while she pulled her dripping shift over her head. The rush of air against her skin made her suddenly aware how hot and sultry the cabin really was. Impulsively, she walked back to the windows aft and unlatched them. Outside, the sea churned and pounded against the stern, while dark rain still beat against the quarter gallery. She took a deep breath as she felt the cooling breeze wash over her clammy face and breasts. She was wondering how her hair must look when she heard a voice. "You forgot your port." She gasped quietly as she turned. Hugh Winston was standing beside her, holding out a tankard. "Well, do you care to take it?" He smiled and glanced down at her breasts. My, but that was no time at all. She reached for the tankard, then looked back toward the table where her wet shift lay. Unding a ship's no trick. You just weigh the anchor and pray she comes about. Getting her afloat again's the difficulty. He leaned against the window frame and lifted his tankard. "So here's to freedom again someday, Katie. Mine, yours." She started to drink, then remembered herself and turned toward the table to retrieve her shift. "Don't expect you'll be needing that." She continued purposefully across the cabin. "Well, sir, I didn't expect." "Oh, don't start now, but being a coquette, I like you too much the way you are." A stroke of lightning split down the sky behind him. He drank again, then set down his tankard and was moving toward her. "I'm not sure I know what you mean. Take it as a compliment. I despise intriguing women." He seemed to look through her. "You do always manage to get whatever you're after one way or other, going about it your own way." A clap of thunder sounded through the open stern windows. "I'd also wager you've had your share of experience in certain personal matters, for which I suppose there's your royalist gallant to thank." "That's scarcely your concern, is it? You've no claim over me." She settled her tankard on the table, reached for his velvet doublet, at least it was dry, and started draping it over her bare shoulders. "Nor am I sure I relish bluntness as much as you appear to. It's my fashion. I've been out in the Caribbees too long, dodging musket balls to bah. They're with a lot of fancy court chatter. There's bluntness and there's good breeding. I trust you at least haven't forgotten the difference. I suppose you think you can enlighten me. Well, since I'm wearing your breeches, which appear meant for a gent, Ullman, perhaps it'd not be amiss to teach you how to address a lady." She stepped next to him, her eyes mischievous. "Try repeating after me. Yours is a comely shape, madam, on my life, that delights my very heart, and you're fine. Isage might shame a cherubim." She suppressed a smile at his dumbfounded look, then continued. "Those eyes fire my thoughts with promised sweetness, and those lips are like petals of the rose." "God's blood!" He caught her open doublet and drew her toward him. "If it's a fop you'd have me be, I suppose the rest could probably go something like begging to be kissed. They seem fine and soft. Are they kind as well?" He slipped his arms about her and pulled her against his wet Erkin. After the first shock, she realized he tasted of salt and gunpowder. As a sudden gust of rain from the window extinguished the sea lamp, she felt herself being slowly lowered against the heavy oak table in the center of the cabin. Nah. His mouth had moved to her breasts as he half-kissed, half-bit her nipples, whether in desire or merely to tease she could not tell. Finally, she reached and drew his face up to hers. "I'm not in love with you, Captain Winston. Never expect that. I could never give any man that power over me." She laughed at his startled eyes. "But I wouldn't mind if you wanted me. Katie, I've wanted you for a fortnight." He drew back and looked at her. "I had half a mind not to let you away from this ship the last time you were here. This time I don't plan to make the same mistake, except I don't like seeing you in my own silk breeches. I think they fit me very nicely. Maybe it's time I showed you what I think." He abruptly drew her up and seized the string at her waist. In a single motion, he pulled it open and slipped away the striped legs. Then he admired her a moment as he drew his hands appreciatively down her long legs. Now, I'd like to show you how one man who's forgot his London manners pays court to a woman. He pulled her to him and kissed her once more. Then, without a word, he slipped his arms under her and cradled her against him. He carried her across the cabin to the window and gently seated her on its sill. Now the lightning flashed again, shining against the scar on his cheek. He lifted her legs and twined them around his shoulders, bringing her against his mouth. A glow of sensation blossomed somewhere within her as he began to tease her gently with his tongue. She tightened her thighs around him, astonished at the swell of pleasure. The cabin was dissolving, leaving nothing but a great, consuming sensation that was engulfing her, readying to flood her body. As she arched expectantly against him, he suddenly paused. "Don't stop now." She gazed at him, her vision blurred. He smiled as he drew back. "If you want lovemaking from me, you'll have to think of somebody besides yourself. I want you to be with me, Katie Bedford, not ahead." He rose up and slipped away his jerkin, then his rough, wet breeches. He toyed with her sex, bringing her wide in readiness. Then he entered her quickly and forcefully. She heard a gasp and realized it was her own voice. It was as though she had suddenly discovered some missing part of herself. For an instant, nothing else in the world existed. She clasped her legs about his waist and moved against him, returning his own intensity. Now the sensation was coming once more, and she clung to him as she wrenched against his thighs. All at once he shoved against her powerfully, then again, and she found herself wanting to thrust her body into his, merge with him, as he lunged against her one last time. Then the lightning flared and the cabin seemed to melt into white. After a moment of quiet, he wordlessly took her in his arms. For the first time she noticed the rain and a salt spray from the window washing over them. God knows the last thing I need now is a woman to think about. He smiled and kissed her. I'd probably be wise to pitch you out to sea this minute, while I still have enough sense to do it, but I don't think I will. I wouldn't let you anyway. I'm not going to let you so much as move. You can just stay precisely where you are. She gripped him tighter and pulled his lips down to hers. If anything, I should have done with you here and now. Then come on, we'll go outside together. He lifted her through the open stern window onto the quarter gallery. The skies were an open flood. She looked at him and reached to gently caress his scarred cheek. What was that you were doing at the first? I never knew men did such things. Her hand traveled across his chest downward. Do women ever do that too? He laughed. It's not entirely unheard of in this day and age. Then you must show me. How? I'll wager no Puritan wife does it. I didn't know you were a Puritan. You certainly don't make love like one. I'm not. I want to be as far from them as I can be. Her lips began to move down his chest. Then come away with me. He smoothed her wet hair. To Jamaica. Jamaica? She looked up at him in dismay. My God, what are you saying? The Spaniards. I'll manage the Spaniards. He reached down and kissed her again. You know, after this morning up on the point, I'd almost believe you. She paused and looked out at the line of warships on the horizon, dull shadows in the rain. But nobody's going to leave here for a long time now. I will. And the English Navy's not going. Stop me. He slipped his arms around her and drew her against him. Why not forget you're supposed to wed Anthony Walrond and come along? We're alike, you and me. Hugh, you know I can't leave. She slid a leg over him and pressed her thigh against his. But at least I've got you here tonight. I think I already fancy this. So let's not squander all our fine time with a lot of talk. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 9. I've changed my mind. I'll not be part of it. Serena pulled at his arm and realized she was shouting to make herself heard above the torrent around them. In the west, the lightning flared again. Take me back. Now. Directly ahead, the wide, thatched roof of the mill house loomed out of the darkness. Atiba seemed not to hear as he circled his arm about her waist and urged her forward. A sheet of rain off the building's eaves masked the doorway, and he drew her against him to cover her head as they passed through. Inside, the packed earthen floor was sheltered and dry. The warmth of the room caused her misgivings to ebb momentarily. The close darkness was like a protective cloak, shielding them from the storm. Still, the thought of what lay ahead filled her with dread. The Jesuit teachers years ago in Brazil had warned you could lose your soul by joining in pagan African rituals. Though she didn't believe in the Jesuits' religion, she still feared their warning. She had never been part of a true Yoruba ceremony for the gods. She had only heard them described, and that so long ago she had forgotten almost everything. When Atiba appeared at her window, a dark figure in the storm, and told her she must come with him, she had at first refused outright. In reply, he had laughed lightly, kissed her, then whispered it was essential that she be present. He did not say why. Instead, he went on to declare that tonight was the perfect time. No cane was being crushed. The mill house was empty, the oxen in their stalls, the entire plantation staff ordered to quarters. Benjamin Briggs and the other Branco masters were assembled in Bridgie town, holding a council of war against the Inglés ships that had appeared in the bay at sunrise. When finally she'd relented and agreed to come, he had insisted she put on a white shift, the whitest she had, saying in a voice she scarcely recognized, that tonight she must take special care with everything. Tonight she must be Yoruba. Surely you're not afraid of lightning and thunder? He finally spoke as he gestured for her to sit, the false lightness still in his tone. Don't be. It could be a sign from Shango that he is with us. Tonight the heavens belong to him. He turned and pointed toward the mill. Just as in this room, near this powerful iron machine of the Branco, the earth is sacred to Ogun. That's why he'll come tonight if we prepare a place for him. She looked blankly at the mill. Although the rollers were brass, the rest of the heavy framework was indeed iron, the metal consecrated to Ogun. She remembered Atiba telling her that when a Yoruba swore an oath in the great palace of the Oba in Ife, he placed his hand not on a Bible, but on a huge piece of iron, shaped like a tear and weighing over 300 pounds. The very existence of Yorubaland was ensured by iron. Ogun's metal made possible swords, tipped arrows, muskets. If no iron were readily at hand, a Yoruba would swear by the earth itself, from whence came ore. I wish you would leave your Yoruba gods in Africa where they belong. How, she asked herself, could she have succumbed so readily to his Preto delusions? She realized now that the Yoruba were still too few, too powerless to revolt. She wanted to tell him to forget his gods, his fool's dream of rebellion and freed. He glanced back at her and laughed. But our gods, our Orisa, are already here because our people are here. He looked away, his eyes hidden in the dark, and waited for a roll of thunder to die away. The wind dropped suddenly for an instant, and there was silence except for the drumbeat of rain. Our gods live inside us, passed down from generation to generation. We inherit the spirit of our fathers, just as we take on their strength, their appearance. Whether we are free or slave, they will never abandon us. He touched her hand gently. Tonight, at last, perhaps you will begin to understand. She stared at him, relieved that the darkness hid the disbelief in her eyes. She had never seen any god anywhere, nor had anyone else. His gods were not going to make him, or her, any less a slave to the Branco. She wanted to grab his broad shoulders and shake sense into him. Tonight was the first, maybe the last, time that Briggs Haw would be theirs alone. Why had he brought her here instead for some bizarre ceremony? Finally, her frustration spilled out. What if I told you I don't truly believe in your Ogun and your Shango and all the rest, any more than I believe? Even the Christian God and all his saints. He lifted her face up. But what if you experience them yourself? Could you still deny they exist? The Christians claim their God created everything in the world. Again, the anger flooding over her like the rain outside. She wanted to taunt him. If that's true, maybe he created your gods too. The Christian God is nothing. Where is he? Where does he show himself? Our Orisa create the world anew every day, rework it. Change it right before our eyes. That's how we know they are alive. His gaze softened. You'll believe in our gods before tonight is over, I promise you. How can you be so sure? Because one of them is already living inside you. Oh, the signs. He stood back and examined her. I think you are consecrated to a certain god very much like you, which is as it should be. He reached down and picked up a cloth sack he had brought. As the lightning continued to flare through the open doorway, he began to extract several long white candles. Finally, he selected one and held it up, then with an angry grunt pointed to the black rings painted around it at 1-inch intervals. You recognize this? It's what the Branco call a bidding candle. Did you know they used candles like this on the ship? They sold a man each time the candle burned down to one of these rings. I wanted Agun to see this tonight. He struck a flint against a tinderbox, then lit the candle, shielding it from the wind till the wick was fully ablaze. Next he turned and stationed it on the floor near the base of the mill, where it would be protected from the gale. She watched the tip flicker in the wind, throwing a patter of light and shadow across his long cheek, highlighting the 3 small parallel scars. His eyes glistened in concentration as he dropped to his knees and retrieved a small bag from his waistband. He opened it, dipped in his hand, and brought out a fistful of white powder. Then he moved to a smooth place on the floor and began to dribble the powder out of his fist, creating a series of curved patterns on the ground. What are you doing? I'm preparing the symbol of Agun. Will drawings in the dirt lure your god? He did not look up, merely continued to lay down the lines of white powder, letting a stream slip from his closed fist. Take care what you say. I am consecrating this earth to Agun, a Yoruba god. Will not be mocked. I have seen hunters return from an entire season in the forest empty-handed because they scorned to make offerings. I don't understand. The Christians say their God is in the sky. Where are these gods of Africa supposed to be? She was trying vainly to recall the stories her mother Dara and the old Babalawo of Pernambuco had told. But there was so much, especially the part about Africa, that she had willed herself to forget. First you clay. They are already inside you, and then you say they must come here from somewhere. Both things are true. The Orisa are in some ways like ordinary men and women. He paused and looked up. Just as we are different, each of them is alls. Oh, Shango desires justice, though wrongs must be fairly punished. He is humane. Agun cares nothing for fairness. He demands vengeance. How do you know what these gods are supposed to want? You don't have any sacred books like the Christians. Perhaps the Christians need their books. We don't. Our gods are not something we study. They're what we are. Then why call them gods? Because they are a part of us we cannot reach except through them. They dwell deep inside ourselves in the spirit that all the Yoruba people share. He looked down and continued to lay out the drawing as he spoke. But I can't describe it because it lies in a part of the mind that has no words. He reached to take more of the white powder from the bag and shifted to a new position as he continued to fashion the diagram, which seemed to be the outline of some kind of bush. You see, except for Alaran, the sky god, all our Orisa once dwelt on earth. But instead of dying, they became the communal memory of our people. When we call forth one of the gods, we reach into this shared consciousness where they wait. If a god comes forth, he may for a time take over the body of one of us as his temporary habitation. He paused and looked up. That's why I wanted you here tonight, to show you what it means to be Yoruba. He straightened and critically surveyed the drawing. His eyes revealed his satisfaction. On the ground was a complex rendering of an African cotton tree, the representing image of Agun. Its trunk was flanked on each side by the outline of an elephant tusk, another symbol of the Yoruba god. He circled it for a moment, praising it, then went to the cache of sacred utensils he had hidden behind the mill that afternoon and took up a stack of palm fronds. Carefully, he laid a row along each side of the diagram. That's finished now. Next, I'll make the symbol for Shango. It's similar. He knelt and quickly began to lay down the outline of a double-headed axe, still using the white powder from the bag. The lines were steady, flawless. She loved the lithe, deft intensity of his body as he drew his sacred signs nothing like the grudging Branco artists who had decorated the cathedral in Pernambuco with Catholic saints, all the while half drunk on Portuguese wine. "Where did you learn all these figures?" he smiled. "I've had much practice, but I was first taught by my father years ago in Ife. The drawing was already done." He examined it a moment, approved it, and laid aside the bag of white powder. She picked it up and took a pinch to her lips. It had the tangy bitterness of cassave. "A flower. Now I'll prepare a candle for Shango." He rummaged through the pile. "But in a way it's for you too, so I'll find a pure white one, not a bidding candle." "What do you mean, for me too?" He seemed not to hear as he lit the taper and placed it beside the symbol. Next he extracted a white kerchief from his waistband and turned to her. "I brought something for you, a gift. Here, let me tie it." He paused to caress her, his fingertips against her cinnamon skin, then he lovingly pulled the kerchief around her head. He lifted up her long hair, still wet from the rain, and carefully coiled it under the white cloth. Finally, he knotted it on top, African style. "Tonight you may discover you true. Ili are a Yoruba woman, so it is well that you look like one." Abruptly, above the patter of rain, came the sound of footfalls in the mud outside. She glanced around, and through the dark saw the silhouettes of the Yoruba men from the slave orders. The first three carried long bundles swathed in heavy brown wraps to protect them from the rain. They entered single file and nodded in silence to Atiba, before gathering around the diagrams on the floor to bow in reverence. After a moment, the men carrying the bundles moved to a clear space beside the mill and began to unwrap them. As the covering fell away, the fresh goatskin tops of 3 new drums sparkled white in the candlelight. She watched the drummers settle into position, each nestling an instrument beneath his left arm, a curved wooden mallet in his right hand. From somewhere in her past, there rose up an identical scene years ago in Brazil, when all the Yoruba, men and women, had gathered to dance. Then, as now, there were 3 hourglass-shaped instruments, all held horizontally under the drummer's arm as they were played. The largest, the Ia Ilu, was almost 3 feet long and was held up by a wide shoulder strap, just as the swan was tonight. The other 2, the bata and the go-go, were progressively smaller, and neither was heavy enough to require a supporting strap. The man holding the Ia Ilu tonight was Obwol, his weathered coffee face rendered darker still by the contrast of a short gray beard. His muscles were conditioned by decades of swinging a long iron sword. In the fields he could wield a cane machete as powerfully as any young warrior. He shifted the shoulder strap one last time, then held but the mallet in readiness, and looked toward Atiba for a signal to begin. When Atiba gave a nod, a powerful drum roll sounded above the roar of the gale. Then Obwol began to talk with the drum, a deep-toned invocation to the ceremonia. "High gods of the Yoruba pantheon, Eligua and Oloran. Omi tutu a Eligua, Omi tutu a my Iles, Oloran madu pu." As the drum spoke directly to the gods, the line of men passed by Atiba and he sprinkled, each with liquor from a calabash, flinging droplets from his fingertips like shooting stars in the candlelight. Each man saluted him, their babalawo, by dropping their heads to the ground in front of him while balanced on their fists, and swinging their bodies right and left, touching each side to the floor in the traditional Yoruba obeisance. The office of babalawo embodied all the struggles, the triumphs, the pride of their race. When the last man had paid tribute, all 3 drums suddenly exploded with a powerful rhythm that poured out into the night and the storm. Obwol's mallet resounded against the skin of the large Ia Ilu, producing a deep, measured cadence 3 strokes, then rest, repeated again, and again, hypnotically, almost as though he were knocking on the portals of the unseen. Next to him, the men holding the 2 smaller drums interjected syncopated clicks between the Ia Ilu's throaty booms. The medley of tempos they blended together was driving, insistent. As the sound swelled in intensity, the men began to circle the drawing for Agun, ponderously shuffling from one foot to the other in time with the beat. It was more than a walk, less than a dance. Atiba began to clang together 2 pieces of iron he had brought, their ring a call to Agun. The men trudged past him, single file, the soles of their feet never leaving the earth. Using this ritual walk, they seemed to be reaching out for some mighty heart of nature through the force of their collective strength. They had come tonight as individuals. Now they were being melded into a single organic whole by the beat of the Ia Ilu, their spirits unified. Some of them nodded to Obwol as they passed, a homage to his mastery, but he no longer appeared to see them. Instead, he gazed into the distance, his face a mask, and methodically pounded the taut goatskin with ever-increasing intensity. Agun Suba Ba Yibe Tan. Suddenly, a chant rose up through the dense air, led by the young warrior Durin, who had devoted his life to Agun. His cropped hair emphasized the strong line of his cheeks and his long, powerful neck. As he moved, now raising one shoulder, then the other in time with the drums, his body began to glisten with sweat in the humid night air. All the while, Atiba stood beside the mill, still keeping time with the pieces of iron. He nodded in silent approval as the men in the line began to revolve, their bare feet now slapping against the packed earth, arms working as though they held a bellows. This was the ritual call for Agun, warrior and iron worker. As they whirled past the design on the floor, each man bent low, anting, imploring Agun to appear. While the sound soared around them, the dance went on, and the atmosphere of the mill house became tense with expectation. Suddenly Durin spun away, separating himself from the line, his eyes acquiring a faraway, vacant gaze. As he passed by the musicians, the drumming swelled perceptibly, and Serena sensed a presence rising up in the room, intense and fearsome. Without warning, the clanging of iron stopped, and she felt a powerful hand ease hers. Agun is almost here. Atiba was pointing toward Durin, his voice a hoarse whisper. Can you sense his spirit emerging? Soon he may try to mount Durin. She studied the dancers, puzzling. What do you mean, mount him? The Orisa can mount our mind and body, almost like a rider mounts a horse. Agun wants to displace Durin's spirit and become the force that rules him. But Durin's self must first leave before Agun can enter, since it's not possible to be both man and god at once. His own spirit is trying to resist to ward off the god. Sometimes it can be terrifying to watch. He studied the men a few moments in silence. Yes, Durin's body will be the one honored tonight. He's the youngest and strongest here. It's only natural that Agun would choose him. Don't be surprised now by what you see. And Dara, his voice grew stern. You must not try to help him, no matter what may happen. At that instant, the young warrior's left leg seemed to freeze to the ground, and he pitched forward, forfeiting his centering and balance. He began to tremble convulsively, his eyes terror-stricken and unfocused, his body reeling from a progression of unseen lows against the back of his neck. He was still trying to sustain the ritual cadence as he pitched backward against the mill. Now the drums grew louder, more forceful, and his entire body seemed to flinch with each stroke of Obwol's mat. His eyes rolled back into his head, showing only a crescent of each pupil, while his arms flailed as though trying to push away some invisible net that had encircled his shoulders. He staggered across the floor, a long gash in his shoulder, where the teeth of the mill had ripped the flesh, and began to emit barking cries, almost screams, as he struggled to regain his balance. You've got to stop it. She started pulling herself to her feet, but before she could rise, Atiba seized her wrist and silently forced her down. None of the other men appeared to take notice of Durin's convulsions. Several were, in fact, themselves now beginning to stumble and lose their balance. But they all continued the solemn dance, determined to resist the force wanting to seize their bodies. At that moment, the measured booms of the large Ia drum switched to a rapid, syncopated beat, a knowing trick by Obwol intended to throw the dancers off their centering. This sudden shift in drumming caused Durin to lose the last of his control. He staggered toward the drummers, shouted something blindly, then stiffened and revolved to face Atiba. His eyes were vacant, but his sweat-drenched body had assumed a miss. Tickle calm, he stood silent for a moment, glared fiercely about the mill house, then reached for the long iron machete Atiba was holding out for him. Obai me lori Moof. He was intoning in a deep, powerful voice, declaring he would now reveal who he was. Ogun. He abruptly brandished the machete about his head, and with a leap landed astride the diagram Atiba had traced in the dirt. The other men hovered back to watch as he launched a violent dance, slashing the air with the blade while intoning a sing-song chant in a voice that seemed to emanate from another world. The drums were silent now, as all present knelt to him, even those older and more senior. Durin, the man, was no longer present. His body belonged to the god, and his absent eyes burned with a fierceness and determination Serena had never before seen. She gripped Atiba's hand, feeling her fingers tremble. Now, more than ever, she was terrified. The pounding of rain on a roof seemed almost to beckon her out into the night, away from all this. But then she began to understand that the men around her were no longer slaves, in the mill room of a plantation in the English Caribbee. They were Yoruba warriors, invoking the gods of their dark land. Now Durin was finishing the ritual chant that proclaimed him the earthly manifestation of Ogun. The words had scarcely died away when Atiba stepped forward and demanded he speak to the men, offer them guidance for the days ahead. When Durin merely stood staring at him with his distant eyes, Atiba grabbed him and shook him. Finally, above the sound of wind and rain, Durin began to shout a series of curt phrases. His voice came so rapidly and with such unearthly force, Serena found she could not follow. What is he saying? She gripped Atiba's hand tighter. Ogun demands we must right the wrongs that have been set upon us, that we must use our swords to regain our freedom and our pride. He declares tonight that his anger is fierce, like the burning sun that sucks dry the milk of the coconut, and he will stand with us in the name of vengeance. That victory will be ours, but only if we are willing to fight to the death as worthy warriors. Atiba stopped to listen as Durin continued to intone in a deep, chilling voice. When he had concluded his declaration, he abruptly turned and approached Serena. He stood before her for a moment, then reached out with his left hand and seized her shoulder, tearing her white shift. She gasped at the tingle in her arm, realizing his fingers were cold and hard as iron. His eyes seemed those of a being who saw beyond the visible into some other world. She wanted to pull away, but his gaze held her transfixed. Send this one back where she belongs, to the compounds of your wives. Yoruba warriors do not hold counsel with women. She will lead you to. The voice seemed to be receding back into Durin's body now, to be calling from some faraway place. Suddenly he leaped backward, circled the machete about his head, and with a powerful stroke thrust it into the earth, buried halfway to the hilt. He stared down, and for a moment in confusion, as though incredulous at what he had just done, then tremulously touched the dark wooden handle. Finally, he seized his face in his hands, staggered backward, and collapsed. Atiba sprang to catch him as he sprawled across the remains of the trampled palm fronds. Several other men came forward, their eyes anxious. Ogun has honored us tonight with his presence. He looked about the dark room, and all the men nodded in silent agreement. At that moment, a long trunk of lightning illuminated the open doorway, followed by a crack of thunder that shook the poles supporting the thatched roof. Serena felt a chill sweep against her forehead. That is the voice of Shango. He too demands to be heard. We must continue. Atiba turned to Serena. Even though it displeases Ogun, your presence here tonight is essential. You were once consecrated to Shango. Perhaps you were never told. But you are Yoruba. Your lineage is sacred to he. How do you know? She felt the chill in the room deepening. Shango animates your spirit. As a Babalawo, I can tell. It must have been divine the day you were born and sanctified by a ceremony to Olaran, the high god. There are inns, but I must not reveal to you what they are. No, I won't have any part of this. It's pagan, terrifying. She wrapped her arms about her, shivering from the cold. I only came here to please you. I'll watch, but that's all. Atibi motioned to the drummers. But Shango will not be denied. You have nothing to fear. Most of his fire tonight is being spent in the skies. The drums began again, their cadence subtly changed from before. The lightning flashed once more, closer now, as he urged her toward the dancers. We must know the will of Shango, but we are all men of Agun. Shango would never come and mount one of us. He will only come to you, his consecrated. As the line of men encircled her and pushed her forward into the crowd of half-naked bodies sweating in the candlelight, Atiba's face disappeared in the tumult of heaving chests and arms. She tried to yell back to him, to tell him she would never comply, but her voice was lost in the drumming and the roar of the rain. She was moving now with the line of men. Before she realized what she was doing, she had caught the hem of her swaying white shift and begun to swing it from side to side in time with the booms of the Ilu drum. It was a dance figure she remembered from some lost age, a joyous time long ago. She would dance for her love of Atiba, but not for his gods. Now the rhythm of the drums grew more dizzying, as though pulling her forward. It was increasingly hard to think. Only through the dance could she keep control, stay centered on her own self. Only by this arcing of her body, as the movement of her hips flowed into her swaying torso, could she. Suddenly she saw herself in Pernambuco, being urged gently forward by her Yoruba mother as the slaves drummed in the cool evening air. It was Sunday, and all the Preto had gathered to dance, the black women in ornate Portuguese frocks of bright primary colors and the men in tight-fitting trousers. The drums were sounding, and the plantation air was scented by a spray of white blossoms that drifted down from the spreading tree. The Senhor do Ingenho was there, the white master, clapping and leering and calling something to Dara about her mulata daughter's new frock. He was watching her now, waiting. Soon, very soon, he would take her. Lightning flashed again, and she felt its warmth against her icy skin. She wanted to laugh, to cry, to stay in that world of far away whose warmth beckoned. But now she felt her own will beginning to ebb. Something was happening. No, please, no. She forced her long fingernails into her palm, and the pain seemed to restore some of the awareness she had felt slipping from her. Desperately, she tore herself away from the dance and seized the center post of the mill, gasping for air and digging her nails into the wood until she felt one snap. Then she pulled away the African kerchief and threw back her head, swirling her hair about her face till it caught in her mouth. All at once she was thirsty, hungry, yearning for a dark presence that hovered over her body like a lover. Again, the blossoms of Pernambuco drifted down, tiny points of fire as they settled against her face, and she began to hum a simple Portuguese song she had known as a child. It was spring in Brazil, and as she looked up, she saw the face of the old Yoruba Babalawo. Dara. He was reaching toward her, beckoning her away from the Portuguese master, saying something about Shango she did not understand, and the sight of his sad eyes and high black cheeks filled her with love. But now there was a youthfulness in his face as though he were here and powerful and young. Her old Babalawo had come back. There was the same glistening black skin, the same 3 face marks cut down his cheek, the powerful eyes she had somehow forgotten over the years. She gasped as he pulled her back into the circle of dancers. He was Atiba. His clan marks were Atiba's, and so was his voice. Lightning illuminated the doorway, and its whiteness washed over her, bleaching away the mill, the moving bodies, the face of Atiba. As she stumbled back among the dancers, her mind seemed to be thinning, turning to pale mist, merging with the rain. Baguo Iguoro Ake Semelenu Shango. The men were moving beside her now, intoning their sing-song chant. She suddenly recalled the long-forgotten Yoruba verses and wanted to join in, but the words floated away. She was no longer part of the men in the room. She was distant, observing from some other world. Instead of the sweating bodies, there was the fragrance of frangipani and the faces of Preto slaves on the Pernambuco plantation, as they gathered around at the moment of her birth to praise her light skin. Dara's warm, nourishing breast was against her lips, and the world was bright and new. She gasped for breath, but the air was wet, oppressive. Its heaviness was descending over her, then her left leg seemed to catch in a vise as though it belonged to the deep earth. She wrenched her body to look down and felt a crack of thunder pound against her back. The world was drifting up through her, drowning her in white. She is floating, borne by the drums, while a weight has settled against her back, a stifling weariness that insists the dance must stop. Yet some path, or propels her on, swirls about her, forces her forward. She senses the touch of wet skin as she falls against one of the dancers, but no hands reach out to help. Only the drums keep her alive. But they too are fading, leaving her as the world starts to move in slow motion. A white void has replaced her mind. Her breath comes in short bursts, her heart pounds, her hands and feet are like ice. She is ready now to leave, to surrender, to be taken. Then a voice comes, a voice only she can hear, whose Yoruba words say her mind can rest, that her body is no longer to struggle. She holds her eyes open, but she no longer sees. A powerful whiteness has settled against her forehead. Oak and Rintio Lagbara, a hard voice cut through the room, silencing the drums. Shango, the Yoruba men fell forward to touch the feet of the tall mulatta who towered over them, demanding worship. Her eyes glowed white illuminate. In the darkness of the room, her arms stretched out toward Atiba as she called for her scepter. He hesitated a moment, as though stunned that she was no longer Dara, then rose to hand her a large stone that had been chipped into the fall. From of a double-headed axe, he had fashioned it himself in anticipation of just this moment. As he offered the sacred implement, her left hand shot out and seized his throat. She grabbed the axe head with her right hand and examined it crit. Ikli. Then she roughly cast him aside against the mill. While the men watched, she raised the stone axe above her head and began to speak. Apolopo eyes, Io wa tai anikan ko la da siafi by o ba alwaran lowo. The voice of Shango was telling them that the Yoruba must join with the other men of Africa, if they would not all die as slaves. Otherwise, they and their children and their children's children for 20 generations would be as cattle to the Branco. Even so, he would not yet countenance the spilling of innocent blood. Not until Yoruba blood had been spilled. They must not kill those among the Branco who had done them no hurt. Only those who would deny their manhood. Suddenly she turned and glared directly at Atiba. The voice grew even harsher. Atiba, son of Balagun, by Owoani ko ti eku ida akai iber iku tayo pa baba ani. It was the ancient call to arms of Ife. No man who has not grasped his sword can avenge the death of his father. But Atiba sensed there was a deeper, more personal message. The voice had now become that of Balagun himself, clearly, unmistakably. He felt his heart surge with shame. Her last words were still ringing when a sphere of lightning slid down the center pole of the roof and exploded against the iron mill. Rings of fire danced across the rollers and dense dark smoke billowed in the room. Atiba had already sprung to catch her as he slumped forward, sending her stone axe clattering across the packed floor. Alaran Ayuba by Yibe Tanu. Through the smoke, he quickly began to intone a solemn acknowledgement to the Yoruba high god. Then he lifted her into his arms and pressed his cheek against hers as he led the men out. She was only dimly aware of a whisper against her ear. You are truly a woman of the Yoruba, and tonight you have brought us Shango's power. With him to help us, we will won. Day soon plant our yams where the Branco's compounds stand. As they started down the pathway, single file, the lightning had gone. Now there was only the gentle spatter of Caribbean rain against their sweating faces as they merged with the night. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 10. As the bell on the rainbow struck the beginning of the first watch, Edmund Calvert stood on the quarterdeck studying the thin cup of crescent moon that hung suspended in the west. In another hour it would be gone, and the dense tropical dark would descend. The time had arrived to commence the operation. He reflected grimly on how it had come to this. The ultimate responsibility, he knew, must be laid at the door of a greedy parliament. Before the monarchy was abolished, the American settlements had been the personal domain of the king. and they had suffered little interference from commons. Scarce wonder Parliament's execution of Charles was received with so much trepidation and anger here yet. Yesterday he'd heard that in Virginia, the Assembly had just voted to hang anyone heard defending the recent traitorous proceedings in England. What these Americans feared, naturally enough, was that Parliament would move to try and take that. Moreover, they were right, and the richest prize of all was not Virginia, not Massachusetts, but the sugar island of Barbados. Why else had he been sent here first? How could Oliver Cromwell have so misjudged these colonists? He thought all they needed was intimidation, and expected the fleet to manage that handily. What he'd failed to understand was the strong streak of independence that had developed here over the years, especially in Barbados. Instead of acting sensibly, the islanders had met the fleet with a cannon barrage and a declaration stating that they would fight to the death for their liberty. What was worse, they had steadfastly refused to budge. Even so, he had tried every means possible to negotiate a surrender. He'd started a propaganda campaign, sending ashore letters and posters warning that resistance was foolhardy, that they needed the protection of England. But Dalby Bedford's reply was to demand that the island be allowed to continue governing itself by its own elected assembly, when everyone knew Parliament would never agree. Yet for a fortnight, they had continued their fruitless exchange of letters, cajolery, threats neither side willing to relent. What else, he asked himself, was left to do now? Add to that, invasion fever was becoming rife in the fleet. This morning he had hung out the flag of council, summoning the captains of all the ships aboard the Rainbow for a final parley, and all over a luncheon table groaning with meat and drink from the 14 captured Dutch merchant flights, the men had done little else save brag of victory. Finally, his last hope of avoiding bloodshed gone, he had reluctantly issued orders. Had come to this England, and her most populous American colony were going to war. He then spent the afternoon watch on the quarterdeck, alone, pensively studying the flying fish that glided across the surface of the tranquil blue Caribbee. Hardest to repress was his own anguish at the prospect of sending English infantry against a settlement in the Americas. These New World venturers were not rebel papist Irishmen, against whom Cromwell might well be justified in dispatching his army. They were fellow Protestants. As he turned and ordered the anchor weighed, he experienced yet another disquieting reflection. Unless there was some weakness in the island he did not yet know, it could win. Are we ready to ish? Muskets now, and bandoliers of powder and shot. Vice Admiral James Powlett was coming up the companionway with a purposeful stride. He heard Powlett's question, and decided to pass the decision on issuing of arms to the invasion come. Under Colonel Richard Morris, now waiting beside him wearing breastplate and helmet. Deep wrinkles from 50 years of life were set in Morris' brow, and the descending dark did not entirely obscure the worry in his blue eyes or the acacia. No nervous twitch in his Dutch-style goatee. A seasoned army officer, he had chafed for days waiting to take his men ashore. On board the ships, he and his infantry were under naval command. On land, he would be in total charge. His impatience could not have been greater. During the forenoon watch, he had personally visited each of the troop ships and picked some 200 of the fittest infantry for the invasion. He had organized them into attack squadrons, appointed field commanders, and held a briefing for the officers. Then the men had been transferred in equal numbers to the Rainbow, the Marston Moor, and the Gloucester, where the captains had immediately ordered them down to the already crowded gun decks to await. Nightfall, we'll issue no arms till it's closer to time. Morris squinted at Powlett through the waning moonlight. I'll not have some recruit light a matchcord in the dark down there between decks and maybe set off a powder keg, though I'd scarcely fault any man who did, considering the conditions you've placed my infantry under. In truth, sir, I think we're all a trifle weary of hearing your complaints about how the Navy has been required to garrison your men. Powlett scowled. May I remind you that while you've seen fit to occupy yourself grumbling, the Navy has arranged to replenish our water and provisions, courtesy of all the butter boxes who were anchored in the bay. In fact, I only just this afternoon finished inventorying the last Dutch flight and securing her hatches. Powlett paused to watch as the Rainbow began to come about, her bow turning north. She would lead the way along the coast, the other two warships following astern and steering by a single lantern hanging from her maintopmast. Their destination was the small bay off the settlement at Jamestown, up the coast from Carlisle Bay. What this Navy has done, sir, Morris' voice was rising, is to seize and pilfer the merchantmen of a nation England has not declared war on. We don't need letters of marque to clear our American settlements of these Dutchmen, Powlett continued. They've grown so insolent and presumptuous they're not to be suffered more. If we don't put a stop to them, they'll soon make claim to all the Americas, so that no nation can trade here but themselves. Besides, it's thanks to these interloping Hollanders that we've now got fresh water and meat enough to last for weeks. So I'm told, though my men have yet to see a sliver of this Dutch meat we hear about. There's been time needed to inventory, sir. I've had the beef we took cut into quarter pieces and pickled and put aboard the provision ships, and the pork and mutton cut into half pieces and salted. We've got enough in hand now to sit and watch this island starve, if it comes to that. Morris chewed on his lip and thought bitterly of the noonday council of war called aboard the Rainbow. All the fleet captains had gorged themselves on fresh pork and fat mutton, washing it down with fine brandy, and sack all taken from the captain's larder of the Cosforloren. The treatment of my men on this voyage has been nothing short of a crime, he continued angrily. It cries to heaven, I swear it. The infantrymen had been confined to the hold for the entire trip, on dungeon-like gun decks illuminated by only a few dim candles. Since naval vessels required a far larger crew than merchant ships, owing to the men needed for the gun crews, there was actually less space for extra personnel than an ordinary merchantman would have afforded. A frigate the size of the Rainbow already had 2 watches of approximately 30 men each, together with 25 or more specialists, carpenters, cooks, gunnery mates. How, Morris wondered, could they expect anything save sickness and misery on a ship when they took aboard? An additional 100 or 200 landsmen sure to be seasick for the whole of the voyage. Need anyone be surprised when his soldiers were soon lying in their own vomit, surrounded by sloshing buckets of excrement, and too sick to make their way to the head up by the bowsprit, where the seamen squatted to relieve themselves. Scarce wonder more men died every day. What's your latest estimate of their strength here on this side of the island? Morris turned back to Powlett, trying to ignore the stench that wafted up out of the scuttles. Assuming the intelligence you've been getting is worth anything. I can do without your tone, sir, the Vice Admiral snapped. We have it on authority that the rebels have managed to raise some 6,000 foot and 400 horse. But their militias strung out the length of the coast. Any place we make a landing, unless it's bungled, we should have the advantage of surprise and numbers. All you have to do is storm the breastwork and spike their ordnance. It should be a passing easy night's work. Nothing's easy. The trick will be to land the men before they can alert the entire island. Morris turned back to Calvert. I'll need flintlocks for the first wave, not matchlocks. If we're to have the benefit of surprise, and I've got a feeling we'll need every advantage we can muster. We can manage that easily enough. I'd guess we've got nearly 200 flintlocks and about 600 matchlocks, so I can to every man you have a musket and pike, and a bandolier with 12 rounds of powder and shot, as well as 6 yards of match cord for the matchlocks. So what you're saying is we've got mostly matchlocks. Morris' voice was grim. That's all then. Our militia'll have, depend on it. That was doubtless true, Morris told himself. It would be an old-style war, but plenty deadly for it all. From the time some 2 centuries earlier when the musket came into general use, the most means for firing had been to ignite a small amount of powder in an external container, the powder pan, which then directed a flash through a tiny hole in the side of the barrel, igniting the powder of the main charge. The powder pan of a matchlock was set off using a burning match cord. a powder-impregnated length of cotton twine kept lit in readiness for firing the gun. The technique differed very little from the way a cannon was fired. A smoldering end of the match cord was attached to the hammer or cock of the gun, which shoved it into the powder pan whenever the trigger was pulled. An infantryman using a matchlock musket carried several yards of match cord, prudently burning at both ends. Matchlocks were cheap and simple, and the mainstay of regular infantry throughout Europe. There was, however, an improved type of firing mechanism recently come into use, called the flintlock, much preferred by sportsmen and anyone wealthy enough to afford it. The flintlock musket ignited the powder in the external pan by striking flint against steel when the trigger was pulled, and it was a concealable weapon which could also be used in rainy weather, since it did not require a burning cord. A flintlock cost 3 or 4 times as much as a matchlock, and required almost constant maintenance by a skilled gunsmith. Morris suspected that, whereas a few of the rich royalist exiles on Barbados might own flintlocks, most of the poorer planters probably had nothing more than cheap matchlocks. We'd also be advised to offload some provisions once we get ashore, in case we get pinned down. Morris looked coldly at Powlett. I'm thinking a few quarters of that pickled beef you took from the Dutchman wouldn't be amiss. In time, sir. For now, I can let you have 20 hogsheads of water, and I'll set ashore some salt pork from our regular stores. What if I offered to trade all that for just a few kegs of brandy? Morris appealed to Calvert. I warrant the men sooner have it. Calvert glanced at Powlett. Knowing the vice-admiral had hinted at their noonday council, he preferred keeping all the Dutch brandy for the navies. I'd say we can spare you a couple of kegs. It should be enough for a day or two's supply. But I'll not send it ashore till the breastwork is fully secured. Now the Rainbow was entering the outer perimeter of the small bay at Jamestown, and the admiral excused himself to begin giving orders for reefing the mainsail. Through the dark, they could see the outline of the torchlit breastwork, a low brick fortress outlined against the palms. It's all but certain to be bristling with ordnance, Morris thought. And what if there are militias waiting for us somewhere in those damned trees? How many men will I lose before daylight? He inhaled the humid night air, then turned to Powlett. We should start bringing the men up on deck. We've got to launch the longboats as soon as we drop anchor, before the militia in the breastwork has time to summon reinforcements. Powlett nodded and passed the order to the quartermaster. Then I'll unlock the forecastle so we can begin issuing muskets and bandoliers. The infantrymen emerged from the hold in companies, each led by an officer. The general mismatch of body armor, the breast and back, bespoke what a ragtag army it was. Also, the helmets or pots, for those fortunate enough to have one, were a mixture of all the age had produced. Some with flat brims, some that curled upward front and back. Some were too large for their wearers, others too small. Doublets, too, were a rainbow of color, many with old-fashioned ruffs taken from dead or captured royalists during the Civil War, and the rest plain and patched with rough country cloth. The night perfume of the tropical shore, and the sea was obliterated by the stench of the emerging soldiers. Their faces were smeared with soot from the beams of the gun decks where they had been quartered, and they smelled strongly of sweat and the rankness of the hold. As they set grimly to work readying their weapons, a row of longboats along midship was unlashed and quietly lowered over the side. The 2 other warships, which had anchored astern of the Rainbow, also began launching their invasion craft. Kegs of water, salt pork, and black powder were assembled on deck and ready to be landed after the first wave of the assault. The guns of the warships were already primed and run out, set to provide artillery support if necessary when the longboats neared the beach. But with luck, the breastwork could be overrun and its gun placements seized before the militia had a chance to set and fire its ordnance. Once the Jamestown fortress was disabled, there would be a permanent breach in the island's defenses, a chink not easily repaired. The longboats had all been oared now, and they bobbed in a line along the port side of the Rainbow. Next, rope ladders were dropped, and the infantrymen ordered to form ranks at the gunwales. Those assigned to lead the attack, all armed with flintlocks, were ordered over the side first. They dropped down the dangling ladders one by one, grumbling to mask their fear. The second wave, men with matchlocks, were being issued lighted matchcord, which they now stood coiling about their waists as they waited to disemb. Edmund Calvert watched silently from the quarterdeck, heartsick. With them went his last hope for negotiation. Now it was a state of war, England against her own settlements in the New World. Katie, all I'm trying to say is you'll jeopardize your chances for a proper marriage if this goes on much more. I only hope you have some idea of what you're about. Dalby Bedford leaned back in his chair and studied the head of his cane, troubled by his conflicting emotions. The it sounds from the compound outside, crickets and whistling frogs, filtered in through the closed jalousies. He loved his daughter more than life itself. What's more, he had vowed long ago never to treat her as a child. And now that she no longer was a child, what to do? It was too late to dictate to her. The time for that was years ago. She was a woman now. She was no longer his little girl. She was no longer his. They'd always been best of friends. In the evenings, they'd often meet in the forecourt of the compound, where, after she was old enough to understand such things, they would laugh over the latest gossip from London. What pompous lord had been cuckolded, whose mistress had caused a scene at court? He had never thought to warn her that, as a woman, she might someday have desires of her own. But now he was still her father, still worried over her, still wanted the right thing for her. And she was throwing away her best chance to secure a fine marriage, all for the company of a man whose rough manner he could not help but despise, however much he might respect his courage and talent. Hugh Winston was the antithesis of everything Dalby Bedford stood for. He was impulsive, contemptuous of law and order. How could Katie be attracted to him, be so imprudent? Had she learned nothing in all their years together? Dalby Bedford found himself puzzled, disturbed, and yes, he had to admit it, a trifle jealous. Katie, you know. Oh, I've never tried to interfere in what you choose to do, but in truth, I must tell you I'm troubled about this Winston. Your carousing about with a smuggler is hardly demeanor fitting our position here. I fear it's already been cause for talk. She set down the leather bridle she was mending and lifted her eyes, sensing his discomfort. You'd suppose there were more important things for the island to talk about, especially now. What happens to you is important to me, I should hope. It's important to you as well, young woman. She straightened her skirt, and the edge of her crinoline petticoat glistened in the candlelight. Hugh's a smuggler when I'm out with him, but he's Captain Winston when the militia needs a batch of raw in-acre freeholders drilled in how to form ranks and prime a musket. I thought it was Captain Winston, and not a smuggler who's been working night and day helping keep trained gunners manning all the breastworks along the coast. There's no arguing with you, Katie. I gave that up long ago. I'm just telling you to mind yourself. He swabbed his brow against the heat of early evening and rose to open the jalousies. A light breeze whispered through the room and fluttered the curtains. He'll grant you he's been a help to us for all his want of breeding. But what do you know about him? No man who lives the way he does can be thought a gentleman. You've been out riding with him half a dozen times, once all the way off over to the breastwork at Oyston's. In fact, you must have passed right by the Walron plantation. It's not gone unnoticed, you can be sure. He settled back into his chair with a sigh and laid aside his cane. These last few days he had realized more than ever how much he depended on Catherine. Anthony Walron's a man of the world, but you can't push him too far. I'm just telling you to try and be discreet. In faith, my greater worry is that I'd sooner you were me more now. Between us, I think the fleet's going to try and invade soon. If not tonight, then tomorrow or the day after for certain. Talk has run its course, and if we've got to fight the English army on our own beaches, God help us. He could sense the unity on the island dissolving. Many of the smaller planters were growing fearful, and morale in the militia was visibly deteriorating. Half the men would just as soon have done with the constant alerts and dwindling supplies. There was scarcely any meat to be had now. and flour was increasingly being hoarded and rationed. Cassava bread was finding its way onto the tables of English planters, who a fortnight earlier would have deemed it fit only for indentures, while the indentures themselves, God knows, were being fed even less than usual. Without the steady delivery of provisions by the Dutch shippers, there probably would be starvation on Barbados inside a month, and with all the new Africans on the island, many militiamen were reluctant to leave their own homes unprotected. Little wonder so many of the smaller freeholders were openly talking about surrender. Katie, I hate to ask this, but I do wish you'd stay. You're in the compound from now on. It's sure to be safer than riding about the island, no matter who you're with. I thought I was of age, and therefore free to come and go as I wish. I that you are. You're 23 and twice as stubborn as you. Her mother ever was. I just don't want to lose you too, the way I lost her. He looked at her, his eyes warm with concern. Sometimes you seem so much like her, only I think she truly loved Bermuda, which I'll warrant you never really did. It always seemed so tame. She knew how much he cherished those few years of happiness before his long stretch of widowerhood in Barbados. There's a wildness and a mystery about this island I never felt there. You were. Or of your own opinion, even then. But still, I've always been regretful I agreed to take this post. He paused and his look darkened. Especially considering what happened on the trip down. If only I'd taken your mother below decks when the firing began, she'd still be with us. But she wanted to see the canoes. She picked up the bridle again. I did too. Well, you've been a comfort to a dull old man, no. Don't try and deny it more than any father has a right to expect, I suppose. You became a woman that day your mother died, no question of it. The sparkle returned to his eyes. You'd never do anything I told you after that. May God curse you with a daughter of your own someday, Katie Bedford. Then you'll know what it's like. At that moment she wanted nothing so much as to slip her arms around his neck and tell him she would be his dutiful daughter forever. But she was no longer sure it was true. Now admit it to me, Katie. This is. It's no time for pretense. You're smitten with this Winston, aren't you? I can see the change in you. He watched as she busied herself with the bridle, trying not to look surprised. I realize you're a woman now. I suppose I can understand how a man like him might appeal to you. And I guess there's nothing wrong with having a bit of a dalliance. God knows it's fashionable in London these days. But your Winston's a curious fellow, and there are doubtless a lot of things about him neither of us knows. He looked at her. I'm sure your mother wouldn't have approved any more than I do. What does she have to do with this? She knew he always invoked her mother's alleged old-fashioned views any time he couldn't think of a better arg. You meant, perhaps you're right. What you do now is on my head, not hers. He paused, not wanting to meet her eyes. I'll grant you I might have sowed a few wild oats myself when I was your age, and I can't say I've entirely regretted it. The fact is, as I get older, that's one of the few things from my early years I remember at all. After a while, all other memories fade. His voice drifted away. And now, the way things have come to pass, these days may be the last either of us has left to. He raised his hand suddenly, as though to silence himself. From down the hill came the faint crack of a musket, then another and another. 3 shots. They both waited, listening in the dim candlelight as the night sounds of crickets and frogs resumed once more. Finally, he spoke. Well, there it is. She rose and walked over behind his chair. She hesitated for a moment, then slipped her arms around his neck and nuzzled her cheek against his. There are so many things Shed wanted to say to him over the years. Now suddenly it was almost too late, and still she couldn't find the words. She wanted to hold him now, but something still stopped her. Silently he touched her hand then, reached for his cane and stood. I've ordered the carriage horses kept harnessed in case. He was already halfway to the door. I suppose I'd best go down to the point first, just to be sure. I want to go with you. She grabbed the bridle and ran after him, to let him get away with so much still unsaid. No, you'll stay here, and for once that's an order. He took her hand and squeezed it. I didn't tell you that 5 members of the Assembly have already called for, sir. Render, 5 out of 22. I wonder how many more will be ready to join them after tonight. If the Assembly votes to give in, Katie, you know it'll probably mean a trial in London for me. He kissed her on the cheek. You'll have to. A look out for yourself then, and that'll be time aplenty to go chasing around the island in the dark. He drew back. In the meantime, you'd best decide what you plan to do about this Winston fellow if that happens. Don't go losing your heart to him. He's a rogue who'll not do the right thing by you or any woman. Mark it. A father still can see a few things. He's already got one woman, that ship of his, and a seaman like that never has room for anyone else. She had to concede that, in truth, there was something to what he said. Up till now, she'd been managing to keep things in balance. But was she starting to let desire overrule that better judgment? For the 100th time, she warned herself to key. Per head, in the first place, I don't wish to marry Hugh Winston, so it's just as well, isn't it, that he's got his ship? I see all too well what he is. I'm going to marry Anthony and try and make the best of things. Her eyes hardened. And secondly, we're not going to lose. You just have to delay the Assembly from voting a surrender. Hugh thinks the militia can drive them back. Aye, we may hold out for a time. We've got trained gunners for every breastwork on the west and south coasts. But how long before some of the militia starts defecting? Then what can we do, with guns at our backs as well? He exhaled pensively. By the way, on the subject of Winston, I've noticed something a trifle incongruous about that man. He appears to know a lot more about cannon and fortifications than a seaman reasonably ought, probably as much or more even than Anthony Walrond. Has he ever said where he learned it? He never talks much about his past. She had found herself increasingly puzzled and not a little infuriated by Winston's secretiveness. Probably the only woman he ever confided in was Joan Fuller. But sometimes I get the idea he may have learned a lot of what he knows from a Frenchman. Now and then he slips and uses a French name for something. I'd almost guess he helped a band of Frenchmen set up defenses somewhere in the Caribbean once. Dalby Bedford quietly sucked in his breath, then tried to mask his dismay. The only band of Frenchmen to fit that description would be the little settlement of planters on the French side of St. Christopher, or the cow-killers on Tortuga. And Hugh Winston hardly looked like a planter. Well, maybe it's just as well we don't know, Katie. He reached for his hat. Now mind yourself and make sure all the servants have muskets. Don't open the door to anyone. He pecked her quickly on the cheek. Just be glad. Your friend Winston's frigate is aground. His other woman is beached for now. Try and keep her that way. Suddenly James, their stooping, white-haired Irish servant, pushed through the doorway from the paneled entry foyer. The night breeze set the candles flickering. Excellency, he bowed nervously. Pardon me, Excellency. There's a gentleman to see you. He just rode into the compound all in a sweat. Claims he's come up from Mistress Fuller's place. The Assembly had voted to place you, Winston, in command of the gunnery crews for the cannon emplacements at the 4 major breastworks along the coast. Lookout Point, Bridgetown, and Jamestown on the west, and Oyston's Bay on the south. In line with that responsibility, he had taken the front room of Jones' tavern and converted it into a meeting place for his gunnery officers. Several of Jones' rickety pine tables had been lashed together to form a desk. From that makeshift post, he assigned the daily watch for each of the breastworks and monitored supplies. He also maintained close communication with the commanders of the field militia, both infantry and cavalry, who were drawn from the ranking planters and royalist officers in each parish. The militia itself had individual field command posts in each of the parish churches. The tavern was a comfortable rendezvous place for the men assigned to the guns, mostly seamen or former seamen who had gained their experience with heavy ordnance on a gun deck. Jones' familiar clapboard establishment enjoyed a commanding view of the harbor, and unlike the parish churches, offered the finest food and grog remaining on the island. Joan presided over the accommodations, making sure necessary amenities were always at hand. She also kept a close eye on the loyalties of those who gathered. Tonight, however, the tavern was all but empty save for Winston. his quartermaster John Mews and his master's mate Edwin. Spur, since all gunnery mates were on alert and at their posts at the various breastworks along the coast. The three of them were waiting for the signal, horses saddled and ready. The night was clear and humid, and a light breeze had just sprung. Up in the south. Winston leaned against the door jamb, half in and half out, exhausted from a day-long ride reviewing gun emplacements along the shore. John Mews was stationed outside on the porch, tankard in hand, keeping an eye on the scent. He posted atop lookout point. A system of lantern signals had been arranged to alert the Bridgetown command post to any change in the disposition of the fleet. I've got a feelin' about tonight, Captain. Word from up on the point at midday. As they were holding a big meeting aboard the Rainbow, and then she got underway and made about a league out to sea, along with the troop ships. Mews took a nervous puff from the long stem of his white clay pipe. I'd say it's odds their plan. A little surprise for us tonight, more'n likely somewhere along the west coast. I've got the same feeling, John. He strolled across the narrow porch and stared up the hill toward the sentry post stationed at the north end of the point. What was the latest signal? Same as usual. 5 flashes on the quarter hour, meanin' no sightings. Mews reached to tap his pipe against the heavy beam at the corner of the building. I told tonight's watch to report anything that. Moved, but they'll be hard-pressed to see much beyond the bay here. Then you stay lively, too, and try not to get too thirsty. Winston lifted a flintlock musket he had brought ashore from the Defiance and tested the lock by the light of a candle lantern. Next, he started polishing the barrel with a cloth he had borrowed from Joan. I've got an idea they may try and land up at Jamestown, or maybe even farther north. Then hadn't we best advise the militia, Manders to double the security on the breastwork up that way? I spoke with Walrond up at Jamestown late this afternoon. We both figure that's the most likely location. He's already ordered up reinforcements for tonight. He drew a musket patch from his pocket and began to clean the sooty powder pan of the musket. I didn't see any militia moving out from around here. Nobody was to move till dark. We don't want the fleet's Puritan spies here to know we're ready. We'd lose our chance to catch their infantry in a noose. Betwixt you and me, I'd just as soon they never got around to landing infantry. Mews shifted up his trousers. A man could well get his balls shot off amidst all that. Us get fire. Winston pulled back the hammer of the musket, checking its tension. Sometimes I wonder why the hell I keep you on, John. I'd wager most of Joan's girls have more spirit for a fight. I'd sooner do my battlin' on a feather. Mattress, I'll own it. So the better question is why I stay on under your command. To be the fine caliber of men you're privileged to ship with. That crew of gallows bait are a rare species of gentility, as I'm a Christian. He started to laugh, then it died in his throat. God's wounds, was that a signal up at the point? Looked to be. Winston flipped over the musket and examined the barrel. Then he selected a charge holder, a tiny metal flask from among the two. Elf strung from the bandolier draped over his shoulder and began pouring its black powder into the muzzle. 3 longs and a short. That means a masked lantern putting in at Jamestown, right? He fitted a patch over the ramrod and began to empin the powder, probably the Rainbow. That's the signal. Mews shoved the pipe into his pocket. Want me to fetch the muskets? Tell Joan to give you those 2 leaning in the corner at the back. I just got through priming them. Mew vaulted the steps leading to the open tavern door. Seconds later, Joan appeared, holding the 2 flintlocks. What is it, darling? Her eyes were bloodshot with fatigue. Are we finally due for some company? Right on schedule, the serfs. Been down all day. I figured they'd try it tonight. He finished tapping the ball down the muzzle of the musket, then placed the gun carefully on the step. I guess that means I win our wager. God's blood, I never thought it'd come to this. I was sure they'd never have the brass to try it. She passed him the muskets. So we'll be going to war after all. I'd wager you another shilling you'll not hold them off, darling, save there'd be no way to collect if I won. All wagers are off now. This one's too hard to call. He handed one of the flintlocks to John Mews, then cocked the other and aimed it into the dark night air. Ready, John? Aye. Mews cocked the musket and aimed it at the sliver of moon on the eastern horizon. Tell me again. The signal for Jamestown's one shot, a count of 5, another shot, a count of 10, and then the third? That's it. Fire when ready. Winston squeezed the trigger and the powder pan flashed in the dark. 5 seconds later, Muse discharged the second musket. Then after 10 seconds, Winston fired the third, the one he had just loaded. All right, John, get the horses. Aye. Muse disappeared around the side of the tavern, headed for the makeshift stable located at the rear. Approximately a minute later, the signal of 3 musket shots was repeated by militiamen in the field command post at Black Rock, on the road to Jamestown. Shortly after there again came a faint repetition of the pattern of shots farther north. The prearranged signal was moving quickly up the coast. Muse emerged from the dark leading 2 speckled mares. He patted one on the side of her face, muttered an endearment, then passed the reins to Wynne. "Ston, I'm ready to ride." "All right, John, I'll see you at Jamestown. Put Spur in charge here and go up to the governor's compound to tell Bedford. If he's not there, then try the assembly room. If they're meeting tonight, tell them to adjourn and get every man up to Jamestown on the double. We may need them all." Muse bellowed instructions through the doorway. Then he seized the saddle horn of the smaller horse and pulled himself up. "Aye, I'll be up there myself soon as He can manage, depend on it." Joan stood beside Winston, watching as he vanished into the dark. "Well now, that's most curious." She cocked back her head and her eyes snapped in the lantern light. "I'm surprised you'd not take the opportunity to go up to His Excellency's compound yourself, seeing you're so well acquainted with the family these days. All in the line of duty? Duty my arse, you whoremaster. But you'll get what you deserve from that one, on my honor. She thinks she is royalty itself." She held the reins while he mounted. "Don't say I didn't give you a friendly warning." "I'm warned." He vaulted into the saddle as Edwin Spur emerged through the doorway to assume lookout duty. "Edwin, prime and the muskets, in case they try to attack on 2 fronts. Do you know the signals?" "Aye, Captain." Joan handed up the reins. "Godspeed. You know if you let those Puritan hypocrites take over the island, there'll be a lot of wives thing. They can finally close me down, just because they've got nothing better to fret about. We'll win." He looked at Joan a moment and reached out to take her hand. Tonight he felt almost like he was defending the only home he had left. Now he had no ship, and Jamaica seemed farther away than ever. He leaned over in the saddle and kissed her. She ran her arms around his neck, then drew back and pinched his cheek. "Show those roundhead bastards a thing or two of out how to shoot, love. I'm counting on you, though damned if I know why. Just keep the grog under lock and key till I get back." He waved lightly, then reined the mare toward the road north. As the horse clattered across the loose boards, the bridge, he glanced over his shoulder, up the hill toward the compound. What'll happen to Bedford and Katie, he wondered to himself, if we can't hold off the attack? It'll be the Tower and a trial for him, not a doubt. Probably charged with leading a rebellion. And what about her? More riders were joining him now, militiamen who had been waiting for the signal. The distance to Jamestown was several miles, and they were all riding hard. None spoke, other than a simple grunt. Eating, each man thinking of the stakes. No one wanted to contemplate what would happen should they lose. "We'll win," he kept telling himself as he spurred his mare. "By God, we have to." Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 11. Jeremy Walrond slid his hand down the long steel barrel of the flintlock, letting his fingers play across the Latin motto engraved along the top, "Ante ferit quam flamma missit." "It strikes me." For the flash is seen. The piece had been given to him on his 12th birthday by his brother Anthony, and it was superb, crafted in Holland, with a fine Flemish lock and carved ivory insets of hunting scenes in the stock. With it he had once, in a stroke of rare luck, brought down a partridge in flight. Now, through a dismaying and improbable chain of events, he must turn this work of artistry against a fellow human being. It was true he had been part of the royalist cause. In the Civil War, a clerk helping direct the transport of supplies, but he had never been near enough to the lines to fire a musket, or to have a musket fired at him. The thought of battle brought a moistness to his palms and a dull, hollow ache in his gut, while the men around him in the trench, all now under his command, reinforced their courage with a large onion flask of homemade Kill Devil. He gazed over the newly mounded earth and out to sea, ashamed at his relief there. Was as yet no flash of lantern, no telltale red dots of burning matchcord. The only moving lights were the darting trails of fireflies, those strange night creatures that so terrified newcomers to the Caribbees. In a few more moments, the last of the moon, now a thin lantern, would drop beneath the western horizon, causing the coast and the sea to be swallowed in blackness. After that happened, he told himself, he might see nothing more, hear nothing more, till the first musk. It ball slammed home. War, he meditated, was man's greatest folly, excused in the name of abstractions like liberty and country and dignity. But what dignity was there for those who died with a musket ball in their chest, no beast? Of the earth willfully killed its own kind. Only man, who then styled himself the noblest of God's creatures. He loosened his hot lace collar, hoping to catch some of the on-again, off-again breeze that had risen in the south and now swept. A pungent smell of Bridgetowns harbor up along the coast. Aside from the rattle of militiamen's bandoliers and occasional bursts of gallows laughter, the only sounds were night noises, the clack of foraging land crabs, the chirps and whistles of crickets and toads, the distant batter of surf and spray against the sand. Inland, the green hills of Barbados towered in dark silence. He looked out to sea once more and realized the surf was beginning to rise as wave after wrathy wave chased up the crystalline sand of the shore, now bleached pale in the last waning moonlight. The ships were out there, he knew, waiting. He could almost feel their presence. Both the trench and the breastwork were back away from the shore, or back where the sand merged with brown clay and the first groves of palms, heralds of the hardwood thickets farther upland. Through the palms he could barely discern the silhouettes of the gunners as they loitered alongside the heavy ordnance, holding lath. It had linstocks. 15 cannon were there tonight, ranging in gauge from 9 to 18-pound shot, shielded on the seaside by a head-high masonry wall cut with battlements for the guns. Though the original Jamestown gun emplacement had been built 2 decades earlier as a precaution against Spanish attack, that threat had faded over the years, and gradually the planters of Barbados had grown complacent. They had permitted the fort to slowly decay, its guns to clog with rust for the salt air. How ironic, he thought, that now an English attack, not Spanish, had finally occasioned its first repairs. Over the past fortnight, the old cannon had been cleaned of rust and primed, and new Dutch guns, all brass, had been hauled up by oxcart from Carlisle Bay and set in place. Now 6 of these, small demi-culverin, had just been removed from the breastwork and hauled to safety inland at first word of the invasion. He heard the murmur of approaching voices and looked up to see 2 shadowy figures moving along the dirt parapet that protected the trench. One was tall and strode with a purposeful elegance, the other lumbered. It'll be a cursed dark night once we've lost the moon, and that's when they're apt to start launching the longboats. Damn Winston if he's not in place by then. Are his men over where they're supposed to be? The hard voice of Benjamin Briggs drifted down. The silhouette that was Anthony Walrond merely nodded. Silently in reply, Jeremy rose and began climbing up the parapet, his bandolier rattling. Anthony turned at the noise, recognized him, and motioned him forward. "Are your men ready?" "Yes, sir." Anthony studied him thoughtfully a moment. "Watch yourself tonight, lad." He paused, then looked away. "Do remember to take care." "That I will." Jeremy broke the silence between them. "But I'm not afraid, truly." He patted his bandolier for emphasis, causing the charge holder to clank one against the other. He knew he owed his assignment of the rank of ensign, which normally required holdings of at least 15 acres, and the leadership of a squad solely to the influence of his older brother, who commanded the idle Jamestown defenses by unanimous consent of the Assembly. Jeremy's militiamen, 8 in number, were all small freeholders with rusty matchlocks and no battle experience. He had been too ashamed to tell Anthony he didn't desire the honor of being an officer. It was time to prove he was a Walrond. Jeremy, we all know fear, but we learn to rise above it. You'll make me proud tonight, I'll lay odds. He reached and adjusted the buckle of the shoulder strap holding Jeremy's sword. Now have your men light their matchcord and ready the prime on their muskets. Jeremy gave his brother a stiff salute and passed the order into the trench. A burning taper was handed slowly down the line of men, and each touched it to the tip of his matchcord, then threaded the glowing fuse through the serpentine cock of his musket. He secretly rejoiced he had a new-style flintlock. At least there would be no lighted matchcord to betray his own whereabouts. In the dark, he stood for a moment watching his men prepare, then glanced back at the squat outline of Benjamin Briggs. What, he wondered, was he doing here tonight? Briggs was gazing down at the parapet now, critically scuffing his boots. Against the soft earth. This trench of yours will do damned little to protect these lads from cannon fire if somebody in the fleet takes a mind to shell the breastwork. I pray to God it was worth the time and trouble. A crew of indentures, as well as many of Winston's new men, had worked around the clock for 3 days digging the trench. The idea had come from Anthony Walrond. I'm betting on an invasion, not an artillery duel. Anthony nodded toward Jeremy one last. I'm a light farewell, then turned back to Briggs. An open shelling with their big ordnance would be foolhardy. Right now it's too dark to try and fire on our emplacements. Add to that, we have word the commander in charge of the army is a roundhead rogue named Dick Morris. I know him all too well. He doesn't believe in a lot of cannon fire when a few men can achieve what he wants. He'll just try to land enough men to overrun and disable our guns. Well, and may Almighty God damn our luck that it's come down to this. The last thing we need is war with England. But if it's fight we must, then I say give them our all. And don't let them catch us short. Briggs gazed past Jeremy. Down the trench, do all these men have enough match rope, powder, and shot? Anthony felt himself nearing his limit of tolerance for civilians. All the planter had found to do since arriving was denigrate their readiness. We've managed to. At bandoliers and the 12 apostles, for all the men he deliberately used the irreverent battlefield nickname for the dozen charge holders of musket powder on a standard bandolier. And there's plenty of match cord, with what we got from the day. Dutchmen before they were seized. He tightened his eye patch and surveyed the line of ragged planters and indentures marshaled down the trench, trying to envision them under attack. The picture was discouraging at the very least. How many here have ever taken musket fire, he wondered. This bunker will likely be overrun by the first wave of Morris infantry. God curse Cromwell for sending him. He's tenacious as an English bulldog and crafty as a fox. He'll land the pick of his troops, and the minute they open fire, it's odds this line of farmers will panic and run for those green hills. We've got superiority of numbers, but it doesn't mean a thing. What we need and don't have is nerve, experience, and most of all, the will to fight. I'll wager not one man in 10 here tonight has all 3. I'd like to know, sir, what's your true opinion of the plan that's been worked out? Briggs turned to Walrond, hating the man's arrogance and his royalty. Politics, yet respecting his military experience. He had led a royalist attack at the Battle of Marston Moor that was still remembered as one of the most daring maneuvers of the Civil War. You think we can catch their landing fall? We're in a bind, the way we're hoping. Anthony moved away from the edge of the trench. Taken all for all, it's about the best we can do. If it succeeds, well and good, but if it fails, we're apt to end up. Jeremy tried to hear the rest. But Anthony's voice faded into the dark as he and Briggs moved on down the parapet. The night was closing in again. Having drained their flask of Kill Devil, the militiamen were grumbling nervously as they waited in a line down the trench. Backs to the newly turned earth. Again, the sounds of the dark swelled up around them, the chirps and whistles, the monotonous pendulum of surf in the distance. War. Was it mainly waiting? Maybe there would be no landing. How preposterous all this. Would seem then. Tomorrow he would wake in his feather bed, dreaming he was back in England, laughing at the absurdity of it all. Sense would prevail. The fleet would hoist sail. A volley of musket fire exploded from the direction of the breastwork. Outs. Then clustered points of light, the tips of burning matchcord on the infantry's muskets, suddenly appeared along the shore. The first attackers had crept up behind the cannon and fired into the gunners with flintlocks, so there would be no smole during ignition match on their muskets to betray them. Those in the second wave had somehow masked their lighted matchcord until their longboats pulled into the surf. Now, after the surprise attack on the gun emplacement, they were splashing ashore, holding their muskets high. Jeremy watched as the flickering red dots spread out along the shore in disciplined rows. For a moment, he had the impression Jamestown was being attacked by strings of fireflies that had emerged from the deep Caribbean Sea. "Prepare to fire." He heard a voice giving the order and was vaguely astonished to realize it was his own. The trench sounded with the clicks of powder pans being opened and hammers being readied. Take aim. That was the phrase. He had started practicing it 5 days before when he was assigned the command. But now, what next? Aim where? The fireflies were inching up the shore in deadly rows. There looked to be hundreds. They would spew lead shot the moment the militia's trench was revealed. He knew that the order to fire the first round must come from Anthony. Why was he waiting? The Roundhead infantry must be no more than 50 yards down the shore. He felt his palm grow moist against the ivory of the stock, and for a moment he thought he smelled an acrid stench of fear down the trench. More muskets blazed from the rear of the brick fortress, followed by screams and shouts of surrender. In the jumble of musket fire and lanterns, he could tell that the Jamestown breastwork had been circled and seized. Its gunners overwhelmed, its cannon still directed impotently out toward the dark sea. Only 2 culverin had been fired. He watched heartsick as the invading infantrymen, breastplates shining, in the lantern light, swarmed over the guns. The militia manning the cannons had been sacrificed, deliberately, to draw in the rest of the invading force. He felt his anger welling up. In war, the men who actually fought counted for nothing. Where was the rest of the militia? Were they waiting at the right perimeter as they were supposed to be? He knew that the plan all along had been to let the guns be seized. But now that it had happened, he felt a demoralizing pang of loss and defeat. Why should the gunners be exposed to a musket attack? Surely there was some other way. Give fire? He heard Anthony's command and felt his heart jump. The infantry was practically in pistol range. This was going to be near to murder. The trigger felt cold against his finger as he sighted into the dark, directly toward one of the approaching tips of fire. The gun flashed and kicked upward. The parapet was suddenly bathed in light as the long line of muskets around him discharged. He gasped for breath as the air in the trench turned to smoke, burning charcoal and saltpeter. The points of light danced in chaos, and then he heard screams. The man next to him, a grizzled, frightened freeholder, had clambered up the loose dirt of the path, to gain a better view of the fighting at the breastwork. Jeremy realized that this man, too, had never witnessed a battle before. Then came a row of flashes from where the red dots had been, like the long string of exploding rockets fired over the Thames on St. George's Day. The freeholder beside him suddenly groaned and pitched backward, his smoking matchlock plowing into the soft dirt of the parapet as he sprawled downward into the trench. Then another man, farther down, aimed and doubled over his gun. "Half-cock your muskets, disengage your match," Jeremy heard himself shouting. "Prepare to recharge." Anthony had coached him that one of the primary duties of a field officer was to call out orders for aiming and loading, since men in battle often forgot crucial steps. With a live matchcord attached to the hammer, it was all too easy to set off a musket while you were ramming in the charge. Prime your pan. He tried to bellow above the din. He began pouring priming powder from a flask on his bandolier into the flintlock's powder pan. Close your pan. Prepare to scour. As he and the men quickly cleaned the barrels of their muskets, then began to ram in more powder and shot. He kept glancing toward the approaching infantry. They too had paused to reload. He could see the outlines of the men now and hear the shouts of officers. Which men were officers? At the end of one row of infantrymen stood a tall man in a silver helmet who seemed to be issuing the commands for reloading. He must be one, Jeremy realized. He's faster at reloading than the others. He's almost ready. That man, tall and comely, would make a passing good companion to share a hunt, a field and stalking grouse on a dew-laden morning. If we were both back in England now, except he's here to kill me. You, he shouted a challenge as he climbed up the parapet, readying his flintlock. There were shouts from the militiamen behind him, warning him to come down, but he did not want to hear. The officer in the silver helmet looked up and spotted the outline of the brash youth standing atop the parapet, brandishing a musket. He knew. Jeremy watched as the man drew up his musket and took aim. He waited a moment in fascination, savoring what it was like to face death, then drew up his own flintlock and sighted the man's chest down the barrel. There was a flash of light and a whistle passed his ear, the sound of a hurried horsefly. Then he squeezed the trigger. The Roundhead officer opened his mouth noiselessly and seemed to wilt backward. He fumbled for his musket as it clattered against a jagged lump of coral beside him, then sprawled onto the sand, still as death, his helmet circling in drunken arcs down the slope toward the surf. "Sir, mind you take cover?" In the flush sweeping over him, he scarcely felt the hands tugging at his boots. He was still gripping his flintlock, knuckles white, as the other militiamen dragged him back into the trench. He lay panting, at once dazed and exhilarated, astonished at the sensations of his own mind and body. The most curious thing of all was his marvelous new awareness of being alive. He was adrift in a new realm of the spirit, untroubled by the cacophony of musket discharges from all sides. "We're turning the horsens back." There were more shouts now, even some cheers. Finally, the din of battle cut through his reverie. Prepare to reload. He was shouting again, almost more to himself than to the others, trying to be heard above the crack of musket fire that sounded down the length of the shoreline. Everywhere there were flashes, yells, screams. The air in the trench was rancid and opaque with black smoke. As he began reloading his musket, he suddenly felt a new closeness, almost a mystical union, with the ragged planters around him. They were a fraternity of men standing together, defending their land. Why had Anthony never told him that war could be like this? Could teach you brotherhood as well as hate? He was priming his powder pan again, trying to control the shake of his hands as he tilted the powder flask, when he looked up to see that more red tips were emerging from the darkness of the sea. Another wave of Roundhead infantry had landed in longboats. There was no longer any purpose in calling out a loading sequence. Some men were aiming now, some ramming in powder and shot, some threading their matchcord into the hammer, some firing again. All the discipline he had been taught so carefully by Anthony was irrelevant. Most frightening of all, while the first wave of infantry had dropped back to reload, a fresh line of musketmen was advancing toward the parapet, guns primed and ready. Fire and fall back, in orderly fashion. It was the voice of Anthony. The call to abandon the trench meant that all the Roundhead infantry had landed. Now they were to be drawn inland with a feigned retreat. The plan worked out was to resist strongly until all the infantry were ashore, to damage them as much as possible using the protection of the parapet, and then to fall back into the trees, luring them away from their longboats. When their lines were thinned, Hugh Winston would lead a cavalry charge that would drive a wedge along the shore, between the infantry and the sea, cutting off their escape. Next, the longboats would be driven off, and the invading infantry slowly surrounded. They would be harassed by irregular fire and, with luck, soon lose heart. Cut off from their escape route, the demoralized invaders would have no choice but to surrender. Then, so the strategy went. Commander Morris and the admiral of the fleet would seek to negotiate. Jeremy fired blindly into the dark, then reached down for his pipe. As he touched it, his eyes met those of the dying freeholder lying beside him. Blood now streamed from a gash in the man's tattered jerkin, while a red rivulet flowed in pulses from the corner of his mouth. The sight flooded him with anger. No, he heard himself yelling as he groped down his bandolier for enough. Charge holder, no retreat. He turned to the startled men around him. Reload, I say no retreat, but that's the orders, your worship. A bearded militiaman had already begun to scramble up the backside of the trench, devil. Take the orders. Look. He seized the militiaman's jerkin and yanked him back, then pointed to the dying freeholder at their feet. Aye, that's Roland Jenkins. May God rest his soul. I'm like to be the one tellin' his wife. The freeholder gave a quick glance. But there's nothing to be done, your worship. Orders are to retreat. And I say damn the orders. He was yelling to all the men now. There are men here wounded and dying. I'm staying with them. What kind of soldiers? Are we to leave these men to die? It's wrong. There are higher orders to be obeyed. I say no. And we'll all end up like this poor sod, your worship. There's no help in a man who's gone to meet his God. The man threw his musket onto the fresh dirt at the bottom of the trench and turned to begin clambering to safety. For my own part, I can do just as well not greetin' the Almighty for a few years more. Jeremy seized his pike and marched down the trench. I'll gut any man who tries to run. I'm in command here, and I say we stand and fight. Now reload. The men stared at him in disbelief. Do it, I say. He brandished the pike once more for emphasis, then flung it down and seized a charge. Older on his bandolier. Without so much as a glance at the other men, he began pouring the grainy black powder into the barrel of his musket. The world was suddenly a white, deafening roar. Later he remembered mainly the flash, how as the smoke seared his eyes, he recalled his own negligence, that he had forgotten to scour the barrel. It was a fool's mistake, a child's mistake. He was still wiping his eyes, seared and powder-burned, when he felt the musket being ripped from his hand. As he groped to seize it back, rough hands shoved him sprawling against the soft dirt of the trench. His face plowed into the earth, which still smelled fresh, musky, and ripe, full of budding life. You've got another one, sore. A brash voice sounded near his ear. A right coxcomb, this rebel? Damn you. Jeremy struck out, only half aware of the cluster of infantrymen surrounding him. Just hold yourself, lad. There were shouts as several of the wounded militiamen were disarmed. He tried to struggle, but more hands brusquely wrestled him down. This one's not taking any shot. He's lively as a colt. Let's have some of that rope. He felt his arms being pulled behind him and a rough cord lashed around his wrists. There were sounds of a brief conference, then a voice came kindly, almost at his ear. This is a first-class fowling piece you're carrying. I'll wager you've brought down many a plump woodcock with it, haven't you, lad? A pause, then again. The gentle voice. What's your name, son? Damn to you, what's your name? There was a sickening hollowness in his gut again, the fear and now hatred for them and for himself. It's better, for the time, if I ask the questions and you answer them. The voice emanated from a man wearing a silver helmet and sporting a short goatee. Why didn't you run, like the rest of the rebels? He laughed lightly as he moved closer. Jeremy felt a palm cup beneath his chin and felt his head being twisted upward. By my word, I think your musket misfired. Your face is black as a Moor's. I'll warrant you'd have run too if you could have seen the way. Could it be you're naught but a coward too, lad, like all the rest? The speaker turned to a young, blue-eyed man standing nearby. Well, sir, who'd have reckoned it'd be this easy? You can tell Admiral Calvert this island's as good as his for the taking. This militia of theirs is nothing but a batch of scared planters who scatter like rabbits the minute they hear a gunshot, and a few young gallants like this one who scarcely know how to prime a musket. There's no reason to fall back and hold this position. We'd as well just go on after them, chase them back to Bridge, town, and have done with it. Jeremy felt a flush of victory. They had fallen into the trap. They thought Barbados wouldn't fight. In minutes they'd be surrounded by the militia and begging to surrender. As soon as the counterattack began, he would. I think we'd best take this one back to the ship to find out who he is, and if he knows anything. It was the man standing next to the goateed commander. It's a damned bother to have prisoners to feed, but I'll warrant this engagement's got 3 days at most to go before they all throw down their arms and sue for peace. Damn your smug eyes. Jeremy reached down and seized his pike, which had been lying unnoticed against the side of the trench. He turned and faced the commander. You'll never even get back to your ship. Men died here tonight, and they didn't die in vain by all that's holy. What say, lad? Pray, who's to stop us? The commander glanced at the pike, seeming to ignore it. He waved back several infantrymen who had quickly leveled their muskets at Jeremy. Your bold militia here has taken to its heels, one and all. A bloody lot of royalist cowards. There are braver men on Barbados than you know. You'll not take me, or any prisoners back to the ship. You'll see Bridgetown soon enough, all right, at the point of a gun. Perhaps that's so, lad, but not at the point of a pike. Now put it away. This little engagement's over. The man with the goatee was studying him with admiration. You're a brave one, lad. Too brave, by my life, or too foolish. You don't suppose there's something behind this lad's bluster? The other man turned to the commander. Could it be their militia might have run on purpose? Tooth. In out our lines for a counterattack. The shouting had died down now, as strings of captured militiamen were being assembled and placed under guard. Some were joking with their captors, clearly relieved to be out of the battle. Jeremy suspected several had deliberately surrendered small freeholders who didn't care a damn whether Cromwell's fleet took the island or not. As he watched them with contempt, he felt ashamed to be one of them. Suddenly, the horror of it all swept over him, and he flung down the pike in disgust. Now that's a good lad. The commander nodded, then turned to the other man. Vice Admiral Powlett, for once you may be right. In truth, I was beginning to wonder the same thing. This could all have been easy by half. With your permission, sir, I'll put the young gallant here in with the rest of the rebels. One of the infantrymen had seized Jeremy's arms. No, leave him here a minute. The commander was pointing toward Jeremy. The lads know. Planter. He doubtless knows more of what's going on than these others do. Something he said just now troubles me. Should I bring up the men and start to move in, sir? A captain of the infantry appeared out of the smoky haze that now enveloped up the shoreline. Hold a while and keep your lines together. It's too quiet. Jeremy looked up and saw the goatee next to his face. Now tell me, lad, there's been enough killing here for one night, as I'm a Christian. Is there going to have to be more? If you don't tell me, it'll be on your head, I swear it. This night is on your head, sir, and the Roundhead rebels who have stolen the crown of England, and now would try to steal Barbados too. The man waved the words aside. Lad, I'm too old for that. Let your royalist rhetoric lie dead where it deserves to be. My name is Morris, and if you know anything, you'll know I've seen my time fighting your royalists in the damned Civil War. But that's over, thank God, and I have no wish to start it up again. Now give me your name. My name is for men I respect. A sprightly answer, lad, on my honor. There's spark about you. The name on this musket looks to be Walrond, sore, if I make ye. Outright. One of the infantrymen was handing the flintlock to Morris. Walrond? Morris reached for the gun and examined it closely, running his hand along the stock and studying the name etched on the lock. A fine royalist name, by Cha. It's any kin to Sir Anthony Walrond, my brother, and he's. Your brother? You don't mean it. Morris' goatee twitched with surprise as he moved next to Jeremy and studied his face. God is my witness, it's scarcely a name you need to give out. England never bred a braver, finer soldier, royalist or no. Is he your commander here tonight? You couldn't have won better. I have never heard my brother speak well of you, sir. Anthony Walrond, speak well of a man who'd rid England of his precious king? Morris laughed. He'd sooner have God strike him dead. He's never had a good word to say for a Puritan in his life, but he's a worthy gentleman for it all and an honorable soldier in the field. He turned to an officer standing nearby. Essex, regroup the men. I think we'd best just hold this breastwork for now. It could well be Anthony Walrond's in command of this militia. If he is, you can wager he'd not countenance a retreat, unless he planned to counterattack. I know his modus operandi and his pride. Aye, sir. As you will. The captain turned and shouted, "Men, fall back and regroup. Form lines at the breastwork and reload. Now, if you like. Master Walra. And I still can order all these men to march off into the dark and let your militia ambush and kill half of them, likely losing 100 of their own in the trade. Would you really have me do it? Is this damned little island worth that much? Blood, over and above what's already been spilt here tonight?" Jeremy gazed down at the line of dead militiamen, bodies torn by musket balls. Beyond them, the Roundhead infantry was collecting its own dead, among them the man he himself had killed. Now it all seemed so pointless. A blaze of musket fire flared from a position just north of the breastwork, and a phalanx of whooping and yelling militiamen opened a charge down the north side of the beach. Jeremy watched. To Morris' eyes click. The kindly man was suddenly gone. With an oath, he yelled for the prisoners to be hurried to the longboats, and the devil take the wounded. The infantry at the breastwork was returning the fire of the attacking militia, but they were now badly outnumbered. Jeremy made out what could have been the tall form of Anthony, wielding a musket as he urged the militia forward. Then he was passed by a wall of men on horseback, the cavalry. The lead horse, a bay gelding, was ridden. A tall man holding a pistol in each hand. The infantry holding the breastwork began retreating down the south steps, on the side opposite the attackers. Jeremy could make out Morris now, ordering his men to make for the longboats. "Get aloft. With you, rebel?" A pike punched him in the back, and he was shoved in with the other prisoners. Now they were being hurried, stumbling and confused, in the direction of the water. Part of the Barbados militia had already swarmed over the abandoned breastwork, while others were riding along the shore, muskets blazing, hurrying to seal off the escape route to the longboats. They intercepted the retreating infantry midway down the beach, and the gunfire gave way to the sound of steel against teal as empty muskets were discarded in favor of pikes and swords. Jeremy felt the warm surf splash his legs, and he looked up to see the outline of the waiting boats. He and the rest of the prisoners were on the far south side of the breastwork, away from the fighting, forgotten now. He was a prisoner of war. Directly ahead, 2 longboats were being towed in through the surf wide, hulking forms in the dim light, with sails furled and rows of oarsmen midships. As he watched that approach, he suddenly remembered his lost flintlock, a gift from Anthony, and the thought of its loss completed his mortification. Get in or be damned to you. Several infantrymen were splashing through the surf behind him now, half-pikes raised, urging on malingerers with the blades. Jeremy felt the hard gunwale of the longboat slam against his shoulder, then hands reaching down for him and grabbing his arms. He was yanked up, wet and shivering in the freshening wind, then shoved, sprawling onto the boards. One move, any of you, and there'll be a pike in your guts. An infantryman began tying the prisoner's hands. As Jeremy felt the rough cords against his wrists, he looked up and glanced over the side. The retreat. Infantry had drawn itself into a protective circle, knee-deep in the surf, yelling for its longboats to be brought in closer. At the perimeter of the circle, 2 scrawny soldiers struggled to keep their footing in the pounding surf. They both seemed weak, almost staggering, and when a large wave slammed against their backs, they toppled headlong into the spray. The Barbados militiamen were there, pulling them up and dragging them back through the surf to the beach. So there'll be prisoners. On both sides, he realized with relief. Now there'll be hostages onshore, too. The battle seemed to be thinning now. No one wanted to fight waist-deep in the dark, churning sea. The Barbados militiamen were slowing in their chase, turning back to congratulate themselves that the invasion had been repelled. Finally, as the longboats rowed closer and the infantrymen began pulling themselves aboard, the militia halted, content to end the rout by hurling curses above the roar of the surf. At least we spiked most of the cannon and damned the rebels. 2 officers were talking in the bow of the boat. Jeremy realized that both sides were planning to claim victory. Were there any wars ever lost, he wondered. Though we've blood. A little else to show for a night's work. An oarsman in a dark woolen cap mumbled under his breath. Save this fine new collection of bellies to fill. The man suddenly reached and ripped off a piece of Jeremy's lace collar. This coxcomb earned soon enough what 'tis like to live on salt pork and slimy water. same as the rest of us. He flung the lace back in Jeremy's direction. No fancy meat pies and brandied puddings for you, lad. A seaman's fare will soon take the and out of those cheeks. I'll warrant it'll do you good, young rebel. Ahead, the proud bow of the rainbow loomed above them in the dark, lanterns dangling from its masts. Seamen in the longboat tossed a grapple over the bulwark of the mother ship, and then a rope ladder was dropped. Jeremy felt his hands being untied. Next he was urged up the ladder, shoved onto the deck, and immediately surrounded by jeering seamen, shirtless and wearing black stocking caps. This is the one, sir. Powell. It was standing over him, pointing. Next to him stood Admiral Edmund Calvert. I certainly can see he's a man of breeding, just as you said. Calvert studied Jeremy's ornate doublet in the flickering lantern light. Aye. Powlett's voice. Uddenly rose. 'Twould seem he's the brother of Sir Anthony Walrond. I say we strip him and put him to work carrying slops out of the gun deck, as an example to all royalists. Not for a minute, sir. Not so long as I'm in command. And of this fleet. Calvert seemed to bellow at Powlett, almost too loudly. A seaman was roughly yanking Jeremy to his feet, and Calvert turned on him. You, there, release that young gentleman, unless you'd like a timely taste of the cat-aw. You're back. He then approached and bowed ceremoniously. Admiral Edmund Calvert, sir, your most obedient servant. Jeremy stared in confusion and disbelief as the Admiral continued, Walrond, is it not? Jeremy Walrond, and I'm honored. He turned and signaled to his quartermaster. Have brandy sent to my cabin. Perhaps Master Jeremy Walrond would care to share a cup with us. The seamen parted, doffing their caps to the Admiral as he escorted Jeremy up the companionway toward the great cabin. I can scarcely tell you, Master Walrond, how grateful I am to have the privilege of speaking face to face with a man of breeding from this island. He reached to steady Jeremy as he lost his footing in a roll of the ship. Then he smiled and gestured him ahead, down the lantern-lit walkway toward the stern. First thing, we'll try and locate some dry breeches for you and a brandy to drive off the chill. He was still smiling as he shoved open a heavy wooden door. The great cabin was empty save for Colonel Richard Morris, now seated at the center table and rubbing the dirt off Jeremy's flintlock musket. Morris laid it carefully across the table in front of him when he saw them enter. Calvert smiled toward him, then continued, I understand, Master Walrond, you've already made the acquaintance of our infantry commander. Morris rose and nodded as Calvert gestured Jeremy toward an ornately carved oak chair. After we've all made ourselves comfortable, Master Walrond, I hope you and I and Captain Morris here can become better acquainted. We've got much to talk over tonight. He flashed a quick look at Morris as he smiled. Mind you, strictly as gentlemen. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 12. Catherine was relieved when she finally spotted him standing among the gunners, his face and leather jerkin covered in a dark veneer of grime. If anyone would know the truth behind the rumor spreading over the island that Jeremy Walrond had been killed, surely Hugh would. She watched for a time, collecting her composure after the ride up from Bridgetown, then tied her mare to the trunk of a bullet-scarred palm and began working her way down the sandy slope toward the breastwork. The mid-afternoon sun seared the Jamestown emplacement with the full heat of the day, and most of the gunners and militiamen were now shirtless and complaining about the need for rest. As she neared the stones steps leading up to the guns, the air rang with the sounds of hammering, iron against iron, and she realized Winston and the men were still working to extract the spikes from the touch holes of the large English culverin. He looked out to study the 3 English warships offshore, barely visible through the smoke that mantled the bay, then turned to Thomas Canninge, his master gunner. I think we've still got range, Tom. Try another round as soon as you're set and see if you can't hold. And one last time. Canninge and his gunners were struggling to set one of the Dutch demi-culverin, hammering a wooden wedge out from under the breech in order to elevate the muzzle. Looks like they've started coming about, but I think I might still give the Horsens one more taste. All the large cannon in the breastwork had been disabled by the invading Roundheads. Their infantry had overrun the guns long enough to drive a large iron nail deep into each gun's touch. The small opening in the breech through which the powder was ignited. The facility would have been defenseless had not 6 of the Dutch demi-culverin been hauled out of the fort and hidden in a palm grove up the hill just prior to the attack. Soon as the invasion was repelled and the breastwork cleared, Winston had summoned teams of horses to bring the small Dutch cannon back. His gunners had opened fire on the fleet at the first light of dawn, catching the 3 English frigates which were still anchored within range and preparing for a long, leisurely shelling of the Jamestown settlement. An artillery duel commenced as the warships immediately returned the fire, but when Winston's gunners honed their targeting, they had prudently hoisted anchor and retired to the edge of range. Now, while the militiamen worked with hammers and drills to finish removing the spikes from the large culverin, the battle had become mostly noise and smoke. Katie, God's life, he finally noticed her as she emerged at the top of the steps. His startled look quickly melted into a smile. This is a surprise. Hugh, I came to find out. Everything's fine. We've got 2 of the spiked guns almost cleared, and if we can keep fire cover with these Dutch demis, we should have all of them back in operation by nightfall. He walked over to where she stood. So move on back out of range. It'll not be much longer. I think they've decided to give up on the shelling. Arms already hold the rainbow twice with these little 9-pounders. Probably didn't do much harm, but at least the Roundheads know we're here. He glanced up as a puff of smoke rose from the gun deck of the warship nearest the shore, the Erston Moor. Round of fire? Before he finished the warning, the men had already dropped their hammers and were plunging behind a pile of sandbags. Winston's hard grip sent her sprawling with him behind the mound of earth-brown sacks. He rolled across her, then covered her face with his sweaty jerkin. This is how we brave fighting men stay alive. An 18-pound shot slammed against the base of the breastwork, shaking the brick foundation beneath them. After a few anxious moments, the men clambered nervously over the bags to resume work. She was still brushing the dirt from her riding habit when Winston suddenly whirled on her, his eyes fierce. Now you listen to me, Katie. You can't stay down here. It's still too damned dangerous. If you want to get killed, there are lots of better ways. His back was toward the sea when the second burst of black smoke erupted from the gun deck of the Marston Moor. Hugh! Without thinking, she reached for him. Together they rolled twice across the soft earth, into the safety of the shielding bags. As they lay next to the militiamen and gunners, a round of cannon fire clipped the side of a battlement next to where they had been standing and hurtled a deadly spray of brick fragments into the sandbags. Several shards of brick ripped into the cloth and showered them with white grains. He seemed embarrassed now as he slipped his arm under her and quietly hoisted her to her feet. Around them, the militiamen were again returning to work on the disabled cannon. I don't know whether to thank you, Katie, or order you clapped in the brig for coming here in the first place, but either way you can't stay. So kindly wait up the hill till the sound of a forceful hammer stroke followed by a clear ring produced a cheer from the group of men who had been diligently hammering on one of the spiked cannon. Got her cleared, your worship, one of the militiamen yelled toward Winston. The day she was cast. He abruptly turned and headed through the crowd to inspect the breech of the gun. After scrutinizing the reopened touch hole, he motioned toward a waiting gunner. Ladle in about 5 pounds of powder and see how she fires. Tom Canninge called from the other end of the breastwork. I've got the altitude about set on this little 9-pounder, Captain. It's the best of the lot. Then see if you can't put a round through her portside gun deck. His voice was increasingly strained. Good as done. Canninge ordered the demi-culverin shifted a few degrees to the left, then motioned for a linstock and lightly applied the burning end to the touch hole. The gun roared and kicked backward in a cloud of dense, oily smoke. While the men squinted against the sun to watch, a large hole splintered open along the portside bow of the Marston Moor, just above the waterline. Moments later, a mate in the maintop began to unfurl topsails and aft. After that, the mainsail dropped in preparation to make for open sea. "Let's give her a send-off, masters." Winston led the cheers, and Catherine realized he was deliberately trying to boost morale. Next, he yelled down the sweating line of men. "Hear me now. Our good Master Canninge has just earned us all a tot of kill devil. By chance, I think a keg may have arrived this morning on a cart that found its way up from Bridgetown. We should take a look up by that large tree on the left." He paused and waited for the horrors to subside. "Under my command, the men always drink first, then officers." He waved a dismissal. "As you will, masters," as the gunners and militiamen threw down their tools and began. A bustle in the direction of the liquor, he turned to Catherine and his voice dropped. "Now that we're both still alive, maybe we can talk. Why don't we try and find some shade ourselves? You seem exhausted." As she looked at him, realizing that even his brown eyes seemed pale, she found herself almost reluctant to raise the matter of Jeremy. Maybe he had enough to worry about. Bone-tired is more the word, but we've got the fleet out of range for a while. Now we just have to worry about what they'll think to try next. Hearing the open concern in his voice, she wrapped a consoling arm about his waist as they walked down the stone steps of the abandoned breastwork. "But the invasion failed. This round isn't it? If you can call that massacre last night winning, then I suppose you could say so." He heaved a weary sigh. "Planters make poor soldiers, Katie. As best I can tell, we lost 18 men killed outright, and a lot more were wounded. Some of them will doubtless die too, given this heat. So all we did was drive the Roundheads back to sea for a while, but at a terrible cost." He looked down. "They took some prisoners, 2 longboats full, probably about 30 men. Though we don't really know yet who's captured or missing or just gone off to hide." "Well, that's not so many. True enough. We managed to take a few prisoners ourselves, maybe half a dozen or so. I guess maybe you didn't hear. Jeremy Walrond has disappeared. We think he was taken prisoner." "Thank God, then he's not dead." She stopped still. "But captured? Poor Jeremy. He'd probably sooner have been killed. He was so proud." "Anthony's proud too, and he's aching it very hard. When we heard Jeremy was missing, I offered to take the command here, to let him go back to Bridgetown and see if he was with the wounded. Then somebody suggested that Jeremy probably had surrendered, and Anthony threatened to kill the man. It was plain he needed some rest." She stood silent for a moment, then looked away sadly. "What do you think will happen now?" Winston followed her gaze out toward the horizon. "Maybe everybody will try to negotiate some more. It's getting complicated all of a sudden, with prisoners now part of it. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to take any officers. Just infantry, most of them so weak from scurvy. The fleet's probably just as had to have them gone before they died anyway. What'll happen to Jeremy? You don't suppose they'd hang him?" "I doubt that." He waved his hand. "So far it's a civilized war, but they may ask a price to send him back if they find out he's Anthony's brother. It's very bad. You suppose we can do? Not much I can think of. Maybe they'll just try to wait us out a bit." He reached down and lightly brushed some of the dirt and sand from her hair. Then he wiped his brow, glanced at the sun, and urged her on toward the grove of trees. "I'd guess it's a matter now of who can hold out longest." He slipped his arm about her waist and glanced down. "And how are you holding up, Katie?" "I suppose I'm fine." She leaned against him, trying to ignore the heat and the stares of some of the men. Finally, she gave a mirthless laugh. "Do you want the truth? I'm more worried than ever. Isn't it odd, just when we seem to be standing?" She looked up at his smoke-smeared cheeks. "Can we go hide, away from here? I think your morale could do with a boost, too. You're looking at a somewhat disoriented breastwork commander. Make that acting commander. But Anthony's supposed to be back around now to relieve me. Whenever he gets here, we can ride back over to Bridgetown if I can manage to locate a horse." He helped her down beneath the shade of a spreading manchineel tree, kicking away several of the poisonous apples that lay rotting around the trunk. Then he flopped down beside her. This is one of the hardest things I've ever tried, Katie, holding defenses together when half the men truly don't care a damn whether we win or lose. But it's the only thing I know to do. Tell me if you can think of anything better. Is that all you've thought about lately, Hugh? She ran a hand along his thigh. It's all I care to think about for the time being. She pulled back sharply. Well, Commander, please. Don't think I have nothing else to occupy my mind with except you. But that doesn't mean I've just forgotten you entirely. I haven't forgotten you either, Katie. God's life. He picked up a twig and tapped it against one of the poise. And apples. Tell me, what does the governor of Barbados think about his only daughter keeping company with the likes of me? I do what I choose. She pressed against him. Anyway, it's not what he says that troubles me. It's what I say. To myself, I've always been able to control my feelings, but somehow not with you, and I hate myself for it. I truly do. I'm probably a poor choice for the object of your feelings. She laughed and squeezed his hand. God hell. Me, as if I didn't already know that. Who'd ever have thought I'd be going about half in love with a man like you? I thought you once said you weren't interested in falling in love. He kissed her lightly. Probably a safe idea. I don't know how many of us are going to live through this. Before she could respond, he rose on one elbow and pointed toward a pair of horses approaching from the south. It looks like we may get back to Bridgetown after all. I think that's Riggs, and he's brought Anthony with him. It's odds they both distrust me only slightly more than they hate each other, but it's enough to make them allies for a while. Well, they're welcome to have back this command any time they want it. Then we can ride in together. I don't think Anthony's going to like that idea, but it's your affair. God knows I know better than to try and give you advice, she laughed. Then you're starting to understand me better than I thought. Let me just have a word with Anthony about the condition of the ordnance and make some gunnery assignments. He began to pull himself up. Then maybe we'll retire down to the Defiance for a while. I've missed her. He stooped and kissed the top of her head as he arose to his feet. And I've missed you too, truly. Anthony Walrond reined in his dun mare and stared dumbly toward the shore as he and Briggs emerged from the trees. The night before it had been a melee of muskets, commands, screams. Nah. It was a smoky landscape strewn with lost helmets and bandoliers, and stained with dark splotches where men had fallen. In its peacefulness, it made the battle seem scarcely more than a violent dream, a lost episode that existed in man's flawed memory, not in time. Battles, he reflected, were always a matter of chance. You plan strategies for days, devise elaborate tactics, try to guess what you would do if you were the foe. But in the end, little of it real. It matters. A man panics, or a horse stumbles, or your musket fails to fire, and suddenly nothing happens the way you thought. It becomes a contest of bravery, luck, happenstance. Whether you win or lose, it's likely as not for reasons you never envisioned. In a way, last night's episode was no different. Dick Morris and his Roundheads lost more men than they should have. Since they only expected militia at the breastwork, the parapet caught them by surprise. Also, they seemed deceived at first by the feigned retreat, the bird limping and flopping away from her nest to lure the fox. Except this time, the fox suddenly grew wise. The limping bird somehow bungled its part, caused the fox to smell a trap, which left no recourse but to launch a bloody counterattack directly on the breastwork, Jeremy. They claimed he was surrounded and taken while reloading his musket, holding his position. But why? He knew the orders. He disobeyed. Anthony was still gripping the reins, his knuckles white, when Briggs broke the silence. As usual, it's a good thing I rode over to check. Where are the men? Is that them drinking in the shade whilst the breastwork is left unattended? He drew his horse alongside Anthony's and squinted against the sun. Winston has a peculiar idea of discipline, by my life. These men are not a gang of your African cane cutters. He's got enough sense to know he can't work them all day in the sun. I'll wager full half of them would just as soon not be here at all. Now you're beginning to sound like him. Briggs spotted the tall seaman walking up the shore and reined around. And in truth, sir, I'm starting to question whether either of you should be kept in charge of this breastwork. Well, after last night, I propose you could just as well put a scullery wench in command here at Jamestown, for all the difference it would make. Walrond was studying the breastwork as they neared the shore. There's not likely to be another attempt at a landing along here. It'd be too costly, and Morris knows it. No commander in the English army would be that foolhardy. Doubtless, he thought he'd managed to spike all our ordnance, and he just planned to sit back and shell the settlement here all day today. It looks as if they took a few rounds of shot this morning, but the shelling seems over. I'd guess Winston's lads managed to hold their own. Aye, God be praised. For the Dutchmen and their demi-culverin. Briggs touched his black hat toward the approaching figure. Your servant, Captain. How goes it? Our gunners put some shot into the Rainbow and the Marston Moor before they weighed anchor and made way. But to see, I'd venture the better part of the ordnance here should be serviceable again by nightfall. He nodded to Walrond. Any news of the prisoners? This morning, all the field commanders brought in reports. The Royalist's voice was matter. Fact, as best we can tell, 29 of our men were taken out to the Rainbow last night, and Jeremy was among their number, the way somebody said. There was no mistake about that. It appears likely. He looked away to cover his embarrassment and spotted Catherine walking toward them up the beach. He adjusted his eye patch in anger and glanced back sharply at Winston. Could it be the rumors were all too true? If so, then damn him, damn her. I trust Miss Bedford has already been informed a few minutes ago. Well, sir, I fancy her dismay did not go uncomforted. He swung down from the saddle. I can assume duties here now and relieve you, sir. She has to be taken home. This is scarcely the pull ace for a woman. You're welcome to have it. I just need to make a few gunnery assignments of my own men. But I'd advise you to let the lads cool off a bit before starting them working again. He turned to hold the reins of Briggs. Orse, as the planter began dismounting. One other thing. Before I go, I'd like a word with you. Master Briggs, considering what's happened, I'd like it if you'd convey a message from me to the council. Speak your mind, sir. Briggs eased himself out of the saddle and dropped down. His heavy boots settled into the loose sand. I lost 3 seamen last night, good men, when we charged the breastwork. They'll be buried tomorrow with all the others killed. It was a hard night for us. All, sir. Don't try my patience, Master Briggs. I'm not in the mood. He paused to wait as Catherine joined the circle. Catherine, your servant. Anthony coldly doffed his hat in greeting. Here to review the militia? I came to find out. But about Jeremy, I'm still hoping there must be some mistake. He abruptly turned away. Well, now that I know, I suppose I'll go back. She looked at him, elegant and cool even now, and told herself she should be more embarrassed than she felt, having him see her here with Hugh. What was he really thinking? Katie, wait. I'm glad you're here. Winston motioned her forward, ignoring Anthony's pained look. Perhaps it'd be well for you to hear this too. Maybe you can convey what I want to say to the assembly, for whatever good it may do. He turned back. I want to tell you all that I've concluded this militia is untrained, undisciplined, and what's worse, uninterested in getting shot all to hell defending Barbados. I hear them asking each other why they're fighting at all. We're holding them off nicely, sir, Briggs interjected. I'm proud of. Hear me. I tell you we were just lucky last night. Morris men might well have held the breast work if they hadn't panicked. The next time round we may not be as fortunate. He fixed Briggs squarely. What you and the council have to decide is whether you're willing to do what's necessary to win. We're doing everything we can. It's not enough. Next time, Morris will doubtless try and land every man he has. When he does, I wonder if this militia will even bother to meet them. I don't agree with you there, sir. Briggs was frowning. But then, I suppose you figure you've got some idea nobody else has thought of yet. You want to hear it? I'd like to hear it. Anthony Walrond had finished hobbling his mare and stepped next to them. All right. First, I say prune out the small freeholders, send any of them home who want to go. He turned to Walrond. Then get rid of any of the royalists who don't have battle experience. They want to give orders, but they don't know what they're about. The rest of the men don't like it. He paused carefully. I don't like it either. You're presumptuous, sir, if I may say. Anthony glared. You may say what you please, but if you don't do something about morale, this war's as good as over. Most certainly will be if we dismiss most of the militia, which is what it would mean if we did what you just said. I didn't say you don't need a militia. You just need men in it who are ready to stand and fight. Briggs examined him quizzically. But if we dismissed all these half-hearted freeholders, there'd be scarcely any free men left on the island to take their place. That's right, you'd have to make some free men. He gestured toward the hills inland. You realize there are hundreds of first-class fighting men here now, men with battle experience who could massacre Morris forces if given a chance. And more to the point, if you gave them something to fight for. Who do you mean? You know who. These new Africans, they've got battle experience, I can tell just by looking at them. I don't know how many of them have ever handled a musket, but I'd wager a lot of them can shoot. Make them part of your militia, and Morris infantrymen will never know what hit them. I'm damned if we'll arm these savages and let them loose on the island. Next thing, they'd try and take over. It'd be the end of slavery, which means the end of sugar. Doesn't have to be. Let them work for wage and start treating that like men. Then, instead of worrying about having them at your back, you'd have them holding your defenses. That's about the damnedest idea I've ever come across. Briggs spat into the sand. And you've got a choice. You can have slavery, or you can win independence. Either you get them to help, or you end up a slave to the Commonwealth yourself. He glanced at Catherine, then back at Briggs as he continued. And the same goes for your indentures. How in hell do you expect this island to hold out against England when half the men here would just as soon see you lose? But give the slaves and the indentures a stake in this, and you'll have a good 10 or 15,000 fighting men here. Morris has maybe 400. He'll never take Barbados. I want you to tell that to the council. I'll be party to no such undertaking. Briggs squinted through the sunshine. Then give my regards to the Admiral when you sit down to sign the surrender. I give you a week at most. He turned and touched Catherine's arm. Katie, if you'd like me to see you home, then wait over there by that shade tree while I make gunnery assignments. Atiba moved noiselessly along the wet sand of the Shaw, crouched low, the wind in his face, just as he had once stalked a wounded leopard in the forest 3 days north of Ife. This part of the harbor was almost deserted now. Only 2 frigates remained, and they were both lodged in this and immobile. One was the great stinking ship that had brought him to this forlorn place. He hated it, had vowed never to be on it again. Furthermore, tonight its decks were crowded with drinking, singing Branco. The other one would have to supply what he needed, the one belonging to the tall Inglés Branco with the mark on his cheek. He secured the stolen machete in his waist strap and waded into the water. When the first salty wave curved over him, he leaned into it with his shoulder and began to swim out away from the shore, circling around to approach the ship from the side facing the sea. As he swam, he thought again of what he must do. It was not a mission of his choosing. He had finally agreed to come because there was no other way to placate the elders. Until last night, he had not realized how much they feared the arms of the Branco. We must be like the bulrush, not like brittle grass. Tahajo, the oldest and hence presumed the wisest, had declared, a bulrush mat will bend, a grass mat breaks to pieces. Do not be brittle grass, Atiba, be like the bulrush. Do what we ask of you. Tahajo's wisdom is known throughout Ife. Obwol, the strongest of them all, hadn't conceded his own fear. Remember, it said you cannot go to war with only a stick in your hand. You must carry a crossbow. Atiba had intended the meeting in his hut to be their final council of war. Last evening was carefully chosen auspicious. It was the 4th night of the new moon on the island of Barbados. In Ife, it would have been the 4th day of a new month, and also the last day of the week, a cycle of 4 days dedicated to major gods of the Yoruba pantheon: Shango, Obatala, Orunmila, and Agun. The appearance of the new moon was important and signified much. By telling the beginning of the month, it scheduled which days would be market days, which were sacred, what god was responsive Bull for the birth of a child. They had waited quietly in his thatched hut as twilight settled across the fields of cane. Swallows twittered among the tall palms, and the half-light was spotted with darting bats. The heat of the long day still immersed. The hillside. On the far western horizon, where the sea disappeared into the Caribbean mist, 3 of the great ships of the Inglés fleet had begun preparing their sails. They too seemed to be waiting for the appearance of the new Yoruba moon. He began. With a review of their weapons. There would be difficulties. Since the cane knives had been removed from the slave quarters on most of the plantations and secured in the great house, it would be necessary to break in and take them back, which meant the advantage of surprise would be lost. For spears, they would have to try and seize some of the pikes the Branco now had in readiness to protect the island from the fleet. Again, that meant bloodshed. Also, their numbers were still uncertain. All the Yoruba had agreed to rise up, and final preparations had been coordinated across the island using the Ilu drum. But the other men of Africa, what of them? The Igbo nursed historic hatreds toward the Yoruba, and their response to the plan for rebellion had been to shift on their feet, spit on the ground, and agree to nothing. There were also Ashanti and Mandingo. These he trusted even less than the Igbo. Command would be difficult. There were too many languages, too men. Illoyalties, too many ancient grievances. The men in the hut finally concluded that only the Yoruba could be relied upon. When the day of war comes, you only trust your own blood, your own gods. After the moon had disappeared, he'd cast. The Cowries, praying Ogun would presage the defeat of the Branco. The men required an omen, and an omen there had been. At that exact moment, the silence of the night was rent by sounds of gunfire rising up from the western shore, faint staccato. It pops through the trees. They were as drumbeats that carried no words, yet their message was unmistakable. Ogun, the god of war, had spoken not through the pattern in the cowries on a tray, but with his own voice. Fear suddenly gripped the men. In the hut, what was Ogun's purpose in answering the cowries this way? Thus their council of war had dissolved in meaningless talk and confusion. Finally, the misgivings of the elders emerged. There must be, they said, no rising against the Branco, unless success was assured. The elder Tahajo recalled the famous proverb, Eki ida owo la ohun tai ako la igba, man should not attempt to raise up something he cannot lift. The other men had nodded gravely, taking his mouthing of this commonplace to demonstrate great sagacity. Then young Durin, in a flagrant breach of etiquette amongst a council of elders, had dared to cite an opposing parable. By Iabadi Ekun, Iran nigh Ikpadize, when the wild becomes a leopard, it can devour great beasts. We must become brave like the leopard, he urged. When the Brancos see our boldness, they will quake with fear as we go to war against them. Tahajo had listened tolerantly, then counter. Again, Alakatanpo aju ko laida Iran pa, he who has only his eyebrow for a crossbow can never kill an animal. So it had continued long into the night. Atiba had no choice but to wait until the elders decided. Finally, they agreed that Ogun would have them go to war only if they had weapons to match those of the Branco. That was the message in the gunfire that had erupted the moment the cowries were cast. Atiba must assure them he could find muskets, or there would be no rebellion. He stroked silently on through the surf. Now the dark outline of the Branco's ship loomed above him, still, deserted. Soon he would find what he had come to learn. He grasped a salt-encrusted rope ladder which dangled from the side and pulled out of the water. He did not bother using the rungs. Instead, he lifted himself directly up. His feet were noiseless as he dropped onto the deck. A quick reconnaissance revealed only one sentry, a fat Branco snoring, idly in a chair on the high deck at the back of the ship. He slipped up the companionway, gripping each weathered board with his toes, and stood over the man, wondering if he should kill him, lest he waken suddenly and sound an alarm. Then he remembered the words of Shango that night in the mill house. It would be a bad omen to spill innocent blood before the rebellion even began. Shango had declared he would only countenance the killing of men who threatened harm. Also, lying beside the man was an empty flask, which surely had contained the strong wine made from cane. This snoring Branco would not soon awaken. He turned and inched his way back down the companionway. The only sounds now were the gentle splash of surf against the side of the ship and the distant chirp of crickets from the shore. He moved stealthily along the creaking boards until he reached the locked door at the front of the ship, the place where the Branco captains stored their weapons. He tried to still his heart, feeling it begin to race with anticipation. If there were weapons here, muskets or pikes, they would be easy to seize when the moment came to rise up. There would be no need to storm the plantation houses for guns and spears, and their plans could proceed in total secrecy till the moment the Branco slaveholders were surprised and cut down. He recalled the rumor that the Branco who owned this ship had bought and freed 200 white slaves, and then had given some of them weapons to fight the warriors of the Inglés fleet. Surely he had more muskets and pikes than any of the Branco planters. How many would be left? He slipped the machete from his waistband and wedged it silently under a hinge on the heavy wooden door. The wood was old and the nails pulled easily. When the 3 hinges had been removed, he laid the machete on the deck and lifted the door around. The interior of the forecastle was dark, but he dared not try to make a light. The risk was too great that he might set off any gunpowder stored here. Instead, he felt his way forward. The space was crowded with racks, and in them were rows of new pikes and half-pikes, hundreds. Then his hand touched a row of long steel cylinders, musket barrels. Agun had answered their prayers. This ship had an arsenal that would equip an entire army, a cache that would ensure their victory. The second week following, 7 days hence, the time sacred to Agun, he would bring the men and they would overwhelm the ship, seize the weapons. He had turned to grope his way back to the deck when he first saw the 2 silhouettes against the dim light of the doorway. A tall man was there, blocking his exit, and next to him was the outline of a Branco woman. "John, what in the name of hell are you doing in the forecastle?" The voice sounded tired and annoyed. "Is this how you stand watch? Hugh, take care." It was the voice of the Branco woman he remembered from the first night in the boiling house. He froze against a wall and reached for his machete. It was missing. Like a fool, he'd left it outside. Quietly, he lifted one of the pikes from the rack and inched slowly toward the figures in the doorway. Through the dark came a shout from the other end of the deck. The sleeping Branco had awakened. "God's wounds, Captain. I'm watching this ship like a hawk over a henhouse. There's no need to be carrying on." The man laughed. "Lest you upset the lady." "On, is that you?" The tall man's voice quickened. Then, by Jesus, whose? Tiba lunged toward the doorway, his pike aimed at the tall shadow. The man had already fainted back against the shrouds. He carried no sword, but a pistol had it appeared in his right hand, as though by magic. With the other, he shoved the Branco woman back against the shrouds, out of reach. The pike missed him, tangled in a knot of lines dangling from the mast, and was lost. Then the glint of his machete caught Atiba's notice, and he dropped toward the darkness of the deck. He rolled twice, bringing himself within reach of its wooden handle. He was on his feet, swinging for the man, when he heard the crack of the pistol and felt a tremor in his wrist. The tip of the machete blade sang into the night, but the stump was still left, and still deadly. Now the fight would be at close quarters. He told himself he welcomed that, and sprang for the dark silhouette. He was thrusting the blade upward toward the tall man's neck, when he heard an unexpected click from the pistol barrel, followed by a hard voice. It was a threat that needed no translation. "No, by God, or I'll blow your bloody head off." The hot muzzle of the pistol was against his cheek, but his blade was against the man's throat. "Meu Deus, Briggs Yoruba." The man quickly switched to Portuguese. "Felicitacao, Senhor. You're every bit as fast as I'd thought. Shall we call it a draw?" It was the Branco, the one who had freed his slaves, the last man on the island he wished to kill. Shango would be incensed. "I think one of us must die." He held the broken blade hard against the flesh, and he could almost feel the pulse of blood just beneath the skin. "It's both of us or neither, by Jesus. Think about that. Your pistol had only 1 bullet. It is gone. Take a look and you'll see there are 2 barrels. The tall man had not wavered. Shall I just blow the thieving bast? To hell, Cap'n. It was the voice of the man who had been asleep. From the corner of his eye, Atiba could see him standing by the foremast. There was the click of a flintlock being cocked. No, John, he's like to slit my throat in the bargain wi'. What's left of his God-cursed machete? The words were in English, then the man switched back to Portuguese. A trade, Senhor, a life for a life. In Ife we say we cannot dwell in a house together without speaking to one another. But if you betray me, you will answer for it to all my clan. Remember that. The broken machete slowly pulled away, then dropped to the deck. Hold the musket on him, John. I don't know whether to trust these Africans. Again Portuguese. Life. For life. Agreed. He lowered the pistol, then slipped it into his belt. With an easy motion, he pulled down a lantern hanging from the shrouds and struck a flint to it. A warm glow illuminated the open door of the forecastle and the tanned ace of the Branco woman. Now, Atiba the Yoruba, you be gone and I'll forget you were ever here. Briggs would likely have you whipped into raw meat for his dogs if he ever found out about this. The Branco was looking into his eyes. But you probably already know that. I salute your courage, Senhor. Truth is, I once thought about having you help me. Help you? He studied the Branco's face. For what purpose? If you weren't too stubborn to take orders, I'd plan to rein you into a first-class fighting man, maybe make you second in command for a little war of my own, against the Spaniards. The man was outlined in the pale light. I'd hoped we might fight together instead of against each other. That is a strange idea for a Branco. He was studying the scar on the tall man's cheek. But then you have the mark on your cheek like the clan sign of a Yoruba. Perhaps the place you got it taught you something of brotherhood as well. It was a law. Time passed, though maybe it did it that. I do know I'm still a brother to any man I like. You were once in that category, Senhor, till you came on my ship trying to knife me. Now you'd best tell me what you're doing here. I wanted see your ship. Well, you've seen it. You also tore off some hinges. I will replace them for you, he smiled. Rapping a razor preserves its sharpness. The man seemed momentarily startled, then a look of realization spread through his eyes. Finally, he turned and spoke in English to the fat Branco holding the musket. John, fetch a hammer and some fresh nails from below decks. You know where ship's carpenter keeps them. What are you saying, Cap'n? The fat Branco had not. It moved. You'd have me go aft, and the musket I'm holding on the bastard. Who's to handle that whilst I'm gone? I'll take it. The Branco woman stepped forward. Give it to her. You'd best keep a close eye, Cap'n. The fat man hesitated. I think this one'd be a near match for you. Just fetch the hammer, John. Aye. He reluctantly passed the musket and began backing slowly toward the hatch leading to the lower deck. Atiba watched him disappear into the dark, then turned. Back to Winston. You do not own slaves, Senhor, yet you do nothing about those on this island who do. What goes on here is not my affair. Other men can do what they like. In Ife we say, he who claps hands for the fool to dance is no better than the fool. He glanced back at the arsenal stored in the dark room behind him. If you do nothing to right a wrong, then are you not an accomplice? The man suddenly seemed to understand everything. Without a word, he walked over and shoved the door against the open forecastle. Let me give you some wisdom from this side of the wide ocean, my friend. I think all the drumming I've been hearing, and now this, means you're planning some kind of revolt. I'm not going to help you, and I'm damned if you're going to use any of my muskets. He reached up and adjusted the lantern. I've done everything I can to end slavery. Nobody on this island listens to me, so whatever you do is up to you. But without weapons, we have no chance of winning our freedom. You've got no chance in any case. But if you steal some of these muskets of mine, you'll just manage to kill a lot of people before you have to surrender and be hanged. He watched the fat man emerge from the hatch. I'd hate to see you hanged, Atiba the Yoruba. What's the savage got to say for himself, Cap'n? The man was carrying a hammer. Was he planning to make off with a few of those new flintlocks we got? Up at Nevis, I think he was just exploring, John. The words were in English now. Help him put the door back and show him how to fix the hinges. As you will, Captain, but keep an eye on him, will you? He's like to kill the bow. Of us if he takes a mind. Katie, keep him covered. God, but he's frightening. What were you two talking about? We'd best go into that later. He glanced at Muse. John, give him the hammer. The fat Branco reluctantly surrendered. The tool, then warily reached to hold the hinges in place. There was a succession of quick, powerful strokes, and the door was aligned and swinging better than before. Now go on back to Briggs' plantation, and pray to whatever gods you have, that he doesn't find out you were gone tonight. He picked up the broken machete and passed it over. Take this. You're going to need it. You know we will need more than this. Atiba reached for the handle, turned the broken blade in the light, and slipped it into his waistband. That's right. What you need is to learn how to wait. This island is about to be brought to its knees by the new government of England. In a way, it's thanks to you. When the government on this island falls, something may happen about slavery, though I'm not sure what. He took down the lantern from the shrouds. But if you start killing whites now, I can assure you you're not apt to live very long, no matter who rules. I will not continue to live. As a slave, I can understand that, but you won't be using my flintlocks whilst getting yourself killed. He held the lantern above the rope ladder and gestured for Atiba to climb down into the shallow surf. Never, ever try steal. Ing muskets from my ship. Mark it well. Atiba threw one leg over the gunwale and grasped a deadeye to steady himself. I think you will help us when the time comes. You speak like a Yoruba. He slipped over the side with a splash and vanished into the dark. God's blood, Captain, but that's a scary one. Muse stared after him nervously. I got the feeling he seemed to know you. I've seen him a time or two before. He retrieved the musket from Catherine and handed it back to Muse. Then he doused the lantern. Come on, Katie, let's have a brandy. I could use two. As they entered the companionway leading aft to the great cabin, he called back. By the way, John, it'd be just as well not to mention to anybody that he was here. Can I depend on you? Aye, as you will. He slipped his arm about Catherine's waist and pushed open the door of the cabin. It was musty and hot. I've got a feeling that African thinks he's coming back for the muskets. 80, but I'll not have it. What'll you do? She reached back and began to loosen the knot on her bodice, sensing a tiny pounding in her chest. I plan to see to it he gets a surprise instead. He lit the lamp, then pulled off his sweat. He jerked in and tossed it into the corner. Enough, let's have a taste of you. He circled his arms around her and pulled her next to him. As he kissed her, he reached back and started unlacing her bodice. Then he whispered in her ear, Well, I'm back aboard. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 13. With every step Jeremy took, the wooded trail leading inland from Oyston's Bay felt more perilous, more alien. Why did the rows of stumps, once so familiar, no longer seem right? Why had he forgotten the spots in the path where the puddles never dried between rains, only congealed to turgid glue? He had ridden it horseback many a time, but now, as he trudged up the slope, his boots still wet from the surf, he found he could remember almost nothing at all. This dark tangle of palms and bramble could scarcely be the direction home, but the way home it was. The upland plantation of Anthony Walrond was a wooded 180-acre tract that lay 1 mile inland from the settlement around Oyston's Bay itself, a haphazard collection of clapboard taverns and hewn log tobacco sheds on the southern, windward side of the island. The small harbor at Oyston's was host to an occasional Dutch frigate, or a small merchant vessel from Virginia or New England, but there was not enough tobacco or cotton to justify a major landing. It was, however, the ideal place to run a small shallop ashore from a ship of the fleet. He reached a familiar arch of palms and turned right, starting the long climb along the weed-clogged path between the trees that led up to the house. As he gripped his flintlock and listened to the warbling of night birds and the menacing clatter of land crabs, he reflected sadly that he was the only man on Barbados who knew precisely what lay in store. He had received a full briefing from the admiral of the fleet aboard the Rainbow. What would Anthony do when he heard? He tried to sort out once more what had happened, beginning with that evening, now only 2 days past, when Admiral Calvert had passed him the first tankard. If I may presume to say, it's a genuine honor to share a cup with you, Master Walrond. Calvert's dark eyes had seemed to burn with determination as he eased back into his sea chair and absently adjusted his long white cuffs. He'd been wearing a black doublet with wide white epaulets and a pristine bib collar, all fairly crackling. It's starch, and to finally have a word with a man of breeding from this infernal settlement. Jeremy remembered taking a gingerly sip of the brandy, hoping perhaps it might somehow ease the pain of his humiliation. Still ringing in his ears were the screams of dying men, the volleys of musket fire, the curses of the Roundhead infantry in the longboat. But the liquor only served to sharpen his horrifying memory of the man he had killed less than an hour before, his finger on the trig, or of the ornate flintlock now resting so innocently on the oak table between them. The question we all have to ask ourselves is how long this damnable state of affairs can be allowed to go on. Englishmen killing their own kind. Calvert had posed the question more to the air than to the others in the room. Colonel Morris, his face still smeared with powder smoke, had shifted his glance back and forth between them and said nothing. He clearly was impatient at being summoned to the rate cabin when there were wounded to attend. Why, Jeremy had found himself wondering, was Morris present at all? Where was the brash vice admiral, the man who had wanted him imprisoned below decks? What was the hidden threat behind Calvert? His two cordial smiles, but the admiral betrayed nothing as he continued. The Civil War is over. May Almighty God forgive us for it, and I say it's past time we started healing the wounds. Jeremy had listened as the silence once more settled around them. For the first time he'd become aware of the creaking of the boards as the Rainbow groaned at anchor. After so much death, he'd found himself thinking, you begin to notice the quietness more. Your senses are honed. Could it be even creatures of the field are the same? Does the lowly hare feel life more exquisitely when, hounds baying on its scent, it hovers quivering in the grass? He wondered what he would do if the musket on the table were primed and in his hands. Would he raise it up and destroy this man who had come to conquer the last safe place on earth left for him? As he tried to still the painful throb in his temples, Calvert continued, I'm a plain-speaking seaman, Master Walrond. Thing more. Though my father served in your late king's court, watching his Catholic queen prance amongst her half-dressed Jezebels, I never had any part of it. But I've seen dead men enough whose spilled blood is on that king's head for all his. Curls and silks. Calvert had suddenly seemed to remember himself and rose to pour a tankard for Morris. He took another sip from his own, then turned back. And there's apt to be more killing now, here in the Americas, before this affair's finished. But to what purpose, sirrah, I ask you? We both know the island can't hold out forever. We've got her bottled now with this blockade, and the bottle's corked. What's more, I know for a fact you're all but out of meat and bread, whilst you've made free with all the victuals these interloping Hollanders in Carlisle Bay kindly had waiting to supply us. So my men'll be feasting on capon and port, whilst your planters are starving, with nothing in the larder save tobacco. Oh, and cane. You've never troubled to grow enough edibles here, since you could always buy from these Hollanders, and now it's going to be your downfall. Calvert's eyes had flashed grimly in the lantern light, when Morris had stirred as though to speak. He'd silenced the commander with a brisk wave of his hand, then continued. But we're not planning just to wait and watch, that I can promise you. Colonel Morris here will tell you he's not going to sleep easy till this island is his. At the break of day, he'll commence his first shelling, right here at Jamestown where he spiked the ordnance. You'll see that spot, breastwork and the rest, turn to rubble by nightfall tomorrow. No, Colonel Morris is not of my mind. He's not a country angler who'd sit and wait for his line to bob. He's a man who'll wade in and take his perch with both hands. Calvert had sighed and risen to open the windows at the stern. Cool air washed over them, bringing with it the Moans of wounded men from the deck above. Jeremy noted the windows had been severely damaged by cannon fire and temporarily repaired with wood rather than leaded glass. Calvert listened glumly for a moment, then shoved the windows closed and turned. And back. But what's the point of it, Master Walrond, by all that's holy? You'll never take Barbados, blockade or no. Jeremy had tried to meet the glare in Calvert's eyes. We'll never surrender to Cromwell and this rabble army. Ah, but take you we will, sir, or I'm not a Christian. The only question is when. He had paused to frown. And how am I to be forced to humble this place till there's nothing left to shell her ports, burn her crops? I dare say you're not fully aware what's in store for this island. But it's time somebody heard and listened. I came here with peace in mind, praying your governor and assembly would have the sense to recognize the Commonwealth. If I was met with defiance, my orders were to bring Barbados to its knees, man and boy, to see every pocket of resistance ferreted out. More than that, you'd best know I'll not be staying here forever. There'll be others to follow, and that young stalwart you met out on decks, a vice admiral, may well claim the only way to keep the island cooperative is to install a permanent garrison. Believe me when I tell you he'd as soon hang a royalist as bag a partridge. Think on that, what it's apt to be like, heh? Or if you force me to give him free rein. Jeremy had felt Calvert's eyes bore into it. But Master Walrond, I think Barbados, the Americas, deserve better. He glanced toward Morris. And I'll warrant our commander here feel. It's much the same. Neither of us wants fire and sword for this place. Nor, I feel safe in thinking, does anyone on this island. But someone here has got to understand our purpose and hearken to reason, or it's going to be damnation. Or your settlement, and for the rest of the Americas. Then that's what it'll be, if you think you've got the means to attempt it. Jeremy had pulled himself upright in the chair. But you try landing on this island again, and we'll meet you on the beach. Is with twice the men you've got, just like tonight. But why be so foolhardy, lad? I'll grant there are those on this island who have no brief for the Commonwealth, well and good. But know this, all we need from the Americas is cooperation. And plain as that, we don't ask servitude. He lowered his voice. In God's name, sir, this island need merely put an end to its rebellious talk, agree to recognize Parliament, and we can dispense with any more bloodletting. Then Calvert had proceeded to outline a new offer. Its terms were more generous. He'd hammered home time and again than anyone on the island had any cause to expect. The point he had emphasized most strongly was that Jeremy Walrond stood at the watershed of history. On one side was war, starvation, ignominy, on the other moderation, and a new future. Ahead the log gables of the Walrond plantation house rose out of the darkness. On his left, through the trees, were the thatched lintas of the indentures. A scattering of smoky fires told him some of the servants or their women were still about, frying corn mush for supper. The indentures' few remaining turkeys and pigs were penned now, and the pathway was mostly quiet. The only sounds came from clouds of stinging gnats, those pernicious merowings whose bite could raise a welt for a whole day, their tiny bugles sending a chorus through the dark. In the evening stillness, the faint stench of rotting corn. Husks wafted from a pile in which pigs rooted behind the indentures' quarters, while the more pungent odor of human wastes emanated from the small vegetable patches farther back. He heard occasional voices in the dark, curses from the men and the Irish sing-song of women, but no one in the indenture compound saw or heard him pass. Ahead the half-shuttered windows of the plantation house glimmered with the light of candles. It meant, he realized with relief, that Anthony was home. That he'd lit the pewter candelabra hanging over their pine dining table. He stopped for a moment to think and to catch his breath, then moved on past the front portico, toward the servants' entrance at the rear of the house. There was good reason not to announce his arrival publicly. What he had to say was for Anthony, and Anthony alone. As he passed one of the windows, he could just make out a figure seated at the table, tankard in hand. The man wore a white kerchief around, and his neck and a doublet of brown silk puffed at the shoulders. His dark brown hat rested next to him on the table, its white plume glistening in the dull light. As he pushed on, he noticed that the chimney of the log cookroom in back of the house gave off no smoke, meaning Anthony's servants had already been dismissed for the night. Good. The time could not have been better. Ahead now, just at the corner, was the back doorway. It was ajar and unlatched. As usual, the help had been careless. They crept away with meat scraps from Anthony's table to season their own bland meal. He paused at the first step and tried to think how he would begin. For no reason at all, he found himself staring up at the stars. The heavens in. A Caribbee's always reminded him of one dusk, many years ago, when he had first seen London from afar, a jewel box of tiny sparklers hinting of riches, intrigues, delicious secrets. What waited there amidst those London light? He had pondered those thousands of flickering candles and cab lanterns. Was it as joyful as it seemed? Or was misery there too, as deep and irreducible as his own? That answer never came. But now this canopy of stars above the Caribbees, mantled a place of strife and despair wrenching as man could devise. He gently pushed open the split-log door and slipped through. The back hallway was narrow and unlighted, but its walls were shadowed from the blaze of distant candles. He remembered that Anthony always lit extra tapers when he was morose, as though the burning wicks might somehow rekindle his own spirit. As he moved through the rough-hewn archway leading into the main room, he saw the seated figure draw back with a start and reach for the pistol lying on the table. By God, what? Suddenly the chair was kicked away, and the man was rushing forward with open arms. "Jeremy, God's life, it's you. Where in heaven's name have you been?" Anthony wrapped him in his arms. "We heard you'd been taken by Morris and the Roundheads." He drew back and gazed in disbelief and joy. "Are you well, lad? Were you wounded?" "I've been with Admiral Calvert on the Rainbow." He heard his own voice, and its sound almost made him start. "You've been?" Anthony's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then you managed to escape. Did you commandeer a longboat? For the love of God, lad, what happened?" What happened? He almost laughed at the question. Would that any man ever knew? He found himself thinking. Whatever happens, save that life flows on of its own will and drags you with it willy-nilly. Without a word, he carefully settled his flintlock in the corner, next to the rack that held Anthony's own gun. 3 matchlocks and 2 flintlocks, and slumped into a vacant chair by the table. "I've a thirst." He glanced distractedly about the room, barely remembering it. For the past 2 days now, it seemed like an entire age life had been a shame. "Is there brandy?" "Aye, there's a flask in the sideboard, as always." Anthony examined him curiously. Jeremy rarely drank anything stronger than Madeira wine. "What is it, lad? For God's sake, let's have it, all of it." With a tankard in his hand, Jeremy discovered that the first part of the story fairly tumbled forth the Roundhead captain he had killed, the anger, the dismay, the loose discipline of the men in the trench. He even managed to confess straight out the circumstances of his capture, that he had ignored the call to retreat, only to have his musket misfire. Finally, he reached the part where he first met Admiral Calvert. Then the tale seemed to die within him. "Well, lad, what happened next? You say Oris knew who you were?" "Aye, and he spoke of you." Jeremy looked at his brother, with considerable respect, to tell it truthfully. A Roundhead schemer, that's Dick Morris, who'd not speak the truth even if he knew how. Anthony leaned forward and examined his tankard. "But I'm beginning to grow fearful he may have the last say in this matter, truth or no." He looked up. "What did you see of their forces, lad? Can they mount another landing?" "They can. They will. They've got the provisions, and Calvert claims they could hold out for weeks. But he says he'll not wait. He plans to invade." I'd feared as much. If he does, I say God help us. This damned militia is plagued with more desertions every day. These freeholders seem to think they've done all they need after Jamestown. They're saying let somebody else fight the next time, when there isn't anybody else. We're having trouble keeping enough men called up just to man the breastworks. He scratched at his eye patch distractedly. "I suppose we can still meet them if they try another assault, but it'll be a pitched battle, as God is my witness." Jeremy drank off the tankard, rose, and walked shakily to the sideboard. The onion and flask of brandy was still over half full. He wished he could down it all then and there. I heard their plans from Admiral Calvert. He finished pouring and set down the bottle. After a deep drink, he moved back to his chair without eating Anthony's gaze. I would all the assembly and council could have heard what he said. What did that roundhead criminal do? Threaten you and then send you home in hopes you'd somehow cozen me? Anthony looked up. Jeremy, that man's a base. Traitor to his king. His father was in Charles' court, and Edmund Calvert was knighted for no more cause than being George Calvert's son. Then, when Prince Rupert and the Navy declared their support for the king, he took his ship and defected. To Parliament, it wasn't a threat. Suddenly, the words came again. Out poured Calvert's story of Cromwell's plans for the island if it defied him. The Assembly and Council would be dismissed and Powlett set up as governor. A garrison would be installed. Moreover, Powlett might well see fit to reward loyal Puritan islanders with the estates of recalcitrant royalists. Anthony Walrond stood to lose all his acres again. The elder Walrond listened thoughtfully till the story was finished. Then he slowly drained his tankard. It's the final humiliation. Cromwell, may God damn him, can't rest content merely to strike off the head of his most royal majesty. Now he must needs reduce all that king's loyal. Objects to nothing. But it needn't be. Jeremy put down his tankard. His hands quivered as though to match the flicker of the candles. There's something you haven't told me yet, isn't there, lad? You haven't said why they set you ashore. Didn't escape, did you? Anthony studied him with sudden dismay. I'll wager you were sent back. Why was it? Aye, the reason is this. He rose and reached into the pocket of his doublet. The letter was still there, waiting, its wax seal warm. Against his shirt. It's for you. He found himself wishing it had been lost, though he believed with all his heart the message meant salvation. It was a gift of God, yet something about it now seemed the work of the devil. What is it, Jeremy? Anthony stared at the envelope. Some kind of threat to try and frighten me too? He looked up and bristled. They can spare their ink and paper. Admiral Calvert asked me to deliver this. He and Captain Morris said that whilst you were their staunchest foe, they also knew you for a gentleman. They said you were the only man on the island they felt they could trust. That you alone could prevent this place being brought to ruin by Cromwell, which would probably mean fighting all over the Americas for years, when they just want to settle this and be gone. Are they asking me to be a traitor to the island? They've made an offer, a private offer. They said the assembly can't be made to reason, that it'd sooner bring ruination and to the island than agree to a compromise. This is damned knavery, to presume I'd be party to disloyalty. But think on't. Jeremy drank again and felt his boldness renewed. Why should you sacrifice yourself helping the greedy Pure? Written's on this island? The council scorns to listen to you, and you've still not been elected to the assembly. I'd say you've received naught but contempt from the day you arrived. His voice rose. Make no mistake on it, there'll be a new regime here after the island surrenders, which it'll have to eventually. Right now, Calvert and Morris just want to keep Barbados out of the hands of this man Powlett. Anthony turned the envelope in his hand. So what does this cursed Etter of Calvert say? Merely that you're a reasonable man, that you're surely sensible of the ruin a total war would mean, and that he's got terms to offer you that are truly in the best interest of Barbados, if only you'd give them ear. I suppose he made you privy to these most generous terms. Anthony tossed the letter onto the rough pine boards in front of him. If you'd use your influence to work for peace, and convince your Windward Regiment here in this parish to co-op, he'll take steps to thwart the designs of Powlett. If the island laid down its arms, then there'd be no garrison of troops. He'll guarantee it, and there'd be amnesty for all the planters. It's more damned Roundhead lies. That's not a voice of Cromwell. That's the voice of an admiral who fears he can't take this place by force, so he'd try doing it by deceit. Anthony's face reddened. Does the man have the cheek to think I've no scruples whatsoever? But he's Missed more. He'd form a new council and make you its head. He and you'd appoint the others together. Of course, they'd needs be men of moderate stripe who'd stood for peace. But you could both work together to ensure the treaty was kept. Powley, Might still have to serve as governor for a time, but he'd not be able to do anything without the approval of your new council. It's all a deception, lad. Anthony sighed wistfully. Would it were true. You're young, and I fear to say so. It gullible. These are promises made in the moonlight and shrugged away at sunrise. I'm old enough to know there's been enough killing. Jeremy choked back a lump of guilt that rose in his chest. But the letter's not addressed to me. It's to you. What harm in reading it? Morris would like to arrange a meeting, unarmed, to discuss its terms. A meeting? Anthony seemed to spit out the words. I hear along the coast at Oystons. He's to come ashore by longboat tomorrow night alone. To hear what you have to say. Jeremy took another drink of brandy and its fire burned through him. There's no harm in that, for sure. It could be the beginning of peace. Lad, talk sense. They'll not hold to these conditions you've described. Once the island is disarmed, it'll be the end for every free man here. He said he'd give you all the terms in writing, signed. Jeremy noticed his tankard was dry. He wanted to rise for more brandy, but the room swirled about. It's our chance, don't you see? If Barbados goes down fighting, there'll be no terms, no concessions, just more needless deaths. If you don't hear them out, it'll be on our heads. I'll not do it. But what's the council ever done? For you, for that matter, what has Bedford done? Anthony stared into the empty tankard in his hand, and his voice grew bitter. He's let Catherine take up company with the criminal who robbed our ship at Nevis, whilst we're at this very time, negotiating a marriage portion, and made me a laughing stock in the bargain, if you must know. He looked up. In truth, that's the most Dalby Bedford's done for me as of late. Jeremy felt his face grow flush with embarrassment. Then I say, you owe it to decency to hear what Morris has to offer tomorrow night. Otherwise there'll just be more killing. Next it'll be starvation too, please. I entreat you to think on it. Anthony picked up the letter and turned it in his hand. Lib, Ertie or death. His voice was strangely subdued. That's what the assembly claimed they wanted, but it turns out that was just talk. They don't even want liberty enough to stand and fight for it. That's all too clear now. He pushed open the wax seal with his thumb and unfolded the paper. Jeremy watched his face as he began to read. My lord, I send this to you as one who is master of a great deal of reason, and truly sensible of the ruin of the island if it should long, or be obstinate. Only after appeal to your lordship could I satisfy mine own conscience that I had done my duty in avoiding what I can the shedding of blood and the ruin of this island. For although I may by some be looked upon as an enemy, yet really I do you office of a friend in urging your lordship, and those engaged with you to judge of the necessity of your lordships, and their giving their due obedience to the state of England, or else to suffer yourselves to be swallowed up in the destruction which a little time must inevitably bring upon you, which I cannot suppose rational men would wish. My lord, may it please you to know that I am not ignorant of the interests of this island, and very well know the impossibility of its subsistence without the patronage of England. It is clear to me that God will own us in our attempts against this island, as he hath hitherto done. And yet, to show you that I would endeavor what I can to avoid the shedding of blood, and the loss of estates, I have thought fit to send this to your lordship, to offer you such reasonable conditions as may be honorable for the state to give. Anthony studied the terms carefully. They were just as described by Jeremy. Calvert was offering a leniency most uncharacteristic of Cromwell. The island would be beholden to Parliament, to be sure, but it would not be humiliated. Moreover, he suddenly thought, when Charles Roman II moved to restore the monarchy, this island's strength and arms would be intact, ready to help throw off the yoke of Cromwell's oppression. With a surge of pleasure, he realized this could well be a strategic retreat, in the finest military sense. If Calvert were willing to honor these generous terms, the fight could still be won another day. Particularly, if Anthony Walrond controlled the new council of Barbados. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 14. I've always called it Little Island, since nobody's ever troubled giving it a name. She reined in her mare and directed Winston's gaze toward the atoll that lay a few hundred yards off the coast. The waters along the shore shimmered a perfect blue in the bright midday sun. At low tide like now, you can wade a horse right through the shallows. Does anybody ever come out here? He drew in his gelding and stared across the narrow waterway. The island was a curious anomaly. There was a high rocky peak at its center, the lookout Catherine had described, and yet the shores were light sand and verdant with palms. Little Island was less than a quarter-mile across and shaped like an egg, almost as though God had seen fit to set down a tiny replica of Barbados here off its southern shore. Looking west, you could see the forested coast of the mother island, while to the east there was the road leading to Oistins and the Atlantic beyond. Never. I've ridden out here maybe a dozen times, but there's never been a soul. He turned and surveyed the coast. What else is around this place? Nothing much, really. Just the Walron plantation up the coast inland. And a mile or so, about halfway between here and Oistins. Good Christ, I'm beginning to understand it all, he laughed wistfully. I'll wager you've probably come out here with that gallant of yours. Then he looked at her, his eyes sardonic. Nick, didn't he get his fancy silk breeches wet riding across the shallows? Hugh, not another word, try to understand. She turned and studied him. These occasional flares of jealousy, did he mean them? She wasn't sure, maybe it was all just a game to him, playing at being in love. But then she asked herself, what was she doing? Perhaps wanting to have everything, a lover and a husband. But why couldn't you? Besides, Hugh would be gone soon. Better to enjoy being in love with him while she could. I mean that. And Anthony must never learn we came here. He was silent for a moment, letting the metrical splash of the surf mark the time. Somehow she'd managed to get away with her little game so far. Anthony Walrond was too busy rallying his royalists to take much notice of anything else. Or maybe he was willing just to turn his blind eye to it all. Katie, tell me something. How exactly am I supposed to fit into all this? You think you can have an amour with me and then wed a rich royalist when I'm gone. I suppose you figure he'll be governor here someday himself, so you won't even have to move out of the compound. Hugh, I'm in love with you. There, I said it. But I'm going to marry Anthony. It's the sensible thing for me to do. Love needn't have anything to do with that. She urged her horse forward as a white egret swooped past, then turned back brightly. Let's ride on over. The island is truly a lovely spot, whether you decide to use it or not. He stared after her in amazement. Maybe she was right. Maybe life was just being sensible, taking whatever you could. But that was also a game two could play. So bad. To business. The island. Time was growing short, and he knew there was no longer any means to finish lading the stores on the Defiance without everyone in Bridgetown suspecting something was afoot. The frigate was aground directly in front of the main tobacco sheds, in full view of every tavern around the harbor. But there was still a way to assemble what was needed using an old trick he had learned years ago. You pull together your stores in some secluded haven, to be picked up the night you make your break. It had been a week since the invasion at Jamestown, and now what seemed to be a battle of nerves was underway. What else could it be? A new set of terms had been sent ashore by the commander of the fleet, terms the Assembly had revised and sent back, only to have them rejected. After that, there had been quiet. Was Barbados being left to starve quietly in the sun, or, he'd begun to wonder, was something else afoot? Maybe even a betrayal? Could it be some Puritan sympathizers in the Assembly were trying to negotiate a surrender behind Bedford's back? Even Catherine was worried, and the governor had taken the unprecedented step of arming his servants. A turn for the worse seemed all too likely, given the condition of the island's morale. But she'd insisted they not talk about it today. She touched Coral lightly across the rump with her crop, and the mare stepped eagerly into the crystalline blue water of the shallows, happy to escape the horseflies nipping at its shanks. Winston spurred his mount and splashed after her. Ahead of them, Little Island stood like a tropical mirage in the sea. You're right about one thing. I'm damned if this place isn't close to paradise. There's not a lovelier spot in the Caribbees. The bottom was mostly gravel with only an occasional rivulet of sand. See over there? It looks to be a school of angelfish. He was pointing off to the left, toward an iridescent mass of turquoise and yellow that shimmered just beneath the surface. I had no idea there was any place like this along here. Tell me, are you sure there's enough draft on the windward side for me to put in and lade? When we reach those rocks up ahead, we can tie the horses and walk the shore. Then I suppose you can decide for yourself, Captain. She watched as the glimmer of fish darted forward. To be free like that, able to go anywhere, do anything. I remember one place where the bottom seems to drop almost straight down. You could probably anchor there. Good thing we came early. He glanced up to the sky, then at her. She detected a smile. This may take a while. What was he thinking? Did he feel the freedom of this place too? She loved being here alone with him, just the two of them. What a proper scandal it would make if anybody found out. Maybe the real reason I told you about this spot was to lure you out here, and then key you here all to myself. He started to laugh, then stopped. I'd probably be an easy captive betwixt your designs and the guns of the English Navy. Oh, for God's sake, don't be so dreary and melancholy. I'm sure you'll be gone fra Barbados soon enough, never fear, if that's what you want. She sensed she had pressed him too hard. But maybe you'll remember me once in a while after you've sailed off to get yourself killed by the Spaniards. Well, I'm not done with Barbados yet, I can promise you that. What did he mean? She wished he'd continue, but then his horse stumbled against a rock and he glanced down, distracted. When he looked up again, they were already nearing the shallows of the island. If I can get a good cart and a couple of draft horses, I'll wager I can bring the other stores I'll need out here with no trouble at all. It's mainly hogsheads of water we're short now, and maybe a few more barrels of salt pork. His gelding emerged from the water, threw back its head and snorted, then broke into a prance along the sandy beach. No more than 2 days' work, the way I figure it. I'll have a few of the indentures give my boys a hand. Her mare had all. Eddie trotted ahead, into the shade of a tall palm whose trunk emerged from behind a rocky embankment. She slipped from the saddle and glanced back at Winston. He was still staring down the shoreline in delight. If you'd care to tether your frawl. Icking horse, Captain. We can walk around to the other side. Why don't we swim it? He pulled his mount alongside hers and dropped onto the sand, his eyes suddenly sparkling, while the horse nuzzled curiously at the salty wetness on its legs. He collected the reins and kneeled down to begin hobbling it. Can you make it that far? Have you gone mad from the heat? They were alone, miles from anything. He was all hers now, no gunnery mates, no seamen. To swim, what a set. Sensible, no romantic idea. He laughed and began to tie a leather thong to her mare's forelegs. Katie, you should know better than to try being coy with me. I'll wager you can swim like a fish. You probably learned for no other reason then. It's not ladylike. He finished with the mare and rose up, facing her. His face was like fine leather against the blue of the sky. Besides, I think I'd like seeing you out of that bodice. Remember, you're not on your quarterdeck today, so I needn't hearken to your every wish. She slipped her hands beneath his jerkin and ran them slowly across the muscles on his sides. The feel of him reminded her of their first night together. As she ran her fingers upward toward his shoulders, his lips came down to hers. You might get used to it if you tried it once. His voice was almost a whisper. As he kissed her, he wrapped her in his arms and deftly pulled the knot at the base of her bodice. So get yourself out of this thing and let's try the water. He wiggled the laces open and slipped it over her head. She wore nothing beneath, and her breasts emerged milky white in the sunshine. He paused to examine her, then continued, Why stand about in this heat when there's a cool lagoon waiting? He stepped away, slipped off his jerkin, and tossed it across his saddle. He was reaching down to unbuckle his boots when she stopped him. She dropped to her knees, slipped her hands around his waist, and nuzzled her face against his thighs. Then she released him and bent down. Let me unbuckle your boots. What? I enjoy doing things for you sometimes. He seemed startled. She'd suspected he wouldn't like it, but he didn't pull a way. Come on then. He quickly stepped out of the boots. As she laid them against the trunk of the palm, she noticed they were still smeared with powder residue from that day at the Jamestown breastwork. We're going to see how far around this. Island we can swim. Pretend that's an official order from the quarterdeck. He pulled his pistols from his waist and secured them on his saddle. Then he unbuckled his belt and glanced at her. I don't know about you, but one don't plan. Try it in my breeches. He solemnly began slipping off his canvas riding trousers. She watched for a moment, then reached for the waist of her skirt. He found herself half wishing he couldn't see her like this, plain and in the sunlight. He liked her body, but would he? Would he notice that her legs were a trifle too slim? Or that her stomach wasn't as round as it should be? Now he was leading the way down the incline toward the lagoon. The white sand was a warm Tex. Should cushion against their bare feet as they waded into the placid waters. Around the island, on the windward side, the waves crashed against the shore, but here the lagoon remained serene. As she noticed the brisk wind against her skin, she suddenly didn't care what he thought. She felt like the most beautiful woman alive. When she was younger, she could ride and shoot as well as any lad on the island. Then one day she awoke to find herself cloaked in a prison of curves and bulges, with a litany in her ears about all the things she wasn't supposed to be seen doing anymore. It infuriated her. Why did men have things so much easier, like Winston? He moved the same way he handled his flintlock pistols, with a thoughtless poise. As he walked now, his shoulders were slightly forward and his broad back seemed to balance his stride. But even more, she loved the hard rhythm of his haunches, trim and rippled with muscles. She stopped to watch as he lashed into the shallows. God forgive me, she thought, how I do adore him. What I'd most like right now is just to enfold him, to capture him in my arms, and never let. Good God, what am I saying? The water was deliciously cool and it deepened quickly. Before she knew, she felt the rhythm of the waves against her thighs. Katie, the time has come. He turned back and admired her for a second, then thumped a spray of water across her breasts. Let's see if you really can swim. Abruptly he leaned forward, dipped one shoulder and stroked powerfully. The curves of his body blended with the ripples as he effortlessly glided across the surface. A startled triggerfish darted past, orange in the sun. He stroked Doug, and then yelled over his shoulder, I'm still not sure I can always believe everything you say. Nor I you, Hugh, though truly you say little enough. She leaned into the water, fresh and clean against her face. She gave a kick and another. Stroke, and she was beside him. The sea around them seemed a world apart from the bondage of convention. He was right for wanting to swim. So today, to repay me for showing you this spot, I want you to tell me everything, all the things you've been holding back. Unlike you, who's held nothing back, like this island and what it means to you. She just ignored him, the best way to handle Hugh when he was like this, and stroked again, staying even the taste of salt. On her lips, the white sands of the shoreline were gliding past now, and behind them the palms nodded lazily in the sun. Then she rolled over and kicked, drifting through the blue. He rolled over too and reached to take her hand. They slid across the surface together as one body. She was lost in the quiet and calm, almost dreaming, when she saw his face rise up. How far can you see from those rocks up there? He was pointing toward the craggy rise in the center of the isle. And I'd like to go up after a while and have a look. You want to know everything about this place, all at once. Is that the only thing you care about? Not quite. He pulled next to her. I'll grant you've proved you can swim, and damned. Well, he smiled wryly. It's doubtless a good thing to know how to do. We may all be needing to swim out of here soon, God help us. Not a word, remember your promise. Her eyes flashed as she flung a handful of water. Then she looked past him, at the white sand and the line of green palms. Let's go ashore for a while. That spot up there at the trees, it's too beautiful to pass. The afternoon sun had begun to slant from the west as they waded out onto the sparkling sand. His arms circled around her waist. The breeze urged a sprightly nip against their skin. Hugh, I love you, truly. She leaned against him to feel his warmth. I don't know what I should do. He was subdued and quiet as they stepped to round a gleaming pile of shells. Then he stopped and quietly enfolded her in his arms. "It's only fair to tell you I've never before felt about a woman the way I feel about you." He kissed her softly. "The troubling part is, I ought it to know better." He turned and led her on in silence till they reached the shade of a low palm. She dropped down onto the grass and watched him settle beside her. A large conch shell lay nearby, like a petrified flower. She picked it up and held it toward the sun, admiring its iridescent colors, then tossed it back onto the grass and looked at him. "I meant it when I said I wanted you to tell me everything." He glanced up and traced his fingertips across the gent. Curve at the tops of her white breasts. "Are you sure you want to hear it?" "Yes, I do." She thought she detected a softness in his eyes, almost a yielding. He leaned back in the grass. "I guess you think there's a lot to tell, yet somehow it all adds up to nothing. To lying here under a palm, on an empty island, with a price on my head in England, and little to show for all the years." He looked out to sea and shaded his eyes as he studied a sail at the horizon. "It seems I'm something different to everybody. So which story do you want to hear? Why not try the real one?" She pushed him onto his back and raised on her elbow to study his face. It was certainly older than its years. "Why won't you ever tell me about what happened when you first came out here? What was it about that time that troubles you so much? It's not a pretty tale. Before I came, I never even thought much about the new world." He smiled at the irony of it now. "It all started when I was apprenticed and shipped out to the Caribbean for not being royalist enough." "Where to?" "Well," he paused automatically, then decided to continue. "In truth, it was Tortuga, back when the Providence Company had a settlement on the island. But wasn't that burned out by the Spaniards? We all heard about it. I thought everybody there was killed. How did you survive?" "As it happens, I'd been sort of banished by then, since I didn't get along. Well, with the Puritans there, they'd sent me over to the north side of Hispaniola to hunt. Probably saved my life. That's where I was when the Spaniards came." "On Hispaniola?" She stared at him. "You mean to say you were once one of the cow killers?" It was said slowly and casually. He waited to see how she would respond, but there was only a brief glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "Then what some people say is true. I'd never believed it till now." She laughed. "I suppose I should be shocked, but I'm not." He smiled guardedly. "Well, in those days they only hunted cattle until toward the last." He paused a moment, then looked at her sharply. "But yes, that's who I was with. However, Katie, don't credit quite everything you may hear about me from the Walrons. But you left them. At least that tells me something about you." She held his hand lightly against her lips. The calluses along the palm were still soft from the water. "Why did you finally decide to go?" He pulled her next to him and kissed her on the mouth twice. Then he ran his fingers down her body, across her smooth waist, till he reached the mound of light chestnut hair at her thighs. "I've never told anyone, Katie. I'm not even sure I want to tell you now." He continued with his fingertips, on down her skin. "Why won't you tell me?" She passed her hand across his chest. Beneath the bronze, she could feel the faint pumping of his heart. "I want to know all about you, to have all that to think about when you're gone. We're so much alike in so many ways. I feel I have a right to know even the smallest little things about you." "I tried to shoot one of them." "One of the cow killers." He turned and ripped off a blade of grass, then crumpled it in his hand and looked away. "Well, I'm sure that's not the first time such a thing has happened. I expect you had good reason. After all, the difference was who I tried to kill." He rolled over and stared up at the vacant sky. It was deep blue, flawless. "What do you mean? Who was it?" "You probably wouldn't know." He glanced at her. "Ever hear of a man who goes by the name of Jacques le Basque?" "Good God!" She glanced at him in astonishment. "Isn't he the one who's been pillaging and killing Spaniards in the Windward Passage for years now? In Bridgetown, they say the Spaniards call him the most bloodthirsty man in the Caribbean. I'm surprised he let you get away with it." "I didn't escape entirely unscathed," Winston laughed. "You see, he was leader of the cow killers back then. I suppose he still is. So what happened? One foggy morning we had a small falling out, and I tried a pistol on him. It misfired." He pushed back her hair and kissed her on the cheek. Did you know, Katie, that the sun somehow changes the color of your eyes, makes them bluer? She grabbed his hand and pushed him back up. You're trying to shift the topic. I know your tricks. Don't do that with me. Tell me the rest. What do you suppose? After I made free to kill him, he naturally returned the favor. Winston stroked the scar on his cheek. His pistol. All came this close to taking off my head. That's when I thought it healthy to part company with him and his lads. He traced his tongue down her body and lightly probed a nipple. It blushed pink, then began to harden under his touch. No. You don't, not yet. You'll make me lose track of things. She almost didn't want him to know how much she delighted in the feel of his lips. It would give him too much power over her. Could she wondered, ever have the same power or him? She had never yet kissed him all over the way she wanted, but she was gathering courage for it. What would he do when she did? She reached up and cradled his face in her hands. The tongue that had been circling her nipple drew away and slowly licked one of her fingers. She felt herself surrendering again and quickly drew her hand back. Talk to me some more. Tell me why you tried to kill him. Ooh, the man you just said. She frowned, knowing well his way of tea. Zing, yes, Hugh Winston was quite a tease in everything. Just now, this Jacques le Basque. Him, why did I try to kill him? He pecked at her nose, and she sensed a tenseness in his mouth. I scarcely remember. It's as though the fog that never really cleared from my mind. As best I recall, it had something to do with a frigate. He smiled, the lines in his face softening. Then he slipped an arm beneath her and drew her next to him. Her skin was warm from the sun. Days like this make up for a lot in life, just being here. With you, trouble is I worry I'm beginning to trust you, more than I probably ought. I think I trust you too. She turned and kissed him on the lips, testing their feel. The tenseness had vanished as mysteriously as it had come. She kissed him again, now with his lips meeting hers, and she wanted to crush them against her own. Gone now all the talk. He had won. He had made her forget herself once again. I also love you, and I know you well enough by now to know for sure that's unwise. She moved across him, her breasts against his chest. Would he continue to hold back, to keep something to himself, something he never seemed willing or able? Give, only recently had she become aware of it. As she learned to surrender to him more and more fully, she had slowly come to realize that only a part of him was there for her. Then the quiet of the lagoon settled around them as their bodies molded together, a perfect knowing. He pulled her against his chest, hard as he knew she liked to be held, and she moved against him, instinctively. She felt herself wanting him, ready for that most exquisite moment of all. She slipped slowly downward while he moved carefully to meet her. Her soft breasts were still pillowed against his chest. She gasped lightly, a barely discernible intake of breath, and closed her eyes as she slowly received him. Her eyes flooded with delight, and she rose up till her breasts swung above him like twin bells. This is how I want to stay, forever. She bent back down and kissed him full on the mouth. Say you'll never move, not even like this? Now the feel of her and the scent of her, as she enclosed him and worked her thighs against him, fully awoke his own desire. It had begun, that need both to give and to take, and he sensed in her an intensity matching his own. So alien, yet so alike. Gradually, he became aware of a quickening of her motions against him, and he knew that, at this instant, he had momentarily ceased to exist for her. He had lost her to something deeper. She leaned closer, not to clasp him, but to thrust her breasts against him, wordlessly telling him to touch the hard buds of her nipples. Then the rhythms that rippled her belly shifted downward, strong and driven. With small sounds of anticipation, she again rose above him, then suddenly cry aloud, and grasped his body with her hands to draw him into her totally. This was the moment when together they knew that nothing else mattered. As he felt himself giving way to her, he felt her gasp and again thrust against him, as though to ease and hold the ecstasy that had already begun to drift beyond them. But it had been fleeting, ephemeral, and now they were once more merely man and woman, in each other's arms amidst the sand, and gently waving palms. Finally she reached up and took his hands from her soft breasts, her eyes resigned and bewildered. He drew her to him and kissed her gently, to comfort her for that moment now lost to time. Then he lifted her in his arms and lay her against the soft grass, her body open to him. He wanted this woman more than anything. The afternoon sky was azure now, the hue of purest lapis lazuli, and its scattering of soft white clouds was mirrored in the placid waters of the lagoon. He held her, cradled in his arms, half dozing, her face warm against his chest. Time. His voice sounded lightly against her ear. "What, darling?" "It's time we had a look around." He sat up and kissed her. "We've got to go back where we left. The horses, and get our clothes and boots." He turned and gazed toward the dark outcrop of rocks that rose up from the center of the island. "Then I'd like to go up there, to try and get some idea what the shoreline looks like on the windward side. Want to swim back?" She stared up at him, then rubbed her face against his chest. As she rose, she was holding his hand and almost dancing around him. "You swim back if you like. For myself, I think I'm getting a bit old for such. What if I just walked the shore?" "Oh, you're old to be sure. You're ancient, but mostly in your head." She grabbed his hand. "Come on." "Well, just part way." He rose abruptly, then reached over and hoisted her into his arms. He bounced her lightly, as though she were no more weighty than a bundle of cane, and laughed at her gasp of surprise. "What do you know? Maybe I'm not as decrepit as I thought." He turned and strode toward the shoreline, still idling her against his chest. "Put me down. You're just showing off." "That's right." They were waist deep when he balanced her momentarily high above the water and gave a shove. She landed with a splash and disappeared, only to resurface sputtery. "Careful, Katie, or you'll frighten the angelfish." He ducked the handful of water she flung at him and dived headfirst into the sea. A moment later he emerged, stroking. "Come on then, you wanted to swim. Shall we race? You'll regret it." She dived after him like a dolphin, and when she finally surfaced, she was already ahead. She yelled back, "Don't think I'll let you win in the name of pride." He roared with laughter and moved alongside her. "Whose pride are we talking about, mine or yours?" And they swam. He was always half a length behind her, yelling that he would soon pass her, but when they reached the point along the shore, even with their clothes, she was still ahead. "Now shall I carry you ashore?" "Captain." She let her feet touch the sandy bottom and turned to watch him draw next to her. "You're most likely exhausted." "Damn you." He stood up beside her, breathing heavily. "No seaman ever lets himself get caught in the water. Now I know." "Why?" He seized her hand and glanced at the sun. It was already halfway toward evening. "Come on, we're wasting time. I want to reconnoiter this damned island of yours before it's too dark." She pulled him back and kissed him one last. "I'm the waters of the lagoon still caressing them. Hugh, this has been the loveliest day of my life. I'll remember it always." She kissed him again, and now he yielded, enfolding her in his arms. "Can we come back, soon?" "Maybe, if you can find time amidst all your marriage negotiations." He ran his hand over her smooth buttocks, then gave her a kiss that had the firmness of finality. "But now we go to work, Katie. Come on." The horses watched them expectantly, snorting and pawing with impatience while they dressed again. She finished drawing the laces of her bodice, then walked over and whispered to her mare, "We can take the horses if you think they could use a stretch." He gazed up toward the Up, I suppose they can make it. Coral can go anywhere you can. Then let her prove it. He reached down and untied the hobble on his gelding's forefeet. Then he grabbed the reins and vaulted into the saddle. "Let's ride." The route up. The island's center spine was dense with scrub foliage, but the horses pushed their way through. The afternoon was silent save for the occasional grunts of wild hogs in the underbrush. Before long, they emerged into the clear sunshine again, the horses trotting eagerly up a grassy rise, with only a few large boulders to impede their climb. When they reached the base of the rocky outcropping that marked the edge of the plateau, he slipped from the saddle and tied his mount to a small green tree. No horse can make that. He held Coral's reins as she dismounted. "Let's walk." Behind them now, the long shore of Barbados stretched into the western horizon. The south side, toward Oyston's Bay, was shielded by the hill. This could be a good lookout post. He took her arm and helped her over the first jagged extrusion of rock. Now the path would be winding, but the way was clear, merely a steep route upward. I'll wager you can see for 10 leagues out. A sea from up there at the top. I've always wondered what Oistins looked like from here. I never got up this far before. She ran a hand fondly down the back of his jerkin. It was old and brown and sweat-encrusted. She knew now that he had fancy clothes secreted away, but he seemed to prefer things as worn and weathered as he could find. The harbor must be beautiful this time of the afternoon. If you know where to look upland, you might just see your Walron gallant. It's plantation. He gestured off to the left. Didn't you say it's over in that direction somewhere? She nodded silently, relieved he hadn't said anything more. They were approaching the top now, a rocky plateau atop the rough outcrop in front of them. Up we go, Katie. He seized a sharp protrusion and pulled himself even, then he reached down and took her hand. She held to his grip as he hoisted her up over the last jagged rocks. It's just like. Her voice trailed off. What? He glanced back at her. Oh God, Hugh, I don't believe it. She was pointing toward the southeast, and the color had drained from her face. He whirled and squinted into the afternoon haze at sea under full sail with a heading of north by northeast were 8 English warships, tawny brown against the blue Caribbean. Their guns were not run out. Instead, their decks were crowded with steel-helmeted infantry. They were making directly for Oistins Bay, the breastwork. Why aren't they firing? He instinctively reached for the handle of the pistol in the left-hand side of his belt. I've not heard a shot. Where's Walron's Windward Regiment? They're just letting them land. Oh, Hugh, how could the Windwards do? This to the island. They're the staunchest royalists here. Why would they betray the rest of us? We've got to get back to Bridgetown as hard as we can ride, to pull all the militia together and try to get the men down from Jamestown. But I've heard no warnings. She watched the English frigates begin to shorten sail as they entered the bay. Suddenly, she glanced down at his pistols. What's the signal for Oistins? You're right. He slipped the flintlock from the left side of his belt and handed it to her. It's 4 shots, 2 together, followed by 2 apart, though I doubt there's anybody around close enough to hear. Let's do it anyway. There's a plantation about half a mile west down the coast. Ralph Warner. He's in the assembly. He pulled the other pistol from his belt. Now, after you fire the first barrel, pull that little trigger there below the lock, and the second one revolves into place. But first check the prime. That's the first thing I did. She frowned in exasperation. I'll wager I can shoot almost as well as you can. Isn't it time now you learn to trust me? Katie, after what's just happened, you're about the only person on Barbados I trust at all. Get red. He raised the gun above his head, and there was the sharp crack of 2 pistol shots in rapid succession. Then she quickly squeezed off the rest of the signal. She passed back the gun, then pointed toward the settlement at Oistins. Look, do you? See them? That must be some of the Windward Regiment down by the breastwork. That's their regimental flag. They've probably come down to welcome the fleet. Your handsome fiancé seems to have sold his soul and his honor, the royalist bat. Stirred. He paused and caught her arm. From the west came 2 faint cracks of musket fire then again. The signal. Let's get back to Bridgetown as fast as these horses will take us. I'm taking command of this militia, and I'm going to have Anthony Walron's balls for breakfast. He was almost dragging her down the incline. Come on, it's one thing to lose a fair fight. It's something else to be cozened and betrayed. Nobody does that to me. By Christ, I swear it. She looked apprehensively at his eyes and saw an anger unlike any she had ever seen before. It welled up out of his very soul. That was what really moved him. Honor. You kept your word. Finally, she knew. She grasped for the saddle horn as he fairly threw her atop her horse. The mare snorted in alarm at the sudden electricity in the air. A moment later, Winston was in his saddle and plunging down the brushy incline. Hugh, let's ride together. Don't. She ducked a swinging limb and then spurred. Coral alongside. Why would Anthony do it? And what about Jeremy? He'll be mortified. You'd better be worrying about the assembly. That's your father's little creation. Would they betray him? Some of them were arguing for surrender. There were. It about their plantations being ruined if there's more fighting, more war. Well, you can tell them this. There's going to be war, all right, if I have to fight with nobody helping me but my own lads. He spurred his horse onto the grass, a slope that led down to the sand. Moments later, the frightened horses were splashing through the shallows. Ahead was the green shore of Barbados. By Christ, there'll be war like they've never seen. Mark it, by sunrise tomorrow this God-damned island is going to be in flames. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 15, Your Servant, Sir. Anthony Walrond stood in the shadow of the Oyston's breastwork, his hand resting lightly on his sword. Edmund Calvert was walking slowly up the beach from the longboat, flanked by Ames Powlett and Richard Morris. The hour was 3:30 in the afternoon, exactly as agreed. There had to be enough light to get the men and supplies ashore, and then the timely descent of darkness to shield them. Your punctuality, I trust, portends your constancy in weightier concerns. And yours, sir, I pray may do the same. Calvert slipped off his dark hat and lightly bowed a greeting. Then he turned and indicated the two men behind him. You've met Vice Adm. Earl Powlett, and I understand Colonel Morris is not entirely unknown to you. We've had some acquaintance in times past. Walrond nodded coldly in the direction of Morris, but did not return the commander's perfunctory smile. The old hatred born of years of fighting in England flowed between them. Then shall we to affairs. Calvert turned back and withdrew a packet from his waistcoat. The supplies we agreed on are ready. I've had my chief purser draw up a list for inspection. Walrond took the papers, then glanced out toward the ships. So it's finally come to this, he thought wistfully. But God is my witness, we truly did all any man could ask. There's no turning back now, as he thumbed open a wax seal of the packet. He noted absently that it was dated today, Friday. Had all this really come to pass since only sundown Monday, when he had first met Powlett, received the initial set of terms from Edmund Calvert, and big negotiations. He had tried his best to counsel reason to the Assembly, he told himself, to arrange an honorable treaty that would preserve the militia. But a handful of hotheads had clamored for hopeless defiance, and prevailed. The only way to save the island now was to force it to surrender as quickly and painlessly as possible. Victory lay in living to fight another day. He gazed back at the ships of the fleet, and thought of the road that had brought them to this, the defection of his own regiment, once the finest fighting men in England, the Royalist Windwards. Monday at sundown, he had commandeered the back room of the Dolphin Tavern, which stood hard by the shore of Oyston's Bay, and met Powlett through the night. Emissaries had shuttled terms back and forth between the tavern and the Rainbow, berthed offshore. By the time the flagship hoisted anchor and made way for open sea at dawn, Anthony Walrond held in his hand a document signed by Eden and Calvert. It provided for the end of the blockade, the island's right to keep its arms and rule itself in local matters, and a full amnesty for all. The price, as price there must be, was an agreement to recognize the Commonwealth and the appointment of a new governor and council by Calvert. Tuesday he had summoned a trusted coterie of his royalist officers to the Dolphin and set forth the terms. They had reviewed them one by one, debated each, then agreed by show of hands that none more favorable could reasonably be obtained. Healths were drunk to the eventual restoration of Charles Roman II to the throne, and that night a longboat was dispatched to the Rainbow, carrying a signed copy of the agreement. Wednesday, as agreed, Edmund Calvert had ordered a duplicate copy of the terms forwarded to the Assembly, indicating it was his last offer. No mention was made of the secret negotiations that had produced the document. At that meeting of the Assembly, Dalby Bedford had risen to declare he would not allow his own interests to be the cause of a single new death, that he would accept the terms and resign forthwith, if such was the pleasure of the Assembly, which was, he said, a democratic body that must now make its own decision whether to continue fighting or to negotiate. He next moved that the document be put to a vote. It was narrowly approved by the Assembly. An honorable peace seemed within reach. But then the Fabric so carefully sewed was ripped apart. A committee was formed to draw up the statement of the Assembly's response. In an atmosphere of hot spirits and general confusion, several of the more militant members had managed to insert an clause into the treaty that the legal and rightful government of this island shall remain as it is now established by law and our own consent. The response was then carried by voice vote and sent back to Calvert, a gauntlet flung across the Admiral's face. The defiant faction in the Assembly exulted and drank toasts to the destruction of any who would have peace on the original terms. That night, Calvert had delivered a new message to Anthony Walrond, inviting him to join. With the forces of the Commonwealth a move, he said, that would surely induce the Assembly to show reason. With this invitation, he had inserted an additional offer. He would endeavor to persuade Oliver Cromwell to restore the sequestrated estates in England of any royalist officer who consented to assist. On Thursday, Anthony held another meeting of the officers of the Windward Regiment, and they voted enthusiastically to defect to the side of the fleet. After all, they reasoned, had an honorable peace already been refused by the extremists in the Assembly? That night he so advised Edmund Calvert, demanding as conditions a supply of musket shot and 50 kegs of musket powder. This morning, just before dawn, a longboat from the Rainbow had returned Calvert's reply a signed acceptance of the terms. With feelings mixed and rueful, he had ordered an English flag hoisted above the breastwork at Oistins, the agreed-upon signal to Calvert. Then, to ensure security, he ordered that no militiamen be allowed to leave Oistins till the ships of the fleet had put in and landed their infantry. The Rainbow led the 8 warships that entered the bay at mid-afternoon. Anthony had seen Edmund Calvert out the quarterdeck to watch as the guns in the breastwork were turned around and directed inland, part of his conditions. Then the Admiral had ordered a longboat lowered and come ashore. These supplies all have to be delivered now, before dark. Anthony was still scrutinizing the list. Or my men'll not be in the mood to so much as lift a half-pike. What matter, Calvert told himself. It's done. The Barbados landing is achieved. The island is ours. You'll have the first load of powder onshore before sundown. He gestured toward the paper. Your musket shot and the match cord are on the Marston Moor, but I think we can have the bulk offloaded by then, too. What of the rest of the powder, sir? Walrond hinted at the list with his good eye. That was our main requirement. Some of these regiments had little enough to start with, and I fear we'll be needing yours if there's any fighting to be done. Good Christ. Calvert cast a dismayed look toward Morris. Had I but known how scarcely provisioned their forces were, I might well not have. Well, sir, what of the powder? Anthony's voice grew harder. We can choose to halt this operation right now if I've ordered 10 kegs sent ashore. Surely that should be adequate for the moment. You'll have the rest by morning, my word of honor. He squinted toward the horizon. How much time do you think we've got to deploy the infantry? Less than we'd hoped. We heard the signal for Oistins being sent up the coast about half an hour past. Walrond turned and followed Calvert's gaze. The sun was a fiery disk above the western horizon, an emblem of the miserable Caribbees, ever reminding him of the England he had lost. If their militia plans to meet us, they'll likely be assembling at Bridgetown right now. It's possible they'll be able to march some of the regiments tonight, which means they could have men and cavalry here on our perimeter well before dawn. Then we've got to decide now where the best place would be to make a stand. Calvert turned and motioned Morris forward. The commander had been watching apprehensively as his tattered troops disembarked from the longboats and waded in through the surf. What say you, sir? Would you have us hold here at Oistins, or try to march along the coastal road toward Bridgetown while there's still some light? Morris removed his helmet and slapped at the buzzing gnats now emerging in the evening air, hoping to obscure his thoughts. Did the Admiral realize, he wondered, how exposed their men were at this very moment? Why should anyone trust the loyalties of Anthony Walrond and his royalists? It could all be a trap in 10. Did to lure his men onshore. He had managed to muster almost 400 infantrymen from the ships, but half of those were weak and vomiting from scurvy. Already, even with just the militia he could see, his own forces were outnumbered. Bird, if Walron's regiments turned on them now, the entire Commonwealth force would be in peril. Could they even manage to make their way back to the ship's caution? That's what the moment called for now, and that meant never letting the windward ray, regiment or any island militia, gain a position that would seal off their escape route. We'll need a garrison for these men, room for their tents. He glanced carefully at Walron. I'm thinking it would be best for now if we kept our lads under separate command. Each of us knows his own men best. As you will, sir. Anthony glanced back, smelling Morris' caution. It's the first mark of a good commander, he told himself, but damn him all the same. He knows as well as I we've got to merge these forces. I propose we march the men upland for tonight to my plantation. You can billet your officers in my tobacco sheds and encamp the men in the fields. Will it be ground we can defend? Morris was carefully monitoring the line of longboats bringing his men ashore. Helmets and breastplates glistened in the waning sun. You'll not have the sea at your back, the way you do now, should we find need for a tactical retreat. Aye, but we'll have little else. Either. Morris looked back at Calvert. I'd have us offload some of the ship ordnance as soon as possible. We're apt to need it to hold our position here, especially since I'll wager they'll have at least twice the cavalry mustered that these wind. Herds have got. You'll not hold this island from the shores of Oyston's Bay, sir, much as you might wish. Anthony felt his frustration rising. We've got to move upland as soon as we can. I'd have us camp here for tonight, Morris. I'd to signal his disquiet to Calvert. Those will be my orders. Very well, sir, Walron continued, squinting toward the windward regiment's cavalry, their horses prancing as they stood at attention. And don't forget the other consideration in our agreement. The assembly is to be given one more opportunity to accept the terms. You are obliged to draft one final communication for Bedford, beseeching him to show himself an Englishman and persuade the assembly to let us reach an accord. As you will, sir. Calvert turned away, biting his tongue before he said more. Keep an even keel, he told himself. There'll be time and plenty to reduce this island, Sir Anthony Walrond with it. The work's all ready, half done. Now to the rest. After we've brought them to heel, we'll have time enough to show them how the Commonwealth means to rule the Americas. Time and plenty, may God help them all. Asterisk, 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 Shango, can you hear me? She knelt beside her mat, her voice pleading. How, she wondered, did you pray to a Yoruba god? Really pray? Was it the same as the Christian god? But Shango was more. He was more than just a god. He was also part of her. She knew that now. But must he always wait to be called, evoked? Must he first seize your body for his own before he could declare his presence, work his will? Then the hard staccato sounds came again, the drums, their Yoruba. Words drifting up over the rooftop from somewhere in the distance and flooding her with dread, wrenching her heart. Tonight, they proclaimed, the island will be set to the torch, and the Branco will be consumed in the fires. The men of the Yoruba, all in plantations the length of the island, were ready. This was the day consecrated to Ogun, the day the fields of Cain would be turned to flame. Even now, Atiba was dictating final orders, words that would be repeated again and again by the drums. After the fires began, while the Branco were still disorganized and frightened, they would attack and burn the plantation houses. No man who owned a Preto slave would be left alive. With all the powerful Branco slaveholders dead, the drums proclaimed the white indentures would rise up and join with the Yoruba. Together they would seize the island. Oh, Shango, please. She gripped the sides of the thin mattress, make him understand. No white will aid them. To the Branco, the proud. Yoruba warriors are merely more Preto, black and despised. Make him understand it will be the end of his dream. To rise up now will mean the slaughter of his people, and ensure slavery forever. In truth, the only one she cared about was Atiba. To know with perfect certainty that she would see him hanged, probably his body then quartered to frighten the others, was more than she could endure. His rebellion had no chance. What could he hope to do? not even Agon, the powerful god of war, could overcome the Branco's weapons and cunning, or his contempt for any human with a trace of African blood. Atiba had hinted that he and his men would somehow find muskets. But where? This afternoon, only hours ago. Oh, she had heard another signal cross the island, the musket shots the Branco had devised to sound an invasion alert. Following that, many groups of cavalry had ridden past, headed south. The sight of them had made her reflect sadly that Atiba and his Yoruba warriors had no horses. Afterward, she had learned from the white servants that the soldiers of the Inglés fleet had again invaded the island, this time on the southern coast. This meant that all the Barbados militiamen surely must be mobilized now. Every musket on the island would be in the hands of a white. There would be no cache of guns to steal. Moreover, after the battle, regardless of who won, the soldiers of the fleet would probably help the militiamen hunt down Atiba and his men. No Branco wanted the island seized by African slaves. Shango stopped them. Agon has made them drunk for the taste of blood, but the blood on their lips will soon be their own. Slowly, sadly, she rose. She pulled her white shift about her, then reached under the mat to retrieve the small wand she had stolen from Atiba's hut. She untied the scarf she had wrapped around it and gazed again at the freshly carved wood, the double axe. Then she held it to her breast and headed, tiptoeing down the creaking back stair. She had no choice but to go, to the one place she knew she could find Shango. I say damn their letter. Benjamin Briggs watched as the mounted messenger from Oyston's appeared into the dark, down the road between the palms, still holding the white flag above his head. I suppose they'd now have us fall back and negotiate, when we've got the men and horse ready to drive them into the sea. It's addressed to me, presumably a formality. Doubtless, it's meant for the entire assembly. Bedford turned the packet in his hand and moved closer to the candles on the table. It's from Admiral Calvert. The front room of Nicholas Whittington's plantation house was crowded with officers of the militia. There were few helmets. Most of the men wore the same black hats seen in the fields. Muskets and bandoliers of powder and shot were stacked in the cummer. Intermittent gusts of the night breeze washed the stifling room through the open shutters. The afternoon's mobilization had brought together less than 3,000 men, half the militia's former strength. They had marched west from Bridgetown at sunset, and now they were encamped on the Whittington plant. Asian grounds, in fields where tobacco once had grown. The plantation was a 1,000-acre tract lying 3 miles to the southwest of Anthony Walron's lands, near the southern coast. Well, we've got a quorum of the assembly here. Colonel Jaw. Heathcote stepped forward, rubbing at his short beard. He was still stunned by Anthony Walron's defection to the Roundheads. We can formally entertain any last-minute proposals they'd care to make. I trust this time the assembly will discern treachery when they see it, Briggs interjected. I warned you this was likely to happen. When you lose your rights, 'tis small matter whether you hand them over or give them up at the point of a musket barrel. They're gone, and that's the end of it either way. I'll wager there's apt to be a Walrond hand in this too, regardless who authored it. Just another of his attempts to cozen the honest men of this island. Tom Lancaster spat toward the empty fireplace. He thought fully of the cane he had in harvest. 500 acres, almost half his lands, had been planted, and realized that now the fate of his future profits lay with an untrustworthy militia and the assembly, half the voting members of which were with fewer than a dozen acres. He sold the future and liberty of this island for 40 pieces of silver. Or for the governorship, Heathcote interjected. Mark it? Not so long as I've got breath. Briggs' complexion was deepening in the candlelight as he began wondering what the Commonwealth's men would do with his sugar. Confiscate it and ruin him in the bargain. I say we fight to the last man, no matter what. Dalby Bedford finished scanning the letter and looked up. I think we should hold one last vote. What are the terms? Briggs interrupted. They seem to be the same. I presume he thought we might surrender now that they've landed. Bedford hesitated. Was independence worth the killing sure to ensue if they went to war a war that had now become planter against planter? But it does appear he's willing to negotiate. Then let's hear it. Briggs glanced about the room. Though I'd have every man here remember that we've got no guarantees other than Calvert's word, and anything he consents to will still have to be approved by Parliament. If you'll allow me, sir. Bedford motioned for quiet, then lifted a candlestick from the table and held it over the parchment. To a right honorable etc., my lord, have formerly sent you many invitations to persuade you to a fair compliance with that new power which governs your native country, thereby preserving yourself and all the gent of this island from ruin, and this island from that desolation which your and their obstinacy may bring upon it. Although I have now been welcomed by a considerable part of the island, with my commission published, that being to appoint your governor for the state of England, yet I am still the same reasonable man as before, and hold forth the same grace and favor to you I formerly did, being resolved no change of fortune shall change my nature. Thus I invite you to accept this same a mission, as the others have done, in recognition that we each now possess considerable portions of this noble island. Briggs stepped forward. I already see there's deceit in it. They hold oystins, not an acre more. With the men and horse we have got. Let me read the rest, Bedford interrupted. There are only a few lines more. He lifted the candle closer and continued. Therefore I am bound in honor as well as good nature to endeavor your preservations, to which purpose I have enclosed the articles which the Windward Regiment have accepted. If you have any exceptions to these articles, let me know them by your commissioners, and I shall appoint fit persons to consider them. By ratifying this negotiation, you will prevent further effusion of blood, and will preserve your persons and estates from ruin. If you doubt mine own power to grant these articles, know I shall engage not only mine own, but the honor of the state of England, as much as can be required by any rational man. And so I rest, your servant, Admiral Edmund Calvert. Briggs reached for the letter. What's his prattle about honor, by God? This island's been betrayed by the very men who speak about it. Ost, he gazed around at the members of the assembly. They've already heard our exceptions, and their reply was to invade. I propose we settle this with arms, and then talk of honor. There's a threat in that letter, for all the soothing words. Agree. Old assembly member spoke up, fingering his bandolier. Calvert's saying we're in a war against the might of England, with our own people divided. Aye, but when you find out a dog you'd kick will bite back, you learn to stand clear of him. And Briggs waved him down. He thought again of the years of profits that lay just ahead, if only English control could be circumvented. We've but to teach Cromwell a sound lesson, and he'll let us be. But does this dog you speak of have enough bite to drive back a full-scale invasion? Heathcote peered around him at the other members. The dark-beamed room grew silent as his questions seemed to hang in the air. No one knew the full strength of the invading forces, now that they had been merged with the Windwards, and more importantly, whether the Barbados militia would have the stomach to meet them. He's here, your worships. At that moment a thin, wiry servant in a brown shirt appeared at the doorway, behind him. In the hallway, another man had just been ushered in. He was hatless and wearing a powder-smeared jerkin. His face was drawn, but his eyes were intense. Hugh Winston was now in full command of the Barbados militia, commissioned by unanimous vote. But of the assembly, your servant, Captain. Bedford nodded a greeting. We're waiting to hear what you've managed to learn. My lads just got back. They say the Roundheads haven't started moving upland yet. They're still encamped along the shore. Oystins, and together with the Windwards, they're probably no more than 1,000 strong. By God, we can stop them after all. Briggs squinted through the candlelight. What are they doing now, preparing to march? Doesn't appear so, at lay. East not yet. They look to be waiting, while they offload some of the heavy ordnance from the Marston Moor, their 9-pounders. The guns have already been hoisted up on deck and made ready to bring ashore. There you have it, gentlemen, Briggs growled. They try to lull us with talk of negotiation, whilst they prepare to turn their ship's guns against our citizens. Bedford's eyes narrowed, and he held up the letter. Then what shall our answer be? For my own part, I say if we On to stay our own masters, we'll have to fight. There were grave nods among the assembled men as Bedford turned to Winston. How does it stand with the militia? I'd say we've got just about all the infantry and horse we're likely to muster. I've gone ahead and issued what's left of the powder and shot. He was still standing by the doorway. We've got to move on out tonight and deploy around their position with whatever men, horse, and cannon we can manage, lest the weather change morning and end our mobility. He thumbed toward the east. There are some dark clouds moving in fast, and I don't care for the looks of them. There's some wind out of the west, too, off the ocean, though that may slow them down a bit. What do you mean? Briggs eyed him. It means the bay's doubtless picked up a little chop by now, so Calvert and his officers may decide to wait till dawn to offload those heavy guns. It could give us just enough time. Then I take it you'd have us move out now in the dark? Heathcote nervously peered out the window, widening the half-open shutters. If we do, we've got a chance to deploy cannon on their perimeter, and then hit them at dawn while they're still unprepared. Before they have a chance to fortify their position with that ship ordnance. They'll have the bay at their back, and no heavy guns to speak of, save what's in the breastwork. Then, I formally move that we draft a reply to this letter and send it over by one. Of our cavalry, lest they mistake our resolve. Bedford's voice was hard. And then we let Captain Winston move on out with the men. I second the motion. Heathcote scrambled to his feet, his eyes ablaze. Let's prepare a race. It's right now and get on with it. It's done. Whittington turned to a plump Irish serving Gert, who had been standing agog in the kitchen doorway watching this meeting of the Barbados Assembly in her master's parlor, and ordered quill and paper. Be brought from his study. Gentlemen, Bedford quieted the buzz in the room. I propose we say something along the lines of the following. I have read your letter and acquainted the council and assembly with it, and now return their resolution to, in which they do continue with much wondering that what is rightfully theirs by law being the governing of this island, as it presently is, should be denied them. Aye, Briggs interjected, and make mention of Anthony Walrond, if you please, lest he think we're not sensible that he's sold the island for his personal gain. Patience, sir. Bedford gestured for quiet. I would also add the following. Neither hath the treachery of one man so far discouraged us, nor the easiness of certain others being seduced by him so much weakened us, as that we should accept a dishonorable peace. And for the procuring of a just peace, none shall endeavor more than the lawful assembly of Barbados, or your servant, governor. Albie Bedford, well phrased, as I'm a Christian. Whittington gravely nodded his approval. They can mull over it all night if they choose, but there'll be no mistaking our resolve come the morrow. Bedford called for a show of hands. Every man in the room signified approval. Done. He quickly penned the letter, signed it with a flourish, and passed it to Whittington. Have one of your servants call in the captain of the horse. We'll send this down to Oyston's right now. He can have his man along the safe conduct pass Calvert sent with his letter. While Whittington rang for the servants, Bedford motioned toward Winston. Now, Captain, you've got your approval to move the militia. I propose we all move with it. He turned once, or to the room. The men were already stirring, donning bandoliers and sorting out their muskets. This meeting of the Barbados Assembly is hereby adjourned. It may be the last we ever hold if we don't succeed tomorrow. May God preserve democracy in the Americas. Let's all say a prayer, gentlemen, as we ride. Winston turned without a word and led the way as the group of black-hatted men moved out into the evening air. A crisp breeze had sprung up from the east, providing a cooling respite from the heat of the day. Horses neighed and pawed in the lantern light, while the night was alive with the rattle of bandoliers. He strode to a circle of men waiting by the cistern at the side of the house and called for the offie. Sirs, he was passing orders to mount and ride when a buzz of confusion rose up from the direction of the assemblymen emerging from the house. There were murmurs and pointing. God's life, it's peculiar. Heathcote was gazing toward the north, in the direction of the upland plantations. I've never seen anything like it. Winston turned to look. Across the horizon, a dull glow flickered out of the dark. Before he had time to puzzle over what it might be, he heard a chorus of shouts from the servants' quarters at the rear of the house. "Master Whittington, there's a fire in the southern 60. In the cane. Damn me." Whittington trotted past the side of the house to look. At the base of the hill, the red tongues of flame could be seen forking up. Word in the dark. I was fearful something just like this might happen, what with all these careless militiamen idling about. The militia's not camped down there, sir. Briggs had moved alongside him to look. Suddenly his eyes went wild. Odds blood, is that another fire we're seeing there in the north? Whittington watched the whip of flames a moment longer, as though disbelieving, and then his body seemed to come alive. We've got to get some of these men down there and dig a break. In the cane fields, stop it before it reaches this house. I'm more worried about it reaching our heavy ordnance. Winston gazed down the road toward the militia's encampment. We've got to get our men and gun carriages mobilized and out of here. I demand that some of these layabouts stay to try and save my cane. Whittington pointed toward the crowd of militiamen at the foot of the rise. They're doubtless the ones responsible. That little cane fire will bum itself out soon enough. Winston raised his hand. We've got to move these men and supplies now. We can't wait around fighting cane fires. Damn me. God damn me. Briggs' voice was shrill as he pushed his way through the crowd toward Winston. I'm beginning to think that glow we see in the north might well be ablaze on some of my acres. Well, even if it is, there's not much we can do now. Damned if there's not. Briggs peered again at the horizon, then back at Winston. I've ought to take my men over as quick as we can ride. Maybe we can still save it. You'll not have a single horse or man. Winston raised his hand. As soon as I brief my field commanders, we're moving on Oystons. We have to be in position. In with our cannon before dawn. If we don't attack them before they've managed to offload the ordnance, we'll forfeit what little chance we've got. Are you mad, sir? We let these fires go unattended and we could well lose everything. Briggs gazed around at the assemblement. There's the looks of a conspiracy in this. It's apt to be some sort of uprising of the indentures or maybe even these damned Africans, which means that we've got to protect our homes. Winston watched in. Dismay as the assembled men began to grumble uncertainly. Several were already calling for their horses. The knight took on an air of fear. Let me tell you this, gentlemen. Winston's voice sounded above the din. We've got but one chance to stop the invasion, and that's to move our heavy guns and militia tonight. You have to decide whether you're going to do it. Damn me, sir, it's a matter of priorities. Briggs' voice was almost a shout. If we're burned out, it'll take years to rebuild. Reckoning with Parliament would be nothing compared with the effects of a fire or a slave uprising. I'll wager there's some kind of island-wide rebellion afoot, like we had a few years back. He was untying the reins of his horse from the porch railing. I'm riding home and taking my indentures. He glared at Winston. The few I've got left, I've got a house and a sugar mill, and I intend to protect them. I need that horse. Winston stood unmoving. This nag belongs to me, sir. Briggs swung heavily into the saddle. You'll get her when I'm done, not a minute before. Several of the other militiamen were nervously mounting, having realized with alarm that their own plantation houses were unprotected. Winston whirled on Bedford. Can't we stop this? If every man here with a house to worry about abandons us, I'll have nobody save my own men. Am I expected to fight Walron's regiment and the Commonwealth all by myself? I can't stop them. Bedford shook his head. Maybe we can reassemble in the morning, assuming this rebellion matter can be contained. But morning's going to be too late. By then the sea may let up, and they'll have their heavy ordnance in place. Winston felt his gut tighten as he watched the cavalry and militia begin to disperse into the night. They'll slice us to ribbons with cannon fire if we try to storm their position then. This is not an army, it's a militia. Edford sighed. No man here can be ordered to fight. Well, you've lost it, before you even began. He gave the governor a quick salute, then seized the reins of his gelding. The horse was still lathered from the run back from Little Island to Bridgetown. If it's going to be every man for himself, I've got my own affairs to look to, so damn to them, and to their sugar and slaves. Where are you going? Bedford stared at him gloomily. If this war's as good as lost, which it is then? I've got to get the Defiance afloat, as soon as I can. He vaulted into the saddle and gave his horse the spur. The Americas just swapped liberty for sugar. They can have it. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 16. They had waited in the open field to watch as the moon broke above the eastern horizon, sending faint pastel shimmers through the rows of cane. The first shadow cast by the moon on this, the fourth day of the Yoruba week, the day sacred to Ogun, was the signal to begin. May Ogun be with you, son of Balagun. Tahajo, ancient and brittle as the stalks around them, bent over and brushed Atiba's dusty feet. His voice could scarcely be heard above the chorus of crickets. Tonight, at the first coming of dark, when I could no longer see the lines in the palm of my hand, I sacrificed a cock to Ogun as a prayer that you succeed. Atiba looked at him with surprise, secret, annoyed that Tahajo had performed the sacrifice without his knowledge. But the old man had the prerogatives of an elder. What did the sacrifice foretell? I could not discern, Atiba. In truth, I could not. The signs were mixed. But they seemed to hold warning. Concern showed in his aged eyes. Know that if you do not succeed, there will be no refuge for any of us. Remember what the elders of Ife once warned when our young men called for a campaign of war against the Fulani in the north. They declared the locust can eat, the locust can drink, the locust can go, but where can the grasshopper hide? We are like grasshoppers, my son, with no compounds or women to return to for shelter if we fail. We will not fail. Atiba held up his new machete. Its polished iron glistened in the light of the moon. Ogun will not turn his face from us. Then I pray for you, Atiba, he sighed. You are surely like the pigeon who feeds among the hawks, fearless of death. Tonight, Tahajo, we are the hawks. A hawk has talons. The old man looked up at the moon. What do you have? We will have the claws of a leopard of steel before the sun returns. Atiba saluted him in traditional fashion, then turned to Obwol. The tall drummer's arms were heavy with bundles of straw, ready to be fired and hurled among the cane. Is everything prepared? The straw is ready. Obwol glanced around at the expectant faces of them. As he stepped forward. As we are, you alone have the flint. Atiba called for quiet. Next he intoned an invocation, a whisper under his breath, then circled the men and cast a few drops of water from a calabash toward the foe. The corners of the world. We will fire this field first. He stood facing them, proud of the determination in their faces. These men, he told himself, are among the finest warriors of Ife. Tonight the Branco will learn how a Yoruba fight. It's for his people. The west wind is freshening now, and it will carry the flames to the other fields, those in the direction of the rising moon. Next we will fire the curing house, where the Branco keeps the sweet salt we have made for him with our own hands. Then we will burn his mill house. Obwol cast a nervous glance at Atiba. The mill house shelters the great machine made of the sacred iron of Ogun. Is it wisdom to bring Shango's fire to that place, sacred to Aga? You know, good Obwol, that in Ife we say, do not expect to find a man wearing white cloth in the compound of a palm oil maker. Atiba's face was expressionless. Agun's spirit is not in the mill house tonight. He is here with us. The drummer bowed in uncertain acknowledgement and turned to begin distributing the straw bundles down the line of men. The young warrior Durin was first, and he eagerly called for two. Atiba watched silently till each man had a sheaf of straw, then he intoned one last prayer. As the words died away into silence, he produced a flint and struck it against the blade of his machete. A shower of sparks flew against the bundle held by Obwol. After the brown stalks had smoldered into flame, the drummer walked slowly down the line of men and, with a bow to each, fired the rest. Serena settled the candle carefully atop the iron frame supporting the rollers, then stood for a moment studying the flickering shaft. was it cast across the thatched ceiling of the mill house. From the gables above her head came the chirp of crickets, mingled with the occasional night murmurs of nesting birds. The room exuded an eerie peacefulness. Again, it called to mind the sanct. Ueri of whitewash and frangipani sent that had been her home in Pernambuco. Once before, the magic of this deserted mill house had transported her back to that place of long ago, back to gentle afternoons and soft voices and Inna. Since, to the love of her Yoruba mother Dara and the kindliness of an old Babalawo so much like Atiba, Shango's spirit had taken her home. He had come to this place that night, and he had lifted her into his being and taken her aback, and here for the first time she had understood his awesome power. Shango, the great terrifying god of West Africa, was now here in the Caribbees to guard his people. One day, she told herself, even the Christians would be on there. Knees to him. Carefully, she unwrapped the wand, its wood carved with an African woman's fertile shape, then topped with a double-headed axe and placed it beside the candle. Atiba had made it with his own hands, and he always kept it hidden in his hut as part of his Babalawo's cache of sacred implements. The mill had not turned since the day the great ships of the Ingles appeared in the bay before the night of the storm. Traces of white cassava flour were still mingled with the fine. Dust on the floor. The place where Atiba had drawn Shango's sign, as she squinted in the candlelight, was there, near the square comer of the iron frame. Nothing remained now of the symbol save a scattering of pale powder. But across the room, near the post by the doorway, lay the small bag of cassava flour he had used. It must, she told herself, have been knocked there during the ceremony. Perhaps it was not empty. Timorously, she picked it up and probed inside. Some flour still rem. Ained, dry and fine as coral dust. As she drew out a handful and let it sift through her fingers, the idea came almost as though Shango had whispered it to her in the dark. The drawing of the double-headed axe, Shango's sign. Had it somehow summoned him that night? Beckoned him forth from the ancient consciousness of Africa to this puny room? She stood for a moment and tried again to breathe a prayer. What precisely had Atiba done? How had he drawn the symbol? Her legs trembling. She knelt with a handful of the white powder and carefully began laying down the first line. It was not as straight as she had wished, nor was its width even, but the flour flowed more readily than she had thought it might. The symbol Atiba had drawn was still etched in her memory. It was simple, powerful, it almost drew itself. The crossed lines, their ends joined, formed two triangles meeting at a common point, and then down the middle the bold stroke that was its handle. The drawing came into form so readily she found herself thinking that Shango must be guiding her hand, urging her on in this uncertain homage to his power. She stood away, and taking the candle, studied the figure at her feet, the white sea, to undulate in the flickering light. She held the candle a moment longer, then reached out and placed it directly in the center of the double axe head. Perhaps it was a gust of wind, but the wick suddenly flared brighter, as though it now drew. Strength from the symbol it illuminated. The mill, the walls of the room, all glowed in its warm, quivering flame. Was it imagination, or was the candle now giving off that same pale radiance she remembered from languorous afternoons long ago? Oh, in Brazil, the half-light of mist and rainbows that bathed their courtyard in a gossamer sheen when an afternoon storm swept overhead. She backed away, uneasy and disturbed, groping blindly toward the mill frame. When her touch caught the hard metal, she slipped her hand across the top till her grasp closed on the wand. The stone axe at its tip was strangely warm now, as though it had drawn heat from the iron, or perhaps it had been from the candle. She clasped it against her feeling its warmth flow into her. First it filled her breasts with a sensation of whiteness, then it passed downward till it mingled in her thighs. It was a sensation of being fulfilled, brought to completeness, by some essence that flowed out of Shango. She glanced back at the flickering candle. Now it washed the drawing with a glow of yellow and gold. The candle, too, seemed to be becoming part of her. She wanted to draw its fiery tip into her body to possess it. Sweat poured down. In her thighs, and in its warmth she felt the desire of Shango. As she clasped the wand ever more tightly against her breasts, she gasped, then shuddered. The white presence was entering her, taking her body for its own. She sensed a heat in her eyes, as though they might now bum through the dark. A heaviness was growing in her legs, and she planted her feet wide apart to receive and support the burden she felt swelling in her breasts. The room was hot and cold and dark and light. He no longer saw anything save whiteness. Then she plunged the wand skyward and called out in a distant voice, resonant. Iwa Nibai, Shango. Asterisk, 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 the flames billowed along the edge of the field, and the rackling of the canes swelled into a roar as a carpet of red crept up the hillside. Clusters of gray rats scurried to escape, lending a chorus of high-pitched shrieks to the din. As the night breeze quickened from the west, it whipped the flames to the dense, unharvested acres that lay beyond. Suddenly the urgent clanging of a bell sounded from the direction of the main compound, and soon after, silhouettes appeared at the perimeter of the indentures' quarters, the circle of thatched-roof huts. Beside the pathway leading to the sugar works, figures of straw-hatted women, the men were all gone away, with the militia stood out against the moonlit sky as they watched in fearful silence. Never had a fire in the fields erupted so suddenly. Now Atiba wanted to shout, "Join us, throw off your chains, free yourselves." He had not been able to enlist their help sooner, for fear a traitor among them might betray the revolt. But now they would see that freedom was within their grasp. He tried to call to them, to beckon them forward. "Give me the words, mighty Agun. Tell me the words that will make the Branco slaves join us." But the prayer passed unanswered. He watched in dismay as the women began, one by one, to back away, to retreat toward their huts in awe and dread. Still, they had done nothing to try and halt the flames, so perhaps there still was hope. If they were afraid to join the rebellion, neither would they raise a hand to save them. Wealth of their Branco master. Also, these were but women. Women did not fight. Women tended the compounds of warriors. When the men returned, the rebellion would begin. They would seize their chance to kill the Branco master who enslaved them. He signaled the other Yoruba, who moved on quickly toward the curing house, where the pots of white sugar waited. The sky had taken on a deep red glow, as the low-lying clouds racing past reflected back the ochre hue of flames from fields in the south. Across the island, the men of the Yoruba had honored their vows. They had risen up. Atiba noticed the savor of victory in his mouth, that hardening of muscle when the foe is being driven before your sword, fleeing the field. It was a strong taste, dry and cutting, a taste he had known before. Something entered your blood at a moment like this, something more powerful, more commanding than your own self. As they pushed through the low shrubs leading toward the sugar works, he raised his hand and absently touched the 3 clan marks down his cheek, their shallow furrows reminding him once again of his people. Tonight, he told himself, all the men of Ife would be proud. Atiba, son of Balagun, I must tell you my thoughts. Old Tahajo had moved forward ahead of the others. I do not think it is good, this thing you would have us do now. What do you mean? Atiba eased his own pace slightly, as though to signify deference. A Yoruba may set fires in the forest to drive out a cowardly foe. It is all part of war, but we do not fire his compounds, the compounds that shelter his women. The curing house where sugar is kept is not the compound of the Brancos. Women. Atiba quickened his stride again to reassert his leadership and to prevent the other men from hearing Tahajo's censure, however misguided. It's a part of his fields. Together they nourish him like palm oil and salt. Together they must be destroyed. But that is not warfare, Atiba. That is vengeance. The old man persisted. I have set a torch to the fields of an enemy before you were born. The Fulani once forced such a course upon us by breaking the say. Crid truce during the harvest festival, but no Yoruba would deliberately burn the seed yams in his enemy's barn. This barn does not hold his yams. It holds the fruits of our unjust slavery. The two are not the same. But you are like that large rooster in my eldest wife's compound, who would not suffer the smaller ones to crow. My words are no more than summer wind to you. The old man sighed. You would scorn the justice Shango demands. This is a fee. Something you would have us do now. Then I will bear Shango's wrath on my own head. Agun would have us do this, and he is the god we honor tonight. It is our duty to him. He moved on ahead, leaving Tahajo to follow in silence. The thatched roof of the curing house was ahead in the dark, a jagged outline against the rosy sky beyond. Without pausing, he opened the door and led the way. All the men knew the room well. Standing before them were long rows of wooden molds. Containers they had carried there themselves, while a Branco overseer with a whip stood by. These were placed here with our own hands. Those same hands will now destroy them. He looked up. What better justice could there be? He sparked the flue, and off his machete against one of the straw bundles, and watched the blaze a moment in silence. This flame, he told himself, would exact the perfect revenge. Revenge. The word had come unbidden. Yes, truly it was revenge, but this act was also justice. He recalled the proverb, one day's rain makes up for many days' drought. Tonight one torch would make up for many weeks of whippings, starvation, humiliation. Mark me well. Atiba held the burning straw aloft and turned to address the men. These pots are the last sugar you will ever see on this island. This and the cane from which it was made, all will be gone, never to return. The forests of the Orissa will thrive here once more. He held the flaming bundle above his head a moment longer, while he intoned a verse in praise of Agun, and then flung it against the thatched wall behind him, where it splayed against a post and disintegrated. They all watched as the dry reed wall smoldered in the half-darkness, then blossomed with small tongues of fire. Quickly he led them out again, through the narrow doorway and into the cool night. The west wind whipped the palm trees now, growing ever fresher. Already the flame had scaled the reed walls of the curing house, and now it burst through the thatched roof like the opening of a lush tropical flower. As they made ready to hurry on up the path toward the mill room, the drum of hoofbeats sounded through the night. Next came frantic shouts from the direction of the great house. It was the voice of Benjamin Briggs. Atiba motioned them into the shadows, where they watched in dismay as a scattering of white indentures began lumbering down the hill, toting buckets of water and shovels, headed for the burning fields. The Yoruba men all turned to Atiba, disbelieving. The male Branco slaves had not risen up. They had come back to aid in the perpetuation of their own servitude. As Atiba watched the Fa'ir brigade, he felt his contempt rising and his anger. Could they not see that this was the moment? But instead of turning their guns on their enemy, setting torch to his house, declaring themselves free, the Branco slaves had cravenly done as Briggs commanded. They were no better than their women. The Branco chief has returned to his compound. Like him, all the Branco masters on the island must now be trembling in fear. Atiba felt his heart sink as he motioned the men forward. Finally, he understood the whites. Serena had been right. Color counted for more than slavery. Now more than ever they needed the muskets from the ship. Quickly. We must burn the mill, then go and seize the guns. There's no time to lose. The mill house was only a short distance farther up the hill. They left the path and moved urgently through the brush and palms toward the back of the thatched building. It stood silent, waiting, a dark silhouette against the glowing horizon. But there is no longer time for this. Obwol moved to the front of the line and glanced nervously at the darkening skies. Heavy clouds obscured the moon, and the wind had grown sharp. We must hurry to the ship as soon as we can and ease the Branco's guns. This mill house is a small matter, the guns are a heavy one. The others will be there soon, waiting for us. No, this must burn too. We will melt forever the chains that enslave us. He pressed quickly up the slope to the low, thatched building. From the center of the roof, the high pole projected skyward, still scorched where the lightning of Shango had touched it the night of the ceremony. Then hurry. The flint. Obwol held out the last bundle of straw to Atiba as they edged under the thatched eaves. There's no time to go in and pray here. Atiba nodded, and out of his hand a quick flash, like the pulse of a Caribbean firefly, shot through the dark. Shango was with her, part of her. As Seri dropped to her knees before the drawing of the axe, she no longer knew who she was, where she was. Unnoticed, the dull glow from the open doorway grew brighter as the fires in the cane fields beyond raged. Shango, Nebo Elo and Elo. Shango, she knelt mumbling, sweat soaking through her shift. The words came over and over, almost like the numbing cadence of the Christian rosary, blotting out all other sounds. She had heard nothing, not the shouts at the main house, nor a ringing of the fire bell, nor the dull roar of flames in the night air. But then, finally, she did sense faint voices in Yoruba, and she knew Shango was there. But soon those voices were lost, blurred by the distant chorus of crackling. And that seemed to murmur back her own whispered words. The air around her had grown dense, suffocating. Dimly, painfully, she began to realize that the walls around her had turned to fire. She watched, mesmerized, as small flame tips danced in circles of red and yellow and gold, then leapt and spun in pirouettes across the rafters of the heavy thatched roof. Shango had sent her a vision. It could not be real. Then a patch of flame plummeted onto the floor beside her and Sue. And chunks of burning straw were raining about her. Feebly, fear surging through her now, she attempted to rise. Her legs refused to move. She watched the flames in terror for a moment, and then she remembered the wand still in her outstretched. And, without thinking, she clasped it again to her pounding breast. As the room disappeared in smoke, she called out the only word she still remembered. Shango? The collapse of the burning thatched wall behind her masked the deep, sonorous crack that sounded over the hillside. Damn me! Benjamin Briggs dropped his wooden bucket and watched as the dark cloud bank hovering in the west abruptly flared. Then a boom of thunder shook the night sky. Its sound seemed to unleash a pent-up torrent, as a dense sheet of island rain slammed against the hillside around him with the force of a mallet. The fires that blazed in the fields down the hill began to sputter into boiling clouds of steam as they were swallowed in wave after wave of the down. Or the night grew suddenly dark again, save for the crisscross of lightning in the skies. For once, a rain when we needed it. It'll save the sugar, by my life. He turned and yelled for the indentures to reclaim their weapons and assemble. Try and keep your match cord dry. He watched with satisfaction as the men, faces smeared with smoke, lined up in front of him. We've got to round up the Africans now and try and find out who's responsible for this. God is my witness. So I may well hang a couple this very night to make an example. I think I saw a crowd of them headed up toward the mill house just before the rain started in. The indenture's tanned face was emerging as the rain purged away this. But, like as not, they were thinking they'd fire that too. God damn them all, we lose the mill and we're ruined. He paused, then his voice came as a yell. God's blood, the curing house, some of you get over there quick, they might have tried to fire that as well. I've got a fortune in white sugar curing out. He looked up and pointed at two of the men, their straw hats dripping in the rain. You and you, move or I'll have your hide. See, there's nothing amiss. Aye, your worship. The men whirled and were gone. Now, lads. Briggs turned back to the others. A half-dozen men were left, all carrying ancient matchlock muskets. Keep an eye on your match cord, and let's spread out and collect these savages. He quickly checked the rhyme on his flintlock musket and cocked it. We've got to stop them before they try to burn the main house. He stared through the rain, then headed up the hill in the direction of the mill house. And stay close to me. They're rampaging like a pack of wild island hogs. Something was slapping at the smoldering straw in her hair, and she felt a hand caress her face, then an arm slide beneath her. The room, the mill, all were swallowed in dark, blinding smoke. Now she was aware only of the heat and the closeness of the powerful arms that lifted her off the flame-strewn floor. Then there were other voices, faraway shouts, in the same musical language that she heard whispered against her ear. The shouts seemed to be directing at the man who held her, urging him to leave her, to come with them, to escape while there was time. Yet still he held her, his cheek close against her own. Slowly Atiba rose, holding her body cradled against him, and pushed through the smoke. The heat was drifting away now, and she felt the gentle spatters of rain against her face as sections of the water-soaked, thatched roof collapsed around them, opening the room to the sky. The sound of distant gunfire cut through the night. It air as he pushed out the doorway into the dark. She felt his body stiffen painfully, as though he had received the bullets in his own chest. But no, the firing was down the hill, somewhere along the road leading to the coast. The cold wetness of the rain and the warmth of the body she knew so well awoke her as though from a dream. "You must go." She heard her own voice. Why had he bothered to save her instead of leading his own men to safety? She was nothing now. The revolt had started. They must fight or be killed. Hurry, before the Branco come. As she struggled to regain her feet to urge him on to safety, she found herself wanting to flee also, to be with him in death as in life. If he were gone, what would there be to live for? We have failed. He was caressing her with his sad eyes. Did you hear the thunder? It was the voice of Shango. Now he looked away, and his body seemed to wither from some grief deep within. I somehow displeased Shango, and now he has struck us down. Even Agun is not powerful enough to overcome the god who commands the skies. It was because I wanted to protect you. He looked down at her quizzically. I didn't know you were in the mill. Oust till I heard you call out Shango's name. Why were you there tonight, alone? I was praying. She avoided his dark eyes, wishing she could say more. Praying that you would stop before it was too late. I knew you could not succeed. I was afraid you would be killed. He embraced her, then ran his wide hand through her wet, singed hair. Sometimes merely doing what must be done is its own victory. I'll not live a slave. Never. He held her again, tenderly, then turned away. Remember always to live and die with honor. Let no man ever forget what we tried to do here tonight. He was moving down the hill now, his machete in his hand. No, she was running after him, half blinded by the rain. Don't try it to fight anymore. Leave, you can hide. We'll escape. A Yoruba does not hide from his enemies. I will not dishonor the compound of my father. I will stand and face the man who has wronged me. No, please. She was reaching to pull him back when a voice came out of the dark, from the pathway down below. Halt, by God! It was Benjamin Briggs, squinting through the downpour. So it's you. I might have known. You were behind this. I'll stake my life. Stop where you are. Jesus, or I'll blow you to hell like the other two savages who came at my men. She found herself wondering if the musket would fire. The rain was still a torrent. Then she felt Atiba's hand shove her aside and saw his dark form hurtle down the trail toward the planter. Grasping his machete, he moved almost as a cat, bobbing, weaving, sure-footed and deadly. The rain was split by the crack of a musket discharge, and she saw him slip momentarily and twist sigh. Dways. His machete clattered into the dark as he struggled to regain his balance, but he had not slowed his attack. When he reached Briggs, he easily ducked the swinging butt of the musket. Then his left hand closed about the planter's throat, and together they went down in the mud to the sound of Briggs' choked yells. When she reached them, they were sprawled in the gully beside the path, now a muddy flood of water from the hill above. Atiba's right arm dangled uselessly, but he held them. Lanter pinned against the mud with his knee, while his left hand closed against the throat. There were no more yells, only deathly silence. No, don't, she was screaming, her arms around Atiba's neck as she tried to pull him away. He glanced up at her dazed, and his grip on Briggs' throat loosened slightly. The planter lay gasping and choking in the rain. Dara. Atiba was looking past her and yelling a warning when the butt of the matchlock caught him across the chest. She fell. With him as 3 straw-hatted indentures swarmed over them both. By God, I'll hang the savage with my own hands. Briggs was still gasping as he began to pull himself up out of the mud. He choked again and turned to vomit. Then he struggled to his feet. Tie the horseman down. He's like a mad dog. He's been shot, your worship. One of the indentures was studying the blood on his hands from where he had been holding Atiba's shoulder. Would you have us attend to this wound? And I shot the savage myself. Briggs glared at them. No credit to the lot of you. Then he well-nigh strangled me. He's still strong as a bull. Don't trouble with that shot wound. I'll not waste the swathing cloth. He paused again. A cough and rub his throat. He's going to have a noose around his neck as soon as the rain lets up. Briggs walked over to where Atiba lay, his arms pinned against the ground and a pike against his chest. May God damn you, sir. Learned you managed to burn and ruin a good half the sugar in my curing house. He choked again and spat into the rain. Then he turned back. Would you could understand what I'm saying, you savage. But mark this, every black on this isla is going to know it when I have you hanged, you can be sure. It'll put a stop to any more of these devilish plots as I'm a Christian. Serena felt her eyes brimming with tears. In trying to save him, she had brought about his death. But everything she had done had been out of devotion. Would he ever understand that? Still, perhaps there was time. Are you well, Master Briggs? She turned to the planter. Her cinnamon fingers stroked lightly along his throat. And I suppose there's some angst for you in it. He looked at her, puzzling at the wet, singed strands of hair across her face. I presume the savage was thinking to make off with you, to use you for his carnal lusts, when I happily put a halt to the business. I have you to thank. Well, you were some help to me in the bargain, I'll own it. So there's an end on the matter. He glanced at Atiba, then back at her. See to it these shiftless indentures tie him up like he was a bull. Wound or no, he's still a threat to life, to yours as well as mine. Even as he spoke, a dark shadow seemed to drop out of the rain. She glanced up and just managed to recognize the form of Durin, his machete poised above his head like a scythe. It flashed. In the lantern light, as he brought it down against the arm of one of the indentures holding Atiba, the straw-hatted man screamed and doubled over. What happened next was blurred, shrouded in the dark. Atiba was on his feet, flinging aside the other indentures. Then he seized his own machete out of the mud with his left hand and turned on Briggs. But before he could move, Durin jostled against him and grabbed his arm. There were sharp words in Yoruba, and Atiba paused, afraid. Ozen's silhouette poised above the planter. By Christ, Briggs was drawing the long pistol from his belt when Atiba suddenly turned away. The gun came up and fired, but the two Yoruba warriors were already gone, swallowed in the night. Go after them, God damn you. The planter was shouting at the huddled, terrified indentures. Not a man on this plantation is going to sleep till both those heathens are hanged and quartered. As the indentures gingerly started down the hill in the direction, Atiba and Durin had gone. Briggs turned and, still coughing, headed purposefully up the pathway toward the remains of the mill room. The burned-away roof had collapsed entirely, leaving the first sugar mill on Barbados open. To the rain, its wide copper rollers sparkling like new. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 17. Heave, masters. Winston was waist-deep in the surf, throwing his shoulder against the line attached to the bow of the Defiance. The sea's as high as it's likely to get. There'll never be a better time to say. Get her afloat. Joan Fuller stood on deck, by the bulwark along the waist of the ship, supporting herself with the mainmast shrouds as she peered down through the rain. She held her bonnet in her hand, leaving her yellow hair plastered across her face in water-soaked strands. At Winston's request, she had brought down one of her last kegs of Kill Devil. It was waiting, safely lashed to the mainmast, a visible inducement to effort. Heave-ho. The cadence sounded down the line of seam. And as they grunted and leaned into the chop, tugging on the slippery line, incoming waves washed over the men, leaving them alternately choking and cursing. But the rise in sea level brought about by the storm meant the Defiance was already virtually afloat. Helped by the men, it was slowly disengaging from the sandy mud. With each wave, the bow would bob upward, then sink back a few inches farther into the bay. She's all but free, masters, Winston urged them on. Eve, for your lives, by God. He glanced back at John Muse and yelled through the rain, How are the stores? Muse spat out a mouthful of foam. There's enough water and salt pork in the hold to get us up to Nevis Island, mayhaps. If the armed fleet doesn't blockade it first. He bobbed backward as a wave crashed against his face. There's talk the Horsens could sail north after here. Aye, they may stand for Virginia when they've done with the Caribbees, but they'll likely put in at St. Christopher and Nevis first, just to make sure they humble every freeborn Englishman in the Americas. Winston tugged again and watched the Defiant slide another foot seaward. But with any luck, we'll be north before them. He pointed toward the dim, masked lanterns of the English gunships offshore. All we have to do is slip past those frigates across the bay. The men heaved once more, and the weathered bow dipped sideways. Then all at once, as though by the hand of nature, the Defiance was suddenly drifting in the surf. A cheer rose up, and Winston pushed his way within reach of the rope ladder dangling amidships. As he clambered over the bulwark, Joan was waiting with congratulations. You did it. On my honor. I thought this rotted-out tub was beached for keeps. She bussed him on the cheek. Though I fancy you might have lived longer if it had stayed where it was. Muse pulled himself over the railing after Winston and plopped his feet down onto the wet deck. He winked at Joan and held out his arms. No kiss for the quartermaster, your ladyship. I was working too, by my life. Get on with you, you tub of lard. She swiped at him with the waterlogged bonnet she held. You and the rest of this crew of layabouts might get a tot of kill devil if you're lucky, which is more than you deserve, considering how much some of you owe me already. Try heaving her out a little farther, masters. Winston was holding the whipstaff, while he yelled from the quarterdeck. She's coming about now. We'll drop anchor in a couple of fathoms, nothing more. While the hull drifted out into the night and surf, Winston watched John Muse kneel by the bulwark at the waist of the ship and begin to take soundings with a length of knotted rope. 2 fathoms, Captain, by the looks of it. What do you think? That's enough to drop anchor, John. I want to keep her in close. No sense alerting the Roundheads we're afloat. Muse outed toward the portside bow, and a seaman began to feed out the anchor cable. Winston watched as it rattled into the surf. Then he made his way along the rain-swept deck back to the starboard gallery at the stern and shoved another large anchor over the side. It splashed into the waves and disappeared, its cable whipping against the taffrail. That ought to keep her from drifting. There may be some maintopmen out there in the fleet who'd take notice. Whereas fully half the Commonwealth ships had sailed for Oyston's Bay to assist in the invasion. A few of the larger frigates had kept to station, their ordnance trained on the harbor. All aboard, masters. There's a tot of kill devil waiting for every man, down by the mainmast. Winston was calling over the railing toward the seamen now paddling through the dark along the side of the ship. John's taking care of it. Any man who's thirsty, come topside. We'll christen the launch. The seamen sounded their approval and began to scramble up. Many did not wait their turn to use the rope ladders. Instead, they seized the rusty deadeyes that held the shrouds, found toeholds in the closed gun ports, and pulled themselves up within reach of the gunwales. Winston watched approvingly as the shirtless horde came swarming onto the deck with menacing ease. These were still his lads, he told himself with a smile. They could storm and seize a ship before most of its crew managed even to cock a musket. Good. And to have on hand, given what lay ahead. When are you thinking you'll try for open sea? Joan had followed him up the slippery companionway to the quarterdeck. There's a good half-dozen frigates hove to out there, doubtless all with their bleedy guns run out and primed. I'll wager they'd like nothing better than catching you to leeward. This squall's likely to blow out in a day or so, and when it does, we're going to pick a dark night, weigh anchor, and make a run for it. By then the Roundheads will probably be moving on Bridgetown, so we won't have a lot of time to dally about. He looked out toward the lights of the English fleet. I'd almost as soon give it a try tonight. Damn this foul weather. She studied the bobbing pinpoints at the horizon skeptically. You really think you can get past them? He smiled. Care to wager on it? I've had a special set of short sails made up, and if it's dark enough, I think we can probably slip right. Rue. Otherwise, we'll just run out the guns and take them on. Joan looked back. You could be leaving just in time, I'll grant you. There are apt to be dark days ahead here. What do you think'll happen with this militia now? Barbados here? Oic freedom fighters? I'd say they'll be disarmed and sent packing, back to the cane and tobacco fields where they'd probably just as soon be anyway. The grand American Revolution is finished tonight, when the militia should be moving every thing they've got up to Oystons. They're off worrying about cane fires, letting the Roundheads get set to offload their heavy guns. By the time the rains let up, and there can be a real engagement, the English infantry'll have ordnance in place and there'll be nothing to meet them with. They can't be repulsed. It's over. He looked at her. So the only thing left for me is to get out of here while I still can and stand for Jamaica. That daft scheme? She laughed ruefully and brushed the dripping hair from her face. You'd be better off going up to Bermuda for a while or anywhere till things cool off. You've not got the men to do anything else. Maybe I can still collect a few of my indentures. And maybe you'll see. The Puritans dancin' at a papist wedding, she scoffed. Let me tell you something. Those indentures are going to scatter like a flock of hens the minute the militia's disbanded. They'll not risk their skin going off with you to storm that fortress. Over at Villa de la Viga, if you know what's good for you, you'll forget Jamaica. Don't count me out yet. There's still another way to get the men I need. He walked to the railing and gazed out into the rain. I've been thinking I might try getting some help another place. And where, pray, could that be? You're not going to think much of what I have in mind. He caught her eye and realized she'd already guessed his plan. That's a fool's errand for sure. Kindly don't go. Prating it about? The truth is, I'm not sure yet what I'll do. Who's to say? You're a lying rogue, Hugh Winston. You've already made up your mind. But if you're not careful, you'll be in a worse bind than this. Beggin' your pardon, Captain. It looks as if we've got a visitor. Muse was moving up the dark companionway to the quarterdeck. He spat into the rain, then cast an uncomfortable glance toward Joan. Mayhaps you'd best come down and handle the orders. Winston took, and then followed him onto the main deck. Through the dark, a white horse could be seen prancing in the gusts of rain along the shore. A woman was in the saddle, waving silently at the ship oblivious to the squall. Permission to come aboard. Get her the longboat, John. He thumbed at the small pinnace dangling from the side of the ship. Just don't light a lantern, Muse laughed. I'd give 100 sovereigns to the man who could spark up a candle lantern in this weather. Winston looked up to see Joan slowly descending the companionway from the quarterdeck. They watched in silence as the longboat was lowered and oarsmen began rowing it the few yards to shore. Well, this is quite a sight, if I may say. Her voice was contemptuous as she broke the silence. Suddenly she began to brush at her hair, attempting to straighten out the tangles. I've never known her ladyship to venture out on a night like this. She turned and glared at Winston. Though I've heard talk, she managed to get herself aboard the Defiance once before in a storm. You've got big ears. Enough to keep track of your follies. Do you suppose your lads don't take occasion to talk when they've a bit of kill devil in their bellies? You should be more discreet or else pay them better. I pay them more than they're worth now. Well, they were most admiring of your little conquest, or was the conquest hers? Joan, why don't you just let it rest? He moved to the railing at mid-ships and reached down to help Catherine up the rope ladder. What's happened? This is the very devil of a night. Hugh. She was about to throw her arms around him when she noticed Joan. She stopped dead still, then turned and nodded with cold formality. Your servant, madam. Your ladyship's most obedient. Joan curtsied back with a cordiality hewn from ice. They examined each other a moment in silence. Then Catherine seemed to dismiss her as she turned back to Winston. Please, won't you come back and help? Just for tonight? He reached for her hand and felt it trembling. Help you? What do you mean? His voice quickened. Don't tell me the Roundheads have already started marching on Bridgetown. Not that we know of, but now that the rains put out the cane fires, a few of the militia have started regrouping. With their horses. She squeezed his hand in her own. Maybe we could still try an attack on the Oystons' breastwork at dawn. You don't have a chance. Now that the rains have begun, you can't move up any cannon. The roads are like rivers, but they've got heavy ordnance. The Roundheads have doubtless got those cannons in the breastwork turned around now and covering the road. If we'd have marched last evening, we could have moved up some guns of our own and then hit them at first light, before they expected an attack. But now it's too late. He examined her sadly. Her face was drawn and her hair was plastered against her cheeks. It's over, Katie. Barbados is lost. But you said you'd fight, even if you had nobody but your own men. Briggs and the rest of them managed to change my mind for me. Why should I risk anything? They won't. She stood unmoving, still grasping his hand. Then you're really leaving? I am. He looked at her. I still wish you'd decide to go with me. God knows. Suddenly she pulled down his face and kissed him on the lips, lingering as the taste of rain flooded her mouth. Finally she pulled away. I can't think now, at least about that. But for God's sake, please help us tonight. Let us use those flintlocks you've got here on the ship. They're dry. The Roundhead infantry probably has mostly matchlocks, and they'll be wet. With your muskets, maybe we can make up for the difference in our numbers. He examined her skeptically. Just exactly whose idea is this, Katie? Who do you suppose? Nobody else knows you've got it them. Anthony Walrond knows, Winston laughed. I'll say one thing, it would be perfect justice. Then use them to arm our militia. With your guns, maybe I'll be needing those flintlocks where I'm going. Joan pushed forward with a scowl. Give me leave to put you in mind, madam, that those muskets belong to Hugh, not to the worthless militia on this island. She turned on Winston. Don't be daft. You give those new flintlocks over to the militia and you'll never see half of them again. You know that as well as I do. He stood studying the locked forecastle in silence. I'll grant you that. I'd be a perfect fool to let the militia get hold of them. Hugh, what happened to all your talk of honor? Catherine drew back. I thought you were going to fight to the last. I told you. He paused as he gazed into the rain for a long moment. Finally, he looked back. I'd say there is one small chance left. If we went in with a few men before it gets maybe we could spike the cannon in the breastwork. Then at least it would be an even battle. Would you try it? He took her hand, ignoring Joan's withering glare. Maybe I do owe Anthony Walrond a little farewell party. In appreciation for his selling this island, and me with it, to the goddamned Roundheads. Then you'll come? How about this? If I can manage to get some of my lads over to Oystons before daybreak, we might try paying them a little surprise. It would be good practice for Jamaica. Then stay and help us fight. How can we just give up when there's still a chance? They can't keep up their blockade forever. Then we'll be done with England, have a free nation here. He shook his head in resignation, then turned up his face to feel the rain. He stood for a time, the two women watching him as the downpour washed across his cheeks. There's no freedom on this island anymore. There may never be again. But maybe I do owe Anthony Walrond and his windwards a lesson in honor. He looked back. All right, but go back up to the compound. You'd best stay clear of this. Before she could respond, he turned and signaled toward Muse. John, unlock the muskets and call all hands on deck. Dalby Bedford was standing in the doorway of the makeshift tent, peering into the dark. He spotted Winston, trailed by a crowd of shirtless seamen walking up the road between the rows of rain-whipped God's life. Is that who it looks to be? What the plague? The knave had the brass to come back. Colonel George Heathcote pushed his way through the milling crowd of militia officers and moved alongside Bedford to stare. As though we hadn't enough confusion already. The governor's plumed hat and doublet were soaked. While the storm had swept the island, he had taken command of the militia, keeping together a remnant of men and officers. But now, only 2 hours before dawn, the squall still showed no signs of abating. Even with the men who had returned, the ranks of the militia had been diminished to a fraction of its former strength, since many planters were still hunting down runaways, or had barricaded themselves and their families in their homes for safety. Several plantation houses along the west coast had been burned, and through the rain random gunfire could still be heard as slaves were being pursued. Though the rebellion had been routed, a few pockets of Africans armed with machetes remained at large. The recapture of the slaves was now merely a matter of time. But that very time, Bedford realized, might represent the difference between victory and defeat. Those men with him are all carrying something Heathcote squinted through the rain at the line of men trailing after Winston. By God, I'd venture those could be muskets. Maybe he's managed to locate a few more matchlocks for us. He heaved a deep breath. Though they'll be damned. Useless in this rain. Your servant, Captain. Bedford bowed lightly as Winston ducked under the raised flap at the entrance of the lean to shelter. Here to join us? I thought we might come back over for a while. He glanced around at the scat. A ring of officers in the tent. Who wants to help me go down to the breastwork and see if we can spike whatever guns they've got? If we did that, maybe you could muster enough men to try storming the place when it gets light. You're apt. I'll be met by 500 men with pikes, sir, and Anthony Walrond at their head. Heathcote's voice was filled with dismay. 3 or 4 for everyone we've got. We don't have the men to take and hold that breastwork now, not till some. More of the militia get back. If those guns aren't spiked by dawn, you'd as well just go ahead and surrender and have done with it. He looked around the tent. Mind if I let the boys come in out of the rain to prime their muskets? Musket? Heathcote examined him. You'll not be using matchlocks, not in this weather. I doubt a man could keep his match cord lit long enough to take aim. I sure as hell don't plan to try taking the breastwork with nothing but pikes. Winced. And turned and gestured for the men to enter the tent. Dick Hawkins led the way, unshaven, shirtless, and carrying 2 oilcloth bundles. After him came Edwin Spur, cursing the rain as he set down 2 bundles of his own. Over a dozen other. Seamen followed. This tent is for the command, sir. Heathcote advanced on Winston. I don't know what authority you think you have to start bringing in your men. We can't prime muskets in the rain. Sir, you're no longer in charge here, and we've all had quite. His glance fell on the bundle Spur was unwrapping. The candle lantern cast a golden glow over a shiny new flintlock. The barrel was damascened in gold, and the stock was fine Italian walnut inlaid with mother-of-pearl. Earl, both the serpentine cock and the heel plate on the stock were engraved in gilt. Good God, where did that piece come from? From my personal arsenal. Winston watched as Spur slipped out the ramrod and began loading and priming. A flintlock. Then he continued, these muskets don't belong to your militia. They're just for my own men here tonight. If you can keep them dry, Heathcote's voice quickened, maybe you could. They should be good for at least 1 round. Before the lock gets damp. Winston turned to Heathcote. They won't be expecting us now, so if your men can help us hold the breastwork while we spike those cannon, we might just manage it. And these guns? Heathcote was still in. Iring the muskets. We won't use them any more than we have to. Winston walked down the line of officers. There's apt to be some hand-to-hand fighting if their infantry gets wind of what's afoot and tries to rush the emplacement while we're still. Up there, how many of your militiae men have the stomach for that kind of assignment? The tent fell silent save for the drumbeat of rain. The officers all knew that to move on the breastwork now would be the ultimate test of their will to win. The question on every man's mind was whether their militia still possessed that will. But the alternative was most likely a brief and ignominious defeat on the field, followed by unconditional surrender. They gathered in a huddle at the rear of the tent. A luster of black hats while Winston's men continued priming the guns. Damned well-made piece, this one. Edwin Spur was admiring the gilded trigger of his musket. I hope she shoots as fine as she feels. He looked up at Winston. I think we can keep the powder pan dry enough if we take care. They've all got a cover that's been specially fitted. Winston laughed. Only the best for Sir Anthony. Let's make sure he finds out how much we appreciate the gun one smithy. He paid for. It's a risk, sir, damned if it's not. Heathcote broke from the huddle and approached Winston. But with these flintlocks, we might have an advantage. They'll not be expecting us now. Maybe we can find some men to back you. Up. We could use the help, but I only want volunteers. Winston surveyed the tent. And they can't be a lot of untested farmers who'll panic and run if the Roundheads try and make a charge. Well and good. Bedford nodded then. Earn to Heathcote. I'll be the first volunteer. We're running out of time. Winston reached for a musket. Then let's get on with it. Asterisk, 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 rain now, all about them, engulfing them, the dense Caribbean torrent that erases the edge between earth, sky, and sea. Winston felt as though they were swimming in it, the gusts wet against his face, soaking through his leather jerkin, awash in his boots. The earth seemed caught in a vast ephemeral river which oscillated like a pendulum between ocean and sky. In the Caribbees, this water from the skies was different from anywhere else he had ever known. The heavens, like a brooding deity, first scorched the islands with a white-hot sun, then purged the heat. With warm, remorseless tears, why had he come back to Oistins, to chance his life once more in the service of liberty? The very thought brought a wry smile. He now realized there would never be liberty in this slave-owning corner of the Americas. Too much wealth was at stake for England to let go of this shiny new coin in Cromwell's exchequer. The Puritans who ruled England would keep Barbados at any cost, and they would see to it that slavery stayed. No, coming back now. It's a personal point, principle. If you'd go back on your word, there was little else you wouldn't scruple to do as well. Maybe freedom didn't have a chance here, but you fought the fight you were given. You didn't betray your cause the way Antha. He Walrond had. There looked to be lighted linstocks up there. Captain, they're ready. Edwin's spur nodded toward the tall outline of the breastwork up ahead. It was a heavy brick fortification designed to protect the gun emplacements against cannon. Fire from the sea! The flicker of lantern light revealed that the cannon had been rolled around, directed back toward the roadway, in open view. We've got to see those linstocks are never used. He paused and motioned for the men to circle around. Their flintlocks were still swathed in oilcloth. We need to give them a little surprise, masters, so hold your fire as long as you can. Anyway, we're apt to need every musket if the windwards realize we're there and try to counter it. Do you really think we can get up there, Captain? Dick Hawkins carefully set down a large brown sack holding spikes, hammers, and grapples, the last used for boarding vessels at sea. It's damned high. We're going to have to circle around and then try taking it from the seaside, which is even higher. But that way they won't see us. Also, we can't have bandoliers rattling, so we've got to leave them here. Just take a couple of charge holders in each pocket. There'll not be time for more anyway. He turned and examined the heavy brick of the breastwork. Now look lively, before they spot us. Hawkins silently began lifting out the grapples' heavy barbed hooks that had been swathed with sailcloth so they would land soundlessly, each with 50 feet of line. Winston picked one up and checked the wrapping on the prongs. Would it catch and hold? Maybe between the raised battlements. He watched as Hawkins passed the other grapples among the men, 18 of them all together. Then they moved on through the night, circling around toward the seaward wall of the fortification. Behind them, the first contingent of volunteers from the Barbados militia waited in the shadows. As soon as the gunners were for powered by Winston's men, they would advance and help hold the breastwork while the guns were being spiked. In the rainy dark, neither Winston nor his seamen noticed the small band of men, skin black as the night, who now edged forward silently through the shadows behind them. They had arrived at the Defiance earlier that evening, only to discover it afloat, several yards at sea. Then they had watched in dismay as Winston led a band of seamen ashore in longboats, carrying the muskets they had come to procure. Could it be the guns were already primed and ready to fire? Prudently, Atiba had insisted they hold back. They had followed through the rain, biding their time all the 5-mile trek to Oistins. Then they had waited patiently while Winston held council with the Branco chiefs. Finally, they had seen the muskets being primed, which meant they could have been safely seized all along. But now time was running out. How to take the guns? It must be quickly, while there still was dark to cover their escape into hiding. Atiba watched as Winston and the men quietly positioned themselves along the seaward side of the breastwork and began uncoiling the lines of their grapples. Suddenly, he sensed what was to happen next. Perhaps now there was a way to get the guns after all. Wait, and be ready. He motioned the men back into the shadows of a palm grove. Then he darted through the rain. Winston was circling the first grapple above his head, intended for the copestone along the top of the breastwork, when he heard a quiet Portuguese whisper at his ear. You will not succeed, Senhor. The Ingles will hear your hooks when they strike against the stone. What the pox? He whirled to. See a tall black man standing behind him, a machete in his hand. A life for a life, Senhor. Was that not what you said? Atiba glanced around him. The seamen stared in wordless astonishment. Do you wish to seize the great guns atop? This fortress? Then let my men do it for you. This is best done the Yoruba way. Where the hell did you come from? Winston's whisper was almost drowned in the rain. From out of the dark. Remember, my skin is black. Sometimes that is an advantage, even on an island owned by the white Ingles. Briggs will kill you if he catches you here. Atiba laughed. I could have killed him tonight, but I chose to wait. I want to do it the Ingles way, with a musket. He slipped the machete into his waist strap. I have come to make a trade. What do you mean? Look around you. Atiba turned and gestured. Out of the palms emerged a menacing line of black men, all carrying cane machetes. My men are here. We could kill all. Love you now, Senhor, and simply take your muskets. But you once treated me as a brother, so I will barter with you fairly, as though today were market day in Ife. I and my men will seize this Branco fortress and make it an offering of friendship to you rather than watch you be killed trying to take it yourself in trade for these guns. He smiled grimly. A life for a life, do you recall? The revolt you started is as good as finished, just like I warned you would. Appin, Winston peered through the rain. You won't be needing any muskets now. Perhaps it is over. But we will not die as slaves. We will die as Yoruba, and many Branco will die with us. Not with my flintlocks, they won't. Winced. And examined him and noticed a dark stain of blood down his shoulder. Atiba drew out his machete again and motioned the other men forward. Then see what happens when we use these instead. He turned the machete in his hand. It may change your mind. Before Winston could reply, he turned and whispered a few brisk phrases to the waiting men. They slipped their machetes into their waist straps and in an instant were against the breastwork, scaling it, as the seamen watched in disbelief. A host of dark figures moved surely, silently up the sloping stone wall of the breastwork. Their fingers and toes caught the crevices and joints in the stone with cat-like agility as they moved toward the top. God's blood, Captain. What? In hell's this about? Dick Hawkins moved next to Winston, still holding a grapple and line. Are these savages? I'm damned if I know for sure, but I don't like it. His eyes were riveted on the line of black figures now blended against the stone of the breastwork. They had merged with the rain, all but invisible. In what seemed only moments, Atiba had reached the parapet along the top of the breastwork, followed by his men. For an instant Winston caught the glint of machete, reflecting the glow of the lighted linstocks, and then nothing. By God, no, there'll be no unnecessary killing. He flung his grapple upward, then gestured at the men. Let's go topside, quick, the light clank of the grapple against the para. It was lost in the strangled cries of surprise from atop the breastwork. Then, a few muted screams drifted down through the rain. The sounds died away almost as soon as they had begun, leaving only the gentle pounding of rain. It is yours, Senhor? The Portuguese words came down as Atiba looked back over the side. But come quickly. One of them escaped us. I fear he will sound a warning. There will surely be more Branco soon. Damn your eyes. Winston seized the line of his grapple, tested it, and began pulling himself up the face of the stone wall. There was the clank of grapples as the other men followed. The scene atop the breastwork momentarily took his breath away. All the infantrymen on gunnery duty had had their throats cut, their bodies now sprawled haphazardly across the stonework. One gunner was even slumped across the breech of a demi-culverin, still clasping one of the lighted linstocks, its oil-soaked tip smoldering inconclusive. Usively in the rain, the Yoruba warriors stood among them, wiping blood from their machetes. Good Christ! Winston exploded and turned on Atiba. There was no need to kill all these men. You just had to disarm them. It is better. Atiba met his gaze. They were Branco warriors. Is it not a warrior's duty to be ready to die? You bloodthirsty savage. Atiba smiled. So tell me, what are these great Ingles guns sitting all around us here meant to do? Save lives? Or kill men by the hundreds, men whose face you never have to see? My people do not make these. So who is the savage, my Inglés friend? Damn you, there are rules of war. Ah yes, you are civilized. He slipped the machete into his wa. A-strap, someday you must explain to me these rules you have for civilized killing. Perhaps they are something like the rules your Christians have devised to justify making my people slaves. Winston looked at him a moment longer. The bodies lying around them. There was nothing to be done now. Best to get on with disabling the guns. Dick, haul up that sack with the spikes and let's make quick work of this. Aye. Hawkins seized the line attached to his waist and walked to the edge of the parapet. At the other end, resting in the mud below, was the brown canvas bag containing the hammers and the spikes. Moments later, the air rang with the sound of metal against metal, as the seamen began hammering small, nail-like pikes into the touch holes of each cannon. That was the signal for the Barbados militiamen to advance from the landward side of the breastwork to provide defensive cover. A life for a life, Senhor. Atiba moved next to Winston. We served. You, now it is time for your part of the trade. You're not getting any of my flintlocks, if that's what you mean. Don't make us take them. Atiba dropped his hand to the handle of his machete. Don't make my boys show you how they can use them. Winston stood unmoving. There's been killing enough here tonight. So you are not, after all, a man who keeps his word. You are merely another Branco. He slowly began to draw the machete from his belt. I gave you no. A word, and I wouldn't advise that. Winston pushed back the side of his wet jerkin, clearing the pistols in his belt. Out of the dark rain, a line of Barbados planters carrying homemade pikes came clambering up the stone steps. Colonel. Heathcote was in the lead. Good job, Captain, by my life. He beamed from under his gray hat. We heard nary a peep, but you were too damned quick by half. Bedford's just getting the next lot of militia together now. He'll need. As he topped the last step, he stumbled over the fallen body of Commonwealth infantryman. A tin helmet clattered across the stonework. God's blood. What? He peered through the half-light at the other bodies littering the platform, then glared at. Winston, you massacred the lads? We had some help. Heathcote stared past Winston, noticed Atiba, and stopped stone still. Then he glanced around and saw the cluster of Africans standing against the parapet, still holding machetes. Good. God. He took a step backward and motioned toward his men. Form ranks. There are runaways up here, and they're armed. Careful. Before Winston could finish, he heard a command in Yoruba, saw Atiba start forward with his machete. No, by God, Winston shouted in Portuguese. Before Atiba could move, he was holding a cocked pistol against the Yoruba's cheek. I said there's been enough bloodshed. Don't make me kill you to prove it. In the silence that followed there came a series of flashes from the dark down the shore, followed by dull pops. Two of the planters at the top of the stone steps groaned, twisted, and slumped against the stonework with bleeding flesh wounds. Then a second firing order sound. It threw the rain. It carried the unmistakable authority of Anthony Walrond. On the double, masters, the fireworks are set to begin. Winston turned and shouted toward the seamen, still hammering in the spikes. Spur, get those flintlocks unwrapped and ready. It looks like Walrond has a few dry muskets of his own. Aye, Captain. He signaled the seamen who had finished their assigned tasks to join him, and together they took cover against the low parapet on the landward side of the breast. Heathcote and the planters, pikes at the ready, nervously moved behind them. Winston felt a movement and turned to see Atiba twist away. He stepped aside just in time to avoid the lunge of his machete, then brought the barrel of the pig still down hard against the side of his skull. The Yoruba groaned and staggered back against the cannon nearest them. As he struggled to regain his balance, he knocked aside the body of the Commonwealth infantryman who lay sprawled across its barrel, the smoldering linstock still in his dead grasp. The man slid slowly down the wet side of the culverin toward the breach. Finally, he tumbled forward onto the stonework, releasing his grasp on the handle of the lighted linstock. Later, Winston remembered watching in paralyzed horror as the linstock clattered against the breach of the culverin, scattering sparks. The oil-soaked rag that had been its tip seemed to disintegrate, as the handle slammed against the iron, and a fragment of burning rag fluttered against the shielded touch hole. A flash shattered the night, as a tongue of flame torched upward. For a moment, it illuminated the breastwork like midday. In the stunned silence that followed, there were yells of surprise from the far distance, in the direction of the English camp. No one had expected a cannon shot. Moments later, several rounds of musket fire erupted from the roadway below. The approaching Barbados militiamen had assumed they were being fired on from the breastwork, but now they had revealed their position. Almost immediately, their fire was returned by the advance party of the Windward Regiment. Suddenly, one of the Yoruba waiting at the back of the breastwork shouted incomprehensibly, broke from the group, and began clambering over the parapet. There were more yells, and in moments the others were following him. Atiba, who had been knocked sprawling by the cannon's explosion, called for them to stay, but they seemed not to hear. In seconds they had vanished over the parapet and into the night. "You betrayed us, Senhor." He looked up at Winston. "You will pay for it with your life." "Not tonight, I won't." Winston was still holding the pistol, praying it was too wet to fire. "Not tonight, but soon." He shoved the machete unsteadily into his waist-strap. Winston noticed that he had difficulty rising, but he managed to pull himself up weakly. Then his strength appeared to revive. "Our war is not over." Amid the gunfire and confusion, he turned and slipped down the landward side of the breastwork. Winston watched as he disappeared into the rain. "How many more left to spike, masters?" He yelled back toward the men with the hammers. As he spoke, more musket fire sounded from the plain below. "We've got all but 2, Captain." Hawkins shouted back through the rain. "These damned little demi-culverin. Our spikes are too big." "Then the hell with them. We've done what we came to do." He motioned toward Heathcote. "Let's call it a night and make a run for it. Now, fine job, I must say." Heathcote was smiling broadly as he motioned the cringing planters away from the wall. "We'll hold them yet." While the seamen opened sporadic covering fire with their flintlocks, the militia began scrambling down the wet steps. When the column of Walron's Windward Regiment, now marching up from the seaside, realized they were armed, it immediately broke ranks and scattered for cover. In moments, Winston and Heathcote were leading their own men safely up the road toward the camp. They met the remainder of the Barbados militia midway, a bedraggled cluster in the downpour. "You can turn." "Back now, sirs." Heathcote saluted the lead officer, who was kneeling over a form fallen in the sand. "You gave us good cover when we needed you, but now it's done. The ordnance is spiked. At sunup we'll drive the Roundheads back into a sea. Good Christ." The officer's voice was trembling as he looked up, rain streaming down his face. "We'd as well just sue for peace and have done with it." "What?" Heathcote examined him. "What do you mean?" He was leading us. "Dalby." "Bedford. The Windwards caught him in the chest when they opened fire." He seemed to choke on his dismay. "The island's no longer got a governor." Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 18. Above the wide hilltop, the mid-morning rain had lightened momentarily to fine mist, a golden awning shading the horizon. A lone figure, hatless and wearing a muddy leather jerkin, moved slowly up a rutted path toward the brick compound reserved for the governor of Barbados. Behind him lay the green-mantled rolling hills of the island. Beyond, shrouded in drizzle and fog, churned the once placid Caribbean. The roadway was strewn with fronds blown into haphazard patterns by the night storm, and as he walked, a new gust of wind sang through the trees, trumpeting a mournful lament. Then a stripe of white cut across the new thunderheads in the west, and the sky star to darken once again. More rain would be coming soon, he told himself, yet more storm that would stretch into the night and mantle the island and sea. He studied the sky, wistfully thinking over what had passed. Would that the squalls could wash all of it clean, the way a downpour purged the foul straw and offal from a cobblestone London street. But there was no making it right anymore. Now the only thing left was to try and start anew, in a place far away. Would he understand that? The gate of the compound was secured and locked, as though to shut out the world beyond. He pulled the clapper on the heavy brass bell, and in its ring heard a foreboding finality. "Sir," the voice from inside the gate was nervous. Fearful, he knew it was James, the Irish servant who had been with Catherine and the governor for a decade. "Miss Bedford." "By the saints, Captain Winston, is that you, sir? The mistress said you'd gone back over to Oyston's." "I just came from the—" How's the fighting?" The voice revealed itself as belonging to a short, thin-haired man with watery eyes. "We've not heard from His Excellency since he sent that messenger down last night. Then, after that, mistress. Just take me to Miss Bedford." He quickly cut off what he realized could grow into an accounting of the entire household for the past fortnight. How do I go about telling her, he asked himself, that it's the end of everything she had, everything she hoped for? That there's no future left here. Is she expecting you, Captain? James' eyes narrowed as he pushed wide the heavy wooden door leading into the hallway. "I pray nothing's happened to. She's not expecting me. Just tell her I've come. Your worship, as you please." He indicated a chair in the reception room, then turned to head off in the direction of the staircase. Catherine was already advancing down the wide mahogany steps. She was dressed in a calico bodice and full skirt, her hair bunched into moist ringlets of its own making. Her bloodshot eyes told Winston she had not slept. "Hugh, what is it? Why have you come back?" She searched his face in puzzlement. Then her eyes grew wild. "Oh God, what's happened?" She stumbled down the rest of the steps. "Tell me." "Katie, there was some shooting." And he told her first that Dalby Bedford was dead, then how it happened. Next he explained that, since the island no longer had a seated governor, the Assembly had elected to accept in full the terms set forth by the Admiral of the fleet. He told it as rapidly as he could, hoping somehow to lessen the pain. She listened calmly, her face betraying no emotion. Finally, she dropped into a tall, bulky chair and gazed around for a moment, as though bidding farewell to the room. Maybe it's better this way after all. She looked down. Without the humiliation of the Tower and a public trial by Cromwell. Winston watched her. Marveling, there still was no hint of a tear. Nothing save her sad eyes bespoke her pain as she continued. "It's ironic, isn't it? Both of them. My mother years ago, and now, killed by a gun when all they ever wanted for the world was peace." She tried to smile. "These are dangerous times to be about in the Americas, Captain. You're right to always keep those flintlocks in your belt." She turned away, and he knew she was crying. The servants had gathered, James and the two women. Huddled by the staircase, unable to speak. "Katie, I came as soon as I could to tell you. God only knows what's to happen now, but you can't stay here. They'll figure out in no time you've had a big hand in this. You'll likely be arrested. I'm not afraid of them or Cromwell himself." She was still gazing at the wooden planks of the floor. "Well, you ought to be." He walked over and knelt down next to her chair. "It's over. These planters we were fighting forgave the island away, so I say damn to them. There's more to the Americas than Barbados." He paused, and finally she turned to gaze at him. There were wet streaks down her cheeks. "Maybe now you'll come with me. We'll make a place somewhere else." She looked into his eyes and silently bit her lip. It was almost as though he had never truly seen her till this moment. His heart went out to her as he continued. "I want you with me. There's another island, Katie, if you're willing to try and help me take it." "I don't." She seemed unsure what she wanted to say. She looked at him a moment longer, then around at the room, the servants. Finally, she gazed down again, still silent. "Katie, I can't make you come." "No. Or can I promise it'll be easy? But you've got to decide now. There's no time to wait for anything. We've both got to get out of here. I'm going to collect as many of my indentures as possible, then try and run the blockade tonight, Ray. In storm, no matter. Who knows if I'll make it, but it's my only hope." He rose to his feet. His muddy boots had left dark traces on the rug. "It's yours, too, if you want it. Surely you know that." Her voice came like a whisper as he looked up. We tried, didn't we? Truly we did. You can't give liberty to the Americas if these Puritans only want it for themselves. It's got to be for everybody. Remember what I said. They could have freed the Africans in return for help, and they might have won. If I ever doubted that, God knows I don't anymore, not after what I saw last night. But they wanted slaves, and there's no mobilizing an island that's only half free. So they got what they deserve. He walked to the sideboard. A flask of brandy was there with glasses. He lifted the bottle and wearily poured himself a shot. Then he turned and hoisted the glass. We gave it our best, but we couldn't do it alone. Not here. He drank off the liquor and poured in more. Give me some of that. She motioned toward the bottle. He quickly filled another glass and placed it in her hands. The servants watched, astonished, as she downed it in one gulp, then turned back to Winston. How can I go just yet? There are his papers here, everything. What he did mustn't just be forgotten. He created a democratic nation, an assembly, all of it, here in the Americas. Someday. Nobody gives a damn about that anymore. He strode over with the flask and refilled her glass. You've got to get out of here. This is the first place they're apt to look for you. You can stay at Joan's place till we're ready to go. Joan? She stared at him, disbelieving. You mean Joan Fuller? She's the only person left here I trust. She despises me. She always has. No more than you've despised her, so make an end on it. Katie, there's no time to argue now. The damned Roundheads are going to be in Bridgetown by dark. I've got to go down to the ship before the rain starts in again and sort things out. We've got to finish lading and get ready to weigh anchor before it's too late. He watched as she drank silently from the glass, her eyes far away. Finally, he continued, if you want, I'll send Joan to help you pack up. He emptied the second glass of brandy, then set it back on the sideboard. When he turned back to her, he was half smiling. I suppose I've been in assuming you're going with me, just because I want you to so badly. Well, she looked again at the servants, then around the room. At last, she turned to Winston. Hold me. He walked slowly to the chair and lifted her into his arms. He ran his hands through her wet hair, then brought up her lips. At last he spoke. Does that mean yes? She nodded silently. Then I've got to go. Just pack what you think you'll want, but not too many silk skirts and bodices. Won't be needing them where we're going. Try and bring some of those riding breeches of yours. She hugged him tighter. I was just thinking of our little island. When was that? Yesterday. Just yesterday. But there are lots of islands in the Caribbean. Yesterday. She drew back and looked at him. And tomorrow. This time tomorrow we'll be at sea, or we'll be at the bottom of the bay out there. He kissed her one last time. I'll send Joan quick as I can, so please hurry. Before she could say more, he stalked out into the rain and was gone. The sand along the shore of the bay was firm, beaten solid by the squall. The heavy thunderheads that threatened earlier had now blanked the sun, bringing new rain that swept on the darkened shore in hard strokes. Ahead through the gloom he could make out the outlines of his seamen, kegs of water balanced precariously on their shoulders, in an extended line from the thatched-roof warehouse by the carriage at the river, out down to a longboat bobbing in the surf. After the raid on the Oyston's breastwork, he had ordered them directly back to Bridgetown to finish lading. A streak of white cut across the sky, and in its shimmering light he could just make out the Defiance safely anchored in the shallows, canvas furled, nodding with the swell. Joan. She had said nothing when he asked her to go up and help Catherine. She'd merely glared her disapproval while ordering the girls to bring her cloak. Joan. Saving her thoughts for later, he knew. There'd be more on the subject of Catherine. The only sounds now were the pounding of rain along the shore and the occasional distant rumble of thunder. He was so busy watching the men he failed to note. As the figure in white emerged from the darkness and moved toward his path, and the form reached out for him, he whirled and dropped his hand to a pistol. Sent her to sculpt. The rain-mantled shadow curtsied Portuguese style, he realized. It was a woman, Briggs Mulata, the one Joan seemed so fond of. Before he could reply, she seized his arm. Fago Favor sent her. Will you help us? I beg you. There was an icy urgency in her touch. What are you doing here? He studied her, still startled. Her long black hair was coiled across her face in tangled strands, and there were dark new splotches down the front of her white shift. I'm afraid he'll die, Senator, and if he's captured... Who? Winston. Ride unsuccessfully to extract his arm from her grasp. I know he wanted to take the guns you have, but they were for us to fight for our freedom. He wished you no harm. Good God, so she had been part of it too. He almost laughed aloud, thinking how Benjamin Briggs had been cozened by all his slaves, even his half-African mistress. You mean that Yoruba, Atiba? Tell him he can go straight to hell. Do you have any idea what he had his men do last night? She looked up, puzzled, her eyes still pleading through the rain. No, I don't suppose you could. He shrugged. It scarcely matters now, but his parting words were an offer to kill me no more than a few hours ago. So I say damn to him. He is a man, no more than you, but no less. He was bomb-free, yet now he is a slave. His people are slaves. She paused, and when she did, a distant roll of thunder melted into the rain. He did what he had to do for his people, for me. All he and his people managed was to help the Commonwealth bring this island to its knees. How? Because he led the Yoruba in a revolt against slavery. She gripped his arm even tighter. If he helped defeat the planters, then I am glad. Perhaps it will be the end of slavery after all. Winston smiled sadly. It's only the beginning of that accursed trade. He might have stopped it, who knows, if he'd won. But he lost. So that's the end of it. For him, or Barbados. But you can save him. She tugged Winston back as he tried to brush past her. I know you are leaving. Take him with you. He belongs to Briggs. He glanced back. Same as you do. There's nothing I can do about it. It now, I doubt good Master Briggs is of a mind to do anything but hang him. Then, if his life has no value to anyone here, take him as a free man. A web of white laced across the thunderhead. In its light he could just make out the tall masts of the Defiance, waving against the dark sky like emblems of freedom. God damn you, Benjamin Briggs. God damn your island of slaveholders. Where is he? Durin has hidden him, not too far from here. When Atiba ainted from the loss of blood, he brought him up there. She turned and pointed toward the dark bulk of the island. In a grove of trees where the Branco could not find him. Then he came to me for help. Who's this Durin? One of the Aruba men who was with him. Where are the others? There must have been a dozen or so over at Oyston's this morning. Some were killed near there. The others were captured. Durin told me they were attacked by the militia. Atiba only escaped because he fainted and Durin carried him to safety. The others stayed to fight, to save him, and they were taken. Her voice cracked. I heard Master Briggs say the ones who were captured, Obwol and the others, would be burned alive tomorrow. Burned alive? All the planters have agreed that is what they must do. It is to be made the punishment on Barbados for any slave who revolts, so the rest of the Africans will always fear the Branco. Such a thing would never be allowed on English soil. This is not your England, Senhor. This is Barbados, where slavery has become the lifeblood of all wealth. They will do it. Bedford would never allow. He stopped and felt his heart wrench. Good Christ, now there's no one to stop them. Damn these bloodthirsty Puritans. He turned to her. Can you get him down here without being seen? We will try. If you can do it, I'll take him. And Durin too, in for a penny, in for a pound. His smile was bitter. Pox on. I'll take them both. Senhor. She dropped to her knees. Tell me how I can thank you. Just be gone, before my boys get wind of this. He pulled her to her feet and glanced toward the rain-swept line of seamen carrying water They'll not fancy it, you can be sure. I've got worries enough as is, God knows. Muito obrigada, Senhor. She stood unmoving, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just go. He stepped around her and moved on down. On the shore, toward the moored longboat where the men were working. Now John Muse was standing alongside, minimally supervising the seamen as they stacked kegs. Mingled with his own men were several of the Irish indentures. Damn this squall, Cap'n will not be able to get under way till she lets up. It's no weather for a Christian to be at sea, that I promise you. I think it's apt to ease up around nightfall. He checked the clouds again. What are we needing? Once we get this aided, there'll be water aboard and to spare. He wiped the rain from his eyes and glanced at the sky. God knows the whole of the island's seen enough water to float to sea. 'Tis salt pork we're wanting now, and biscuit. Can we get any, Cass? Of a flour. There's scarcely any to be had. The island's half starved, Cap'n. Did you check all the warehouses along here? Aye, we invited ourselves in and rifled what we could find. But there's pitiful little left, save batches of moldy. Abacco waitin' to be shipped. Damn. Then we'll just have to sail with what we've got. Winston turned and stared down the shore. There had not been any provisions offloaded from Europe since the fleet arrived. There were no ships in the harbor now, save the Defiance and the Zealander. The Zealander. When's the last time you saw riders? This very mornin', asked Happens. He came nosing by to inquire how it was we're afloat, and I told him it must have been the tide lifted her off. Hughes turned and peered through the rain toward the Dutch frigate. What are you thinking? I'm thinking he still owes me a man, a Spaniard by the name of Vargas, which I've yet to collect. That damned butterbox'll be in no mood to accommodate you. I swear it. All the same, we made a bargain. I want you and some of the boys to go over and settle it. He thumbed at the Zealander, lodged in the sand not 200 yards down the beach. In the meantime, I have to go back up to Jones and collect a few things. Why don't you try and find riders? Get that Spaniard however you have to do it, and maybe see if he'll part with any of their biscuit. I'll tend to it. He turned to go. And John, Winston, aved him back. We may be having some company before we weigh anchor. Remember that Yoruba we caught on board a few nights back. I recollect the heathen well enough. I've not seen him since, thank God, though some of the lads claim there was one up at Oyston's this morning who sounded a lot like him. Same man. I've a mind to take him with us and maybe another one. But don't say anything to the boys. Just let him on board if he shows up. You're the captain, but I'd sooner have a viper between decks as that godless savage. They're sayin' he and a bunch of his kind gutted a good dozen Englishmen this morning like they was no better'n so many Spaniards. Well, that's done and past. Just see he gets on board and the boys keep quiet about it. They'll not be licking it, by my life. That's an order. Muse turned with a shrug, whistled for some of the seamen, then headed through the rain, down the shore toward the beached hulk of the Zealander. She's here, darlin'. Joan met him at the door. In back with the girls. How is she? Winston threw off his wet cape and reached for the tankard of sack she was handing him. I think she's starting to understand he's dead. Now, I guess it just took a while. Now I think it's time you told me a few things yourself. Why are you taking her? Ist because you're worried the Roundheads might send her back home to be hanged. Is that the reason you want to hear? Damn your eyes, Hugh Winston. You're not in love with her, are you? He smiled and took a sip from the tankard. You'd best beware of her love, she sighed. That one's not for you. She's too independent, and I doubt she even knows what she's doing half the time. And how about me? Think I know what I'm doing? He pulled back a chair and straddled it. Doubtless not, given what you're planning next. She plopped into a chair. But I've packed your things, you whoremaster. The girls are already sorry to see the lot of you leaving. I think they've taken a fancy to a couple of your lads. She laughed. But they'd have preferred you most of all. God knows, I've had to keep an eye on the Jades day and night. He turned and stared out in the direction of the rain. Maybe you'll decide to come over someday and open shop on Jamaica. This place has bad times coming. She leaned back and poured a tankard of sack for herself. That's a fool's dream, but you're right about one thing. There are days in store here, not a doubt. Who knows how it'll settle out? The wind seemed to play against the doors of the tavern. Then they swung open and a sudden gust coursed through the room, spraying fine mist across the tables. Winston, Dad. Me if I didn't figure I'd find you here. Benjamin Briggs pushed into the room, shook the rain from his wide hat, and reached for a chair. I'm told you were the last to see that Yoruba of mine, that he tried to kill you this moming, much as he aimed to murder me. He was at Oyston's, true enough. Winston glanced up. That's what I heard. They're claiming he and those savages of his brutally murdered some of Cromwell's infantry. He shook his hat one last time and tossed it onto the table. We've got to locate him. Maybe you have some idea where he is now? He didn't trouble advising me of his intended whereabouts. Well, he's a true savage, by my soul. a peril to every Christian on this island. He sighed and looked at Winston. I don't know whether you've heard, but the Roundheads have already started disarming our militia. We'll soon have no way to defend ourselves. I think I winged him last night, but that heathen is apt to. And kill us both if we don't hunt him down and finish the job while we've still got the chance. He lowered his voice. I heard about those flintlocks of yours. I was hoping maybe you'd take some of your boys and we could go after him whilst things are still in a tangle over at Oyston's. Winston sat unmoving. Remember what I told you the other day about freeing these Africans? Well, now I say damn to you. You can manage your slaves any way you like, but it'll be without my flintlocks. That's scarcely an attitude that'll profit the either of us at the moment. Briggs signaled to Joan for a tankard of Kill Devil. Peculiar company you keep these days, Mistress Fuller. 'Twould seem the captain here cares not tuppence for his own life. Well, so be it. I'll locate that savage without him if I needs must. He took a deep breath and gazed around the empty room. But lest my ride down here be for naught, I'd as soon take. I'm right now and settle that bargain we made. Joan poured the tankard and shoved it across the table to him. You mean that woman you own? Aye, the mulatto wench. I'm thinking I might go ahead and take your offer of £100. And damn to her. What I said was 80. Joan stared at him coldly. I 80 100, who can recall a shilling here or there. He took a swig. Let's say we make it 90 then and have an end to the business. Joan eyed him. I said 80, though I might consider 85, but not a farthing more. You're a hard woman to trade with on my honor. He took another draught from the tankard. Then 85 it is, but only on condition we settle it here and now. In sterling, I'll not waste another day's feed on her. Winston glanced at Joan, then back at Briggs. Do you know where she is? The planter's eyes narrowed. Up at my compound. Where else in God's name would she be? Winston took a drink and looked out the doorway into the rain. I heard talk she was seen down around here this morning. Maybe she's run off. He turned to Joan. I'd encourage you to pay on delivery. Damn you, sir, our bargain's been struck. Briggs said well, 'tis tankard with a ring. I never proposed delivering her with a coach and 4 horses. Joan sat silently, listening. Finally, she spoke. You'd best not be thinking to try and swindle me. I'll advance you £5 now, Onak. Out, but you'll not see a penny of the rest till she's in my care. As you will then. He turned and spat toward the corner. She'll be here, word of honor. Joan glanced again at Winston, then rose and disappeared through the shuttered door's lead. Into the back room. After Briggs watched her depart, he turned toward Winston. You, sir, have studied to plague me from the day you dropped anchor. I usually cut the deck before I play a hand of cards. Well, sir, I'll war. And Cromwell's got the deck now, for this hand at least. We'll see what you do about him. Cromwell can be damned. I'll manage my own affairs. As will we all, make no mistake. He took another drink. I will come out of this. We'll be selling sugar to the Dutchmen again in a year's time, I swear it. They can't keep that fleet tied up here forever. He looked at Winston. And when it's gone, you'd best be on your way too, sir. Mark it? I'll make note. Joan, move. Back through the room. £5. She handed Briggs a small cloth bag. Count it if you like. That makes her mine. You'll see the balance when she's safe in this room. You've got a trade. He took the bag and inventoried its contents with his thick fingers. I'll let this tankard serve as a handshake. He drained the last of the liquor as he rose. As he clapped his soaking hat back onto his head, he moved next to where Winston sat. And you, sir, would be advised to rethink. Helping me whilst there's time. That savage is apt to slit your throat for you soon enough if he's not tracked down. And then burned alive, like you're planning for the rest of them. Briggs stopped and glared. That's none of your affair, sir. We're going to start doing what we must. How else are we to keep these Africans docile in future? Something's got to be done about these revolts. He whirled abruptly and headed for the door. At that moment, the battered louvers swung inward and a harried figure appeared in the doorway, eyes frantic, disoriented. A few seconds passed before anyone recognized Jeremy Walrond. His silk doublet was wet and bedraggled, his cavalier's hat waterlogged and drooping over his face. Before he could move, Briggs' pistol was out and leveled at his breast. "Not another step, you whoreson bastard, or I'll blow you to hell." His voice boomed above the sound of the storm. "Damn me if I shouldn't kill you on sight, except I wouldn't squaw." Under the powder and shot, he squinted through the open doorway. "Where's Anthony? I'd have him come forward and meet me like a man, the royalist miscreant." Jeremy's face flooded with fear. He's been taken on board the Rainbow. Air it." His voice seemed to crack. "By Powlett." "By who?" "A man named Powlett, the Vice Admiral. I think he's to be the new governor." "Well, damn to them both." Briggs lowered the pistol guardedly, then shoved it back into his belt. "They're outless conspiring this very minute how best to squeeze every farthing of profit from our sugar trade. I don't know what's happening. They've made the Windwards as much as prisoners. Powlett's already disarmed the regiment, and Colonel Maw. Uris is leading his infantry on the march to Bridgetown right now." He stepped gingerly in through the doorway. "I came down to try and find Miss Bedford. At the compound, they said she might be. I doubt Catherine has much time for you." Winston looked up from his chair. "So you'd best get on back to Oyston's before I decide to start this little war all over again." "Oh, for God's sake, let the lad be. He's not even wearing a sword," Joan interjected then. "Eckend him forward. Don't let this blusterin' lot frighten you, darlin'. Come on in and dry yourself off. I've got to warn Catherine." He edged nervously toward Joan as though for protection. His voice was still quavering. "We didn't expect this. They'd agreed to terms. They said they lied." Winston drew out one of his pistols and laid it on the table before him. "And your gullible, ambitious royalist of a brother believed them. Haply, some others of us took our precautions. Catherine's safe, so you can go on back to your Roundheads and tell them they'll never find her. But I meant her no harm. It was to be for the best, I swear it. I want her to know that." He settled at a table and lowered his ace into his hands. "I never dreamed it would come to this." He looked up. "Who could have? 'Tis no matter now." Joan moved to him, her voice kindly. "You're not to blame. 'Twas Sir Anthony that led the defection. It's always the old fools who cause the trouble. He's the one who should have known. But you don't understand what really happened. I was the one who urged him to it, talked him into it, because Admiral Calvert assured me none of this would happen." "You planned this with Calvert?" Briggs roared. "With that damned Roundhead. You let him use you to cozen Walrond and the Windwards into defecting." Jeremy stifled a sob, then turned toward Joan, his blue eyes pleading. "Would you tell Catherine I just want it to stop the killing? None of us ever dreamed." "Jeremy." Catherine was standing in the open doorway leading to the back. "Is it really true what you just said?" He stared at her in disbelief, and his voice failed for a second. Then, suddenly, the words poured out. "Catherine, you've got to get away." He started to rush to her, but something in her eyes stopped him. "Please listen. I think Powlett means to arrest you. I heard him talking about it. There's nothing we can do." "You, Anthony have got the Windwards." She examined him with hard scorn. "I fancy you can do whatever you choose. Doubtless he'll have himself appointed governor now, just as he's probably been wanting all along." "No, he never." Jeremy's voice seemed to crack. Finally, he continued. "A man named Powlett, the Vice Admiral, is going to be the new governor. Morris is marching here from Oyston's right now. I only slipped away to warn you. I've been warned." She was turning back toward the doorway. "Goodbye, Jeremy. You always wanted to be somebody important here. Well, maybe you've managed it now. You've made your mark on our times. You gave the Americas back to England. Congratulations. Maybe Cromwell will declare himself king next and then grant you a knighthood. Catherine, I don't want it," he continued miserably. "I'm so ashamed. I only came to ask you to forgive me and to warn you that you've got to get away. I've heard that art already." She glanced back. "Now just leave." "But what'll you do?" Again he started to move toward her, then drew back. "It's none of your affair." She glared at him. "The better question is what you and Anthony'll do now, after you've betrayed us all. I thought you had more honor. I thought Anthony had more honor." He stood for a moment, as though not comprehending what she had said. Then he moved forward and confronted her. "How can you talk of honor in the same breath with Anthony, after what you did? Made a fool of him." Jeremy, you have known me long enough to know I do what I please. It was time Anthony learned that too. Well, he should have broken off the engagement weeks ago, that much I'll tell you. And he would have, save he thought you'd come to your senses and start behaving honorably. He glanced at Winston. I see he was wrong. I did come to my senses, Jeremy, just in time. I'll take Hugh's honor over Anthony's any day. She turned and disappeared through the doorway. Jeremy stared after her, then faced Winston. Damn you. You think I don't know anything? You're the... I think you'd best be gone. Winston rose slowly from his chair. Give my regards to Sir Anthony. Tell him I expect to see him in hell. He pulled a musket ball from his pocket and tossed it to Jeremy. And give him that as thanks for me for turning this island and my ship over to the Roundheads. The next one he gets won't. Be handed to him. The doors of the tavern bulged open, and standing in the rain was an officer of the Commonwealth Army. Behind him were 3 helmeted infantrymen holding flintlock muskets. Your servant, gentlemen. The man glanced around the room and noticed Joan. And ladies, you've doubtless heard your militia has agreed to lay down its arms, and that includes even those who'd cravenly hide in a brothel rather than serve. For your own safety, we're here to collect all weapons till order can be restored. They'll be marked and returned to you in due time. He motioned the 3 infantrymen behind him to close ranks at the door. We'll commence by taking down your names. In the silence that followed, nothing could be heard but the howl of wind and rain against the shutters. Dark had begun to settle outside now, and the room itself was lighted only by a single flickering candle in a holder on the back wall. The officer walked to where Joan was, seated and doffed his hat. My name is Colonel Morris, madam, and you, I presume, are the... You betrayed us. Jeremy was almost shouting. You said we could keep our muskets, that we could. Master Walrond, is that you? Morris earned and peered through the gloom. Good Christ, lad, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to leave Oystons. He paused and inspected Jeremy. I see you've not got a weapon, so I'll forget I came across you, but you've got to get on back over to Oystons and stay with the Windwards, or I'll not be responsible. He turned to Briggs. And who might you be, sir? My name, sir, is Benjamin Briggs. I am head of the Council of Barbados, and I promise you I will protest formally to Parliament over this incident. You've no right to barge in here, and just pass me that pistol, and there'll be no trouble. It's hotheads like you that make this necessary. Morris reached into Briggs' belt and deftly extracted the long flintlock, its gilded stock glistening in the candlelight. He shook the powder out of the priming pan and handed it to one of the infantrymen. The name with this one is to be... He glanced back. Briggs, sir, I believe you. Said, damn you, this treatment will not be countenanced. I need that pistol. Briggs started to move forward and glanced warily at the infantrymen holding flintlock muskets. We all regret it's necessary, just as much as you. Ma. Oris signaled to the 3 infantrymen standing behind him, their helmets reflecting the dull orange of the candles. While I finish here, search the back room, and take care. There's apt to be a musket hiding behind a calico petticoat in a lace like this. Winston settled back onto his chair. I wouldn't trouble with that if I were you. There are no other guns here, except for mine. Morris glanced at him, startled. Then he saw Winston's flintlock lying on the table. Your name? I'm giving the orders here, whoever you are, and I'll kindly take that pistol. I'd prefer to keep it, so it'd be well if you'd just leave now, before there's trouble. That insubordinate remark, sir, has just gotten you put under arrest. Morris moved toward the table. Winston was on his feet. The chair he had been sitting on tumbled across the floor. I said you'd best be gone. Before Morris could respond, a woman appeared at the rear doorway. I'll save you all a sir. I'm not afraid of Cromwell, and I'm surely not frightened of you. Catherine, no. Jeremy's voice was pleading. And who might you be, madam? Morris stared in surprise. My name is Catherine Bedford, sir, which means, I suppose, that you'll want to arrest me, too. Are you the daughter of Dalby Bedford? He was my father, and the last lawfully selected governor this island is likely to know. Then, I regret to say I do have orders to detain you. There are certain charges, madam, of aiding him in the instigation of this rebellion that may need to be answered in London. Catherine, Jeremy looked despairingly at her. I warned you. Is that why you're here, Master Walrond, to forewarn an accused criminal? Morris turned to him. Then I fear there may be charges against you too. He glanced at Briggs. You can go, sir, but I'm afraid we'll have to hold your pistol for now and take these others into custody. You're not taking Miss Bedford or anybody into custody. Winston pulled back his water-soaked jerkin to expose the pistol in his belt. Morris stared at him. And who, sir, are you? Check your list of criminals for the name Winston. He stood unmoving. I'm likely that. Or two. Is that Hugh Winston, sir? Morris' eyes narrowed, and he glanced nervously at the three men behind him holding muskets. Then he looked back. We most certainly have orders for your arrest. You've been identified as the gunnery commander for the rebels here, to say nothing of charges lodged against you in England. My first priority is Miss Bedford, but I'll be pleased to do double duty and arrest you as well. Fine. Now, see that pistol? Winston thumbed toward the table. Look it over carefully. There are 2 barrels, both primed. It's part of a pair. The other one is in my belt. That's 4 pistol balls. The man who moves to arrest Miss Bedford gets the first. But if you make me start shooting, I'm apt to forget myself and not stop till I've killed you all. So why don't you leave now, Colonel Morris, and forget everything you saw here? He glanced back at Catherine. I'm sure Miss Bedford is willing to forget she saw you. She's at a trying day. Damn your impudence, sir. Morris turned and gestured at the men behind him. Go ahead and arrest her. One of the helmeted infantrymen raised his flintlock and waved Catherine forward. No, Jeremy shouted and lunged toward the soldier. You can't, I never meant. The shot sounded like a crack of thunder in the close room. Black smoke poured from the barrel of the musket, and Jeremy froze where he stood, a quizzical expression on his face. He turned to look back at Catherine, his eyes penitent, then wilted toward the floor, a patch of red spreading across his chest. Almost simultaneous with the musket's discharge, the pistol in Winston's belt was already drawn and cocked. It spoke once, and the infantryman who had fired dropped, a trickle of red down his forehead. As the soldier behind him started to raise his own musket, the pistol gave a small click, rotating the barrel, and flared again. The second man staggered, back against the wall, while his flintlock clattered unused to the floor. Now the rickety table in front of Winston was sailing toward the door, and the pistol that had been lying on it was in his hand. The table caught the third infantryman in the groin as he attempted to raise his weapon and sent him sprawling backward. His musket rattled against the shutters, then dropped. Morris looked back to see the muzzle of Winston's second flintlock leveled at his temple. Katie, let's go. Winston motioned her forward. We'll probably have more company any minute now. You're no better than a murderer, sir. Morris finally recovered his voice. I didn't fire the first shot, but by God, I'll be the one who fires the last. That I promise you. He glanced back. Katie, I said let's go, take whatever you want, but hurry. Hugh, they've killed Jeremy? She stood unmoving, shock in her face. He wouldn't let me handle this my way. Winston kept his eyes on Morris. But it's too late now. He tried to stop them. He did it for me. She was shaking. Oh, Jeremy, why in God's name? Katie, come on. Winston looked back. Joan, get her things. We've got to move out of here now. Joan turned and pushed her way through the cluster of Irish girls standing fearfully in the rear doorway. You'll hang for this, sir. Morris eyed the pistol. The remaining infantryman still sat against the wall, his unfired musket on the floor beside him. A way you'd plan to hang Miss Bedford, no doubt. He motioned toward Briggs. Care to collect those muskets for me? I'll have no hand in this, sir. The planter did not move. You've earned a noose for sure. I'll do it. Catherine stepped across Jeremy's body and assembled the 3 muskets of the infantrymen. She carried them back, then confronted Morris. You, sir, have helped steal the freedom of this island, of the Americas. It's impossible to tell you how much I despise. Ooh, and all you stand for. I'd kill you myself if God had given me the courage. Maybe Hugh will do it for me. I'll see the both of you hanged, madam, or I'm not a Christian. I hope you try. Joan emerged through the crowd, toting a large bundle. She laid it on a table by the door, then turned to Winston. "Here's what we got up at the compound this afternoon." She surveyed the 3 bodies sadly. Master Jeremy was a fine lad. Maybe he's finally managed to make his brother proud of him. I'll wager it's all he ever really wanted. She straightened. "Good Christ, I hope they don't try and shut me down because of this." "It wasn't your doing." Winston lifted the bundle with his free hand. "80, can you manage those muskets? I'd carry them through hell. Then let's be gone." He waved the pistol at the infantryman sitting against the wall. "Get up. You and the colonel here are going to keep us company. Or do you think you can?" "Go." Briggs still had not moved. "They'll comb the island for you. They'll look a long time before they find us on Barbados." He shoved the pistol against Morris' ribs. "Let's be off, Colonel." "There'll be my men all about," Morris gulped. "Aird, you'll not get far." "We'll get far enough." He shifted the bundle under his arm. "Darlin', Godspeed, I swear I'll miss you." Joan kissed him on the cheek, then turned to Catherine. "And mind you watch over him in that place he's did for Jamaica?" "No, he knows where I mean." She looked again at Winston. "There's no worse spot in the Caribbean. Don't worry, you'll hear from me." Winston kissed her back, then urged Morris forward. "See that you stay alive." She followed them to the door. "And don't try anything too foolish. I always take care." He turned and bussed her on the cheek one last time. Then they were gone. Book 2, Revolution, Chapter 19. As Winston and Catherine led their prisoners slowly down the shore, the Defiance stood out against the dark sky, illuminated by flashes of lightning as it tugged at its anchor cables. The sea was up. Al and Winston watched as her prow dipped into the trough of each swell, as though offering a curtsy. They had almost reached the water when he spotted John Muse, waiting by the longboat. "Ahoy, Cap'n," he sang out through the gusts of rain. "What are you doing? Impressing Roundheads to sail with us now? We've already got near to 50 of your damned indentures. Are they on board?" "Aye, them and all the rest. You're the last." He studied Catherine and Morris in confusion. "Though I'd not. It expected you'd be in such fine company. Then we weigh anchor. In this squall?" Muse's voice was incredulous. "We can't put on any canvas now. It'd be ripped off the yards. We've got to. The Roundheads are already moving on Brie. Jatown, we'll try and use those new short sails." Winston urged Morris forward with his pistol, then turned back to Muse. "Any sign of that African we talked about?" "I've seen naught of him, and that's a fact." He peered up the beach, hoping one last cursory check would suffice. Now that the rain had intensified, it was no longer possible to see the hills beyond. "But I did manage to get that Spaniard from Ryder's, the one named Vargas," he laughed. "Though I final." He had to convince the all-king of the butterboxes to see things our way by bringing over a few of the boys and some muskets. "Good. He's on board now," safe as can be. "And happy enough to leave that damned Dutchman, truth to tell," claimed he. "I was sick to death of the putrid smell of the Zealander, now that she's been turned into a slaver. Then to hell with the African. We can't wait any longer. 'Tis all to the good, if you want my thinkin'." Muse reached up and adjusted Morris. Elmet then performed a mock salute. He watched in glee as the English commander's face flushed with rage. "You're not tacking these 2 damned Roundheads aboard, are you?" "Damn you, sir." Morris ignored Muse as he glared at Winston, then looked down at the pistol. He had seen a double-barreled mechanism like this only once before, property of a Spanish diplomat in London. A dandy far more skilled dancing the burrie than managing a weapon. But such a device in the hands of an obvious marksman like Winston, nothing could be more deadly. "There's been quite enough. Get in the longboat." "I'll do no such thing." Morris drew back. "I have no intention of going with you wherever it is you think you're headed." "I said get in. If you like it here so much, you can swim back after we weigh anchor." Winston tossed his bundle across the gunwale, seized Morris by his doublet, and sent him sprawling after it. Then he turned to the infantryman. "You get in as well." Without a word, the man clambered over the side. Winston heaved a deep breath, then took the muskets Catherine was carrying and handed them to Muse. "Katie, this is the last you're apt to see of Barbados for a long while. Please, let's don't talk about it." She seized her wet skirts and began to climb over the side, Winston steadying her with one hand. "I suppose I somehow thought I could have everything, but I guess I've learned differently." He studied her in confusion for a moment, then turned and surveyed the dark shore one last time. "All right, John, prepare to cast off." "Aye." Muse loosened the bowline from its mooring and tossed it into the longboat. Together they shoved the bobbing craft and its passengers up or into the surf. "What's your name?" Winston motioned the infantryman forward as he lifted himself over the gunwales. "Mac Ewan, your worship." He took off his helmet and tossed it onto the boards. His hair was sandy, his face Scot-ish. "Then take an oar, Mac Ewan, and heave to." "Aye, sore." The Scotsman ignored Morris' withering glare and quickly took his place. "You can row too, Colonel." Winston waved the pistol. "Barbados is still a democracy for at least a few more hours." Morris said nothing, merely grimaced and reached for an oar. Catherine laid her cheek against Winston's shoulder and looked wistfully back toward the shore. "Everything we made, the Commonwealth's going to take away now. Everything. My father and I and all the others worked so hard for together." He held her against him as they moved out through the surf and across the narrow band of water to the ship. In what seemed only moments, the longboat edged beneath the quay. Gallery and the Defiance was hovering above them. "John, have the boys drop that short sail and weigh anchor as soon as we're aboard. This westerly off the coast should get us underway and past the blockade. We'll just keep her close-hauled. We've doubled the point, then run up some more canvas. It'll be a miracle if we manage to take her by the point in this sea and in the dark besides." Muse was poised in the bow of the longboat. "When we get aboard, I'll take the helm." "You just get the canvas on her." "Aye." He reached up and seized a notch beneath a gunport, pulling the longboat under the deadeyes that supported the mainmast shrouds. As he began mounting the rope ladder, he tossed the line up through the rain. Winston had taken Catherine's arm to help her up when he heard a buzz past his ear. Then, through the rain, came a faint pop, the report of a musket. God's blood? He turned back to look. Dimly through the rain he could make out a line of hell. Mitted infantrymen along the shore, muskets in hand. They were disorganized without a commander, but standing alongside them and yelling orders was a heavy man in a wide black hat, Benjamin Briggs. He betrayed us. He brought them right down to the bay. I wonder what he's figuring to get in return. Doubtless a place in the new government. We've got to. Before he could finish, Catherine had caught his arm and was pointing over in the direction of the river mouth. "Hugh, wait, do you see that? There's someone out there in the surf. I thought I noticed it before." "More damned infantry?" He turned to stare. "They'd not try swimming after us. They'd wait for longboats." "I can't tell. It's over there on the left. I think someone trying to wade out." He squinted through the rain. A figure clad in white was waist-deep in the surf, holding what seemed to be a large bundle. "That's no Roundhead. I'll wager it's likely Briggs' mulata, though she's just a little too lay. I've a mind to leave her." He paused to watch as a wave washed over the figure and sent it staggering backward. Then another bullet sang past, and he heard the shouts of Benjamin Briggs. "Maybe I owe a certain planter one last service. And we've got to get this tub to sea." Muse was crouching behind the bulwarks of the Defiance. "Those damned Roundheads along the shore don't have many muskets yet, but they're apt to be getting reinforcements any time now. So if it's all a same, I don't think I'd encourage waiting around all night. John, how are the anchors?" "I've already weighed the heavy one up by the bow." He called down, "Say the word and we can just slip the cable on that little one at the stern." "Maybe we've got time." He pushed the longboat back away from the side of the Defiance. As he reached for an oar, Morris threw down his helmet and dove into the swell. In moments the commander was swimming toward shore. "Aye, he's gone, your Worship. He's a quick one, to be sure." The Scottish infantryman gave only a passing glance as he threw his weight against the oar. "You'll not be catching him, on my faith. And what about you?" "With your worship's leave, I'd as soon be staying." "Non with you." He gave another powerful stroke with the oar. "Where you're bound, 'tis all one to me. What were you before? A seaman? A landsman, your worship, I'll own it. I was took in the Battle of Dunbar and impressed into the Roundhead. Army made to come out here to the Caribbees. But I've had a bellyful of these Roundheads and their stinking troop ships, I swear it. I kept my pigs better at home. I'd serve you like you was the king himself if you'd give me leave." "Mac, you? And wasn't it? Aye, your worship, at your service. Then heave to." Winston pulled at the other oar. Through the dark they could just make out the bobbing form, now neck deep in the surf. She was supporting the black arms of yet another body. "Senhora," Winston called through the rain. The white-clad figure turned and stared blankly toward them. She seemed overcome with exhaustion, unsure even where she was. "Espera un momento. We'll come to you." He was shouting now in Portuguese. Ease. Musket balls sang off the side of the longboat as several infantrymen began advancing down the shore in their direction. The Scotsman hunkered beside the gunwales, but did not miss a stroke of his oar as they neared the bobbing heads in the waw. "Itter, here, Senhora." Winston reached down and grasped the arms of the body Serena was holding. It was Atiba. While Catherine caught hold of her shoulders and pulled her over the gunwale, Mac Ewan helped Winston hoist the Yoruba, Unka, inches onto the planking. He was still bleeding, his breath faint. "He is almost dead, Senhor, and they have killed Durin." Serena was half choked from the surf. "At first I was afraid to try bringing him, but then I thought of what would happen. If they took him, and I knew I had." She began mumbling incoherently as she bent over the slumped form of Atiba, her mouth against his, as though to urge breath back into him. "Katie, the minute we're on board, take them straight down to the cabin and see if you can get a little brandy into it. Maybe it'll do some good." "I'll try, but I fear it's too late already. Let's just get underway." She turned to look at the deck of the Defiance, where a line of seamen had eared with muskets. The firing from the shore slowed now, as the infantry melted back into the rain to avoid the barrage from the ship. By the time their longboat was hoisted up over the side and lashed midships, Morris had retreated to safety with his men. Muse ordered the remaining anchor cable slipped and the mainsail dropped. Catherine ushered Serena through the companionway to the great cabin, followed by seamen carrying Atiba. Then the mast groaned against the wind, a seaman on it. Warderdeck unlashed the helm, and in moments they had begun to pull away. That was easy. Muse spat in the general direction of the scuppers, then hoisted up his belt as he watched the rain-swept shore begin to recede. Could be Morris is just saving us for the frigates. Winston was studying the bobbing mast lights off their portside bow. He probably figures they heard the gunfire and will realize something's afoot. They've got their share of ordnance, that much I'll warrant. There's at least just one two-decker still on station out there, the Gloucester. I sailed on her once, back when I first got impressed by the damned Navy, 20-odd years back. She's seen her years at sea, but she's got plenty of cannon between decks for awe. I think you'd better have the portside guns primed and ready to run out, just in case. But I figure once we get past the point, we'll be clear. After that, we can steer north and ride this coastal westerly right up to Speightstow. And maybe heave to there till the storm eases. He turned and headed down the deck. I'm going aft to take the whipstaff. Get the yardmen aloft and damn the weather. I want the maintop and all braces manned. Aye, you never know, Muse yelled. A gunnery orders through the open hatch, then marched down the deck giving assignments. Catherine was standing at the head of the companionway leading to the great cabin as Winston passed on his way to the quarterdeck. I've put the African in your bin along with the mulatto woman. She caught his arm as he headed up the steps. She's delirious, and I think he's all but dead. He's got a bad musket wound in his shoulder. Even if he dies now, it'll be better than what Briggs and the Lanters had planned. He looked at her face and pushed aside a sudden desire to take her into his arms, just to know she was his at last. But see if you can clean his wound with brandy. I'd hate to lose him now after all the trouble. We went to bringing him aboard. Why did you do it, Hugh? After all, he tried to kill you once on this very deck. I was here, remember. Who understands why we do anything? Maybe I like his brass. Maybe I don't even the reason anymore. He turned and headed up the steps. Serena lifted his cheek against her own, the salt from her tears mingling with the sea water in his hair. The wound in his shoulder was open now, sending a trickle of blood glistening across his chest. His breathing was in spasms. "Shango, can you still hear me? Try washing his wound with this." Catherine was standing above her, in the dim light of the candle lantern, holding a gray onion flask of brandy. "Why are you helping me, Senhora?" Serena looked up, her words a blend of English and Portuguese. "You care nothing for him, or for me." I want to." Catherine awkwardly pulled the cork from the bottle, and the fiery fumes of the brandy enveloped them. "Because the Senhor told you to do it. That is the real reason." She finally reached and took the bottle. "He is a good man. He risked his life for us. He did not need to. No other Branco on this island would have." "Then you can repay him by doing what he asked. He said to clean the wound." Serena settled the bottle onto the decking beside the sleeping bunk, then bent over and kissed the clan marks on Atiba's dark cheek. As she did, the ship rolled awkwardly, and a high wave dashed against the quarter gallery. Quickly she seized the neck of the flask and secured it till they had righted. "I think we will have to do it together." "Together? Never fear, Senhora. Atiba's black skin will not smudge your white." "Ingles' hands. I never thought it would." Catherine impulsively reached down and ripped off a portion of her skirt. Then she grabbed the flask and pulled back his arm. While Serena held his shoulder forward, she doused the wound with a stream of the brown liquor, then began to swab away the encrusted blood with the cloth. His skin felt like soft leather, supple to the touch, with hard ripples of muscles beneath. The sting of the brandy brought an involuntary jerk. Atiba's eyes opened, and he appeared startled through the gloom. "Don't try to move." Quickly Serena bent over him, whispering softly into his ear. "You are safe. You are on the Branco's ship." He started to speak, but at that moment another wave crashed against the stern and the ship lurched sideways. Atiba's eyes flooded with alarm and his lips formed a word. "Dara." Serena laid her face next to his. "Don't talk, please. Just rest now." She tried to give him a drink of the brandy, but his eyes refused it. Then more words came, faint and lost in the roar of the wind and the groaning of the ancient boards of the Defiance. Finally, his breath seemed to dissolve as unconsciousness again drifted over him. Catherine watched as Serena gently laid his head against the cushion on the bunk, then fell to her knees and began to pray, mumbling foreign words not Portuguese. She found herself growing more and more uneasy. Something about the two of them was troubling, almost unnatural. Finally, she rose and moved to watch the sea through the stern windows. Though the waves outside slammed ever more menacingly against the quarter gallery, as the storm was worsening noticeably, she still longed for the wind in her face. Again she recalled her first night here with Hugh, when they had looked out through this very window together, in each other's arms. What would it be like to watch the sea from this gallery now, she wondered, when the ocean and winds were wild? She eyed and pulled open the latch. What she saw took her breath away. Off the port side, bearing down on them, was the outline of a tall-masted English warship with 2 gun decks. Before she could move, there were shouts from the quarterdeck above, then the trampling of feet down the companionway leading to the waist of the ship. He'd seen it too, and ordered his gun crews to station. She pulled back from the window as a wave splashed across her face, and a chill swept the room, numbing her fingers. He fumbled a moment trying to secure the latch, then gave up and turned to head for the door. If we're all to die, she told herself, I want to be up with Hugh on the quarterdeck. Oh God, why now? After all we've been through, as she passed. The lantern, she noticed Serena, still bent over the African, still mumbling the strange words. You know what's about to happen to us all. The frustration was more than she could contain. Come back over here and take a look. When the mulatto merely stared at her with a distant, glazed expression. She strode to where she knelt and took her arm, pulling her erect. While she was leading her toward the open window, she heard a deep groaning rise up through the timbers of the frigate and knew the cannon were being run out. Winston had ordered a desperate gamble. a possible ordnance duel with a warship twice the burden of the Defiance. Moving the guns now, when the seas were high, only compounded their danger. If one broke loose from its tackles, it could hurtle through the side of the ship, opening a gash that would surely take enough water to sink them in minutes. "You see, Senhora?" She directed Serena's gaze out the open windows. "If you want to pray, then pray that that man-of-war doesn't catch us. Your African may soon be dead anyway, along with you and me too." "What will they do?" The mulatto studied the approaching warship, her eyes only half seeing. "I expect they'll pull along. Incite us if they can, then run out their guns and—" She felt her voice begin to quiver. "Then I will pray. Please do that." She whirled in exasperation and quickly shoved her way out the door and into the companionway. As she mounted the slippery ladder to the quarterdeck, she felt John Mew's brush past in the rain, bellowing orders aloft. She looked up to see men perched along the yards, clinging to thin ropes in the blowing rain as they loosened the topgallants. The Defiance was putting on every inch of canvas, in weather where any knowing seaman would strike sail and heave to. "Good God, Katie, I wish you'd go back below decks. The Gloucester must have spied our sail when we doubled the point." Winston's voice sounded through the rain. He was steering the ship all alone now, his shoulder against the whipstaff. Off the port side, the English warship, a gray hulk with towering masts, was rapidly narrowing the distance between them. "Hugh, I want to be up here with you." She grabbed onto a shroud to keep her balance. "They're planning to try and sink us, aren't they? Unless we heave to, which I have no intention of doing, so they'll have to do just that if they expect to stop us. And I'd say they have every intention of making the effort. Look," he pointed through the rain. Now the line of gunport covers along the upper gun deck were being raised. They're making ready to start running out their 18-pounders. What can we do? First put on all the canvas we've got. Then get our own guns in order. If we can't outrun them, we'll have to fight. Do you think we have a chance?" She studied the ship more closely. It seemed to have twice the sail of the Defiance, but then it was heavier and bulkier. Except for the Rainbow, Cromwell had not sent his best warships to the Americas. This one could be as old as Hugh's. I've outrun a few men of war before, but not in weather like this. Then I want to stay up here. And that mulatto woman you took on board frightens me, almost as much as this. Then stay. For now, but if they get us in range, I want you below. He glanced aloft, where men clinging to the swaying yards had just secured a main topsails. As the storm worsened, more lightning flashed in the west, bringing prayers and curses from the seamen. "The weather's about as bad as it could be. I've never had the Defiance under full sail when it's been like this. I never want to it." And after the topgallants were unfurled and secured, they seemed to start picking up momentum. The Gloucester was still off their port side, but far enough astern that she could not use her guns, and she was no longer gaining. "Maybe we can still outrun them." She moved alongside Winston. "There's a fair chance." He was holding the whipstaff on a steady course, "but they've not got all their canvas on yet. They know it's risky." He turned to study the warship, and she saw the glimmer of hope in his eyes, but he quickly masked it. In good weather, they could manage it, but with a storm like this, maybe not. He paused as the lightning flared again. "Still, if they decide to chance the rest of their sail." She settled herself against the binnacle to watch the Gloucester. Then she noticed the warship's topsails being unfurled. Winston saw it too. The next lightning flash revealed that the Gloucester had now begun to run out her upper row of guns, as the distance between them slowly began to narrow once more. "Looks as if they're going to gamble what's left of their running rigging, Katie. I think you'd best be below." "No, Winston turned and yelled toward the main deck. "John, pass the order. If they pull in range, tell cannons to just fire at will whenever the portside guns bear. Same as when that revenue frigate Royale once tried to board us. Maybe he can cripple their gun deck long enough to try and lose them in the dark." "Aye." Muted cry drifted back through the howl of rain. "Hugh, I love you." She touched the sleeve of his jerkin. "I think I even know what it means now." He looked at her, her hair tangled in the rain. "Katie, I love you enough to want you, Bill. Oh, besides, it's not quite time to say our farewells yet. I know what's next. They'll pull to windward of us and just fire away. They'll shoot away our rigging till we're helpless. Then they'll hold us till we take on enough water to go. Down. It's not going to be that easy. Don't forget we've got some ordnance of our own. Just pray they can't set theirs in this sea. Lightning flashed once more, glistening off the row of cannon on the English warship. They had range now. And Catherine could see the glimmer of lighted linstocks through the open gun ports. Gracious Lord, for what we are about to receive, make us truly thankful. John Muse was mounting the quarterdeck to watch. This looks to be it, Cap'n. Just keep on praying, John, and get back down on deck. I want every inch of sail on those yards. I'd like the same, save I don't know where exactly we've got any more to put on unless I next hoist my own linen. He Ost himself, then headed down the companionway. Suddenly a gun on the Gloucester flared, sending an 18-pound round shot through the upper sails of the Defiance, inches from the maintop. Then again, and this time the edge of the forecastle ripped away, spraying splinters across the deck. John, tell Cannonge he'd better start firing the second his guns bear, and he'd best be damned quick on it too. Even as he spoke, a roar sounded from below and the deck tilted momentarily side. Ways, Catherine watched as a line of shot splintered into the planking along the side of the Gloucester, between her gun decks. Damn, he came close. Winston studied the damage, but not close enough. Again the lightning flashed, nearer now, a It'd network across the heavens, and she saw the Gloucester's captain standing on his own quarterdeck, nervously staring aloft at the storm. Katie, please go below. This is going to get very bad. If they catch this deck, there'll be splinters where, not to mention, the Gloucester's guns flamed again. She felt the deck tremble as an 18-pound shot slammed into the side of the Defiance up near the bow. John, let's have some more of those prayers. Winston yelled down again. And, while you're at it, tell Cannonge to give them another round the second, he swabbed out. He's got to hurt that upper gun deck soon, or we're apt to be in for a long night. Hugh, can't we? She stopped as she saw a figure in a blood-stained white shift slowly moving up the companionway. Good Christ. He had seen it too. Katie, try and keep her the hell off the quarterdeck and out of the way. While he threw his shoulder against the whipstaff and began shouting more orders to Muse. On the main deck, Serena mounted the last step. She moved across the planking toward them, her eyes glazed, even more than before. Come below, Senhora. Catherine reached out for her. You could be hurt. The mulatta's hand shot up and seized her arm with an iron grip. Catherine felt her feet give way, and the next thing she knew she had been flung sideways against the hard rope shrouds. E pada nibai. The voice was deep, chilling. Then she turned and advanced menace. Ingleon Winston. God damn you. He shoved her back, then reached to help Catherine. Katie, are you all right? Just watch out for her. I wager she's gone mad after all that's happened. If we get time, I'll have some of the boys come and take her below. Again, the Gloucester's guns flared, and a whistle sang across the quarterdeck as the shot clipped the railing next to where they were standing. Serena stared wildly at the shattered rail, then at the English man-of-war. Her eyes seemed vacant, as though looking through all she saw. Good Christ, Katie, take a look at those skies. Winston felt a chill in his bowels as the lightning blossomed again. The wind is changing, I can feel it. Something's happening. If we lose a yard or two, or a sail, they'll take us in a minute. All it needs is one quick shift, too much strain. As if in response to his words, the hull shuddered, then pitched backward, and Catherine heard a dull crack from somewhere in the rigging. Christ. Winston was staring aloft, his face washed in the rain. She followed his gaze. The mainmast had split just below the maintop. The topsail had fallen forward into the foremast and had ripped through the foresail. A startled maintopman was dangling helplessly from the side of his round perch. Then something else cracked, and he tumbled toward the deck, landing in the middle of a crowd of terrified seamen huddled by the forecastle door. I knew we couldn't bear full sail in this weather. We've just lost a good half of our canvas. He looked back. You've got to go below now, please, and see if you can somehow take that woman with you. We're in very bad trouble. If I was a religious man, I'd be on my knees praying right now. The Gloucester's guns spoke once more, and a shot clipped the quarter gallery only feet below where they were, showering splinters upward through the air. Atiba. Serena was staring down over the railing, toward the hole that had been ripped in the corner of the gur. 8 cabin beneath them. Then she looked out at the warship, and the hard voice rose again. Iwo ko lu honorin li oru onlu li asen. Finally, her eyes flared, and she shouted through the storm. Shango. Oyinbo. IOG. Once more the lightning came. Later he wondered if he might have been praying after all. He remembered how the fork of fire slid down the mainmast of the Gloucester, then seemed to envelop the maintop, sending smoke billowing through the topsails above. Next it coiled about the mainmast shrouds. In moments her main topsail was aflame, as though she'd been caught with fire arrows. Soon a tongue of the blaze flicked downward and ignited her main course. After that the shrouds began to smolder. Almost immediately, her seamen began furling the other sails, and all open gun ports were quickly slammed down to stop any shreds of burning canvas from accidentally reaching the gun deck. Next the helmsman threw his way against the whipstaff to try and take her off the wind. She was still underway, like a crippled fireship bearing down on them, and for a moment Winston thought they were in even greater danger than before. But then the Gloucester's mainmast slowly toppled forward as the shrouds gave way, tearing into the other rigging, and she heeled. It was impossible to see what followed because of the rain, but moments later burning spars were drifting across the waves. It was the hand of Providence. As I'm a Christian. John Muse was mounting the quarterdeck, solemn and subdued. A crowd of stunned seamen were following him to gain a better view astern. The Roundhead Horsens were tempting fate. They should have known better than putness. With topmasts like those in this damned weather. Heaven knows, I could have told them. There was a murmur of assent from the others. They stood praising the beneficence of God and watched as the last burning mast disappeared into the rain. After Winston had lashed the whipstaff in place and ordered the sails shortened, he collapsed against the binnacle. It was a miracle, Hugh. Catherine wrapped an arm about him. Her bodice was soaked with rain and sweat. I think I was praying when I'd all forgotten how. I've heard of it happening, God knows, but I've never before seen it. Just think. If we'd had taller masts, we could well have caught it ourselves. Now the mood was lightening, as congratulations began to pass among the men. It was only then Catherine noticed the white shift at their feet. The mulatto was crumpled beside the binnacle, still as death. John, have somebody come and take that woman below. Winston glanced down. She looks to have fainted. I was near to faint in myself, truth to tell. Finally, Winston pulled himself up and surveyed the seamen. I say well done, masters, one and all. So let's all have a word of thanks to the Almighty and see if we can locate a keg of brandy. This crew has earned it. Catherine leaned against him as she watched the cheering men head for the main deck. Where can we go now, Hugh? There'll soon be a price on our heads in every English settlement from Virginia to Bermuda. From the shape of that. We're rigging. I'd guess we're going nowhere for a day or so. We've got to heave to till the weather lets up and try to mend those sails. After that, I figure we'd best steer north, hope to beat the fleet up to Nevis, where we can careen and be laying some more victuals. And then are you really going to try your scheme about Jamaica? With just the men you've got here? Not just yet. You're right about the men. We don't have enough now. He lowered his voice. So I'm thinking we'll have to make another stop first. Where? There's only one place I know of where we can still find what we'll be needing. He slipped his arm about her waist. A little island off the north coast of Hispaniola. You don't mean? And Tortuga, the cow killers. Now, Katie, there's no better time than now to start learning what they're called over there on that side of the Caribbean. I know the Englishmen here in the Caribbees call them the cow killers, but over there we were all is known by our French name. What's that? Sort of an odd one. You see, since we cured our meat Indian style on those greenwood grills they called boucans, most seamen over there knew us as the Buccaneers, and that's the name we kept when we started sailing against the Spaniards. You mean? That's right, try and remember it. buccaneer,